The Cat Who Stole Thanksgiving, funny and relaxing sleep story. Alex had never intended to spend Thanksgiving in a mansion. Yet here they were, standing in the marble-floored entryway of the Ashford estate, a rolling suitcase at their side and a ring of brass keys heavy in their palm. The house was silent in that particular way that only truly expensive homes can be. Not the absence of sound, but rather the presence of a quality of quiet so thick it seemed to muffle even the softest breath. Through the tall windows flanking the front door, late November sunlight fell in golden columns, catching motes of dust that drifted like tiny planets in their own slow orbits. The decision to house sit had been practical at first. Alex's lease had ended on the 15th, and their new apartment wouldn't be available until December 3rd. When Mrs. Ashford had mentioned, somewhat apologetically, that she and her husband would be spending 3 weeks in Tuscany and desperately needed someone to watch the house and, more importantly, feed Barnaby, it had seemed like perfect timing. The generous payment didn't hurt either. But there was something else, something Alex hadn't quite admitted to themselves until they declined their sister's invitation to the family Thanksgiving in Ohio. They wanted this, the solitude, the space, the temporary inhabiting of a life that wasn't theirs, and a place where no one expected anything except that the cat be fed and the plants be watered. Alex moved deeper into the house, their footsteps echoing softly against the hardwood floors. The Ashford estate was the kind of place featured in architecture magazines. All clean lines and carefully curated antiques, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, and windows that framed the wooded property like living paintings. There was a kitchen with copper pots hanging from a ceiling rack, a library with leather chairs worn soft from use, and a living room dominated by a fireplace large enough to stand in. Mrs. Ashford had given Alex a thorough tour, pointing out the thermostat, the temperamental espresso machine, and the alarm system that required a 16-digit code. But most of her instructions had concerned Barnaby. "He's not unfriendly," Mrs. Ashford had said, her tone suggesting this was a generous interpretation. "He's just discerning, very discerning. He'll eat twice a day, always at 7 in the morning and 6 in the evening. He prefers his water in the ceramic bowl, not the metal one. And please don't take it personally if he ignores you completely. He's like that with everyone except Roger." Roger, presumably, was Mr. Ashford. Alex had only met him briefly, a quiet man with silver hair who'd been loading luggage into a town car. Alex found Barnaby in the library, occupying a leather chair as though it were a throne. He was enormous. Alex had owned cats before, had grown up with the lean, scrappy barn cats that prowled their grandmother's property. But Barnaby was something else entirely. He had to weigh at least 20 pounds, maybe more, all of it hidden beneath a cloud of silver-gray fur so thick and luxurious that he seemed to blur at the edges. His face was distinctly Persian, flat, with a pushed-in nose and enormous amber eyes that regarded Alex with an expression of profound, almost philosophical disdain. "Hello, Barnaby," Alex said softly, approaching slowly. The cat blinked once. It was a slow, deliberate blink, the kind that might have signaled trust or affection in another cat. In Barnaby, it clearly communicated something closer to, "I acknowledge your existence, but barely." Then he turned his massive head away, directing his attention to the window and the bird feeder beyond it, effectively dismissing Alex from consideration. "Right," Alex murmured. "Good talk." The first few days established a rhythm. Alex woke early, moving through the quiet house with a cup of coffee cradled between their palms, watching the morning light shift across the property. At precisely 7, Barnaby would appear in the kitchen, silent as smoke despite his size, and sit before his empty bowl with an expression of weary patience. Alex would measure out the exact portion Mrs. Ashford had specified, and Barnaby would eat with delicate precision, leaving not a single kibble behind. Then he would disappear, ghosting through the house on some feline schedule known only to himself. Alex tracked his movements without really trying. There was the sunny spot on the rug in the upstairs hall where Barnaby could be found between 9 and 11 each morning, stretched out like a luxurious draft excluder. There was the window sill in the study where he perched in the afternoons, watching the woods with an intensity that suggested he was mentally hunting every squirrel and bird that dared to venture into his view. And there was the leather chair in the library, his evening throne, where he would sit from roughly 4 o'clock until his 6 o'clock dinner. Alex tried in those first days to bridge the gap between them. They would sit on the floor near wherever Barnaby had stationed himself, reading or scrolling through their phone, speaking in a soft, steady voice about nothing in particular. The cat never acknowledged these attempts. He didn't hiss or retreat. He simply existed in a state of profound indifference, as though Alex were no more interesting than a piece of furniture. A mobile, occasionally noisy piece of furniture that had the useful quality of opening cans, but furniture nonetheless. By Tuesday, Alex had stopped taking it personally. There was something oddly peaceful about sharing space with a creature who demanded nothing but routine. The house itself was soothing in its order and quiet. Alex found themselves moving more slowly, breathing more deeply, noticing small things, the way afternoon light turned the library golden, the smell of old books and lemon polish, the distant sound of wind in the bare branches outside. They were, they realized, content. This was what they'd wanted without quite knowing it. A pause. A pocket of time outside the usual demands and expectations, where they could simply be. Thanksgiving morning arrived cold and clear, the sky a pale, cloudless blue that seemed to amplify the sunlight until everything gleamed. Alex woke early, before even Barnaby's 7 o'clock expectations, and lay in the guest room bed, considering their plans for the day. They could have accepted their sister's invitation. They could have driven to Ohio, sat around the too small table in their childhood home, navigated the familiar tensions and questions about their life, their plans, their persistent singleness. Instead, they were here, alone except for a cat who pretended they didn't exist, and they felt something very close to happiness. They decided to cook. Not a full feast that seemed excessive for one person, but something real, something that honored the day. The Ashfords had left their kitchen well stocked, and Alex had supplemented with a grocery trip earlier in the week. In the freezer, they'd stored a single turkey leg, enormous, still on the bone, the kind of thing that would roast up golden and crispy skinned if treated right. Alex moved through the morning preparations with a sense of ceremony. They set the turkey leg in a roasting pan, massaging it with olive oil and fresh herbs from the pots on the kitchen windowsill. Rosemary, thyme, sage. The scent alone was transformative, filling the kitchen with something ancient and comforting, a smell that spoke of hearth and harvest and home. They prepared sides, roasted vegetables tossed with honey and balsamic vinegar, a small portion of stuffing made from sourdough bread and celery, and onions that sizzled in butter. They worked slowly, savoring each step, aware of the sunlight streaming through the windows and the quiet of the house around them. Barnaby appeared at some point, attracted perhaps by the sounds and smells. He stationed himself in the kitchen doorway, sitting perfectly upright with his tail wrapped around his front paws, and watched. Alex glanced at him occasionally, noting the way his nostrils flared delicately, the way his amber eyes tracked each movement. For the first time, the cat seemed actively interested in something Alex was doing. "Smells good, doesn't it?" Alex said conversationally, basting the turkey leg with its own juices. Barnaby's ear twitched, but he offered no other response. By early afternoon, everything was ready. The turkey leg had reached that perfect state of doneness, the skin golden and crackling, the meat tender enough to fall from the bone, the herbs darkened and fragrant. Alex plated it carefully on one of the Ashford's beautiful ceramic dishes, adding the roasted vegetables arranged just so, a small mound of stuffing, a drizzle of pan juices that gleamed in the light. They set the plate on the granite kitchen island, stepping back to admire their work. It was, they thought with satisfaction, possibly the most beautiful Thanksgiving meal they'd ever made. They remembered then that they'd forgotten to pour something to drink. The Ashfords had an impressive wine collection in a temperature-controlled cellar off the kitchen, and Mrs. Ashford had specifically told Alex to help themselves. Alex moved into the cellar, scanning the racks for something appropriate, something that would complement turkey without overwhelming it. They selected a bottle, examined the label, decided it was perfect. The whole detour took perhaps 90 seconds. When Alex returned to the kitchen, the plate was still there on the island, but the turkey leg was gone. For a moment, Alex simply stood there, confused. They looked around the kitchen as though the turkey leg might have somehow migrated on its own, might be perched on the counter, or hiding behind the flour canister. But no, the vegetables remained. The stuffing remained. The artful drizzle of pan juices remained. But the center, the main event, the golden, herb-crusted, perfectly cooked turkey leg had vanished. Then Alex noticed the trail. Small but definite. Tiny fragments of crispy skin and herb flakes leading from the island across the hardwood floor and disappearing into the living room. Alex followed, wine bottle still in hand, and found themselves staring at a scene of such pure absurdity that they almost laughed out loud. The antique sofa in the living room sat low to the ground, its carved mahogany legs ornate but short. The clearance beneath it was perhaps 8 inches, no more, and from beneath that narrow space protruded the enormous fluffy hindquarters of Barnaby, the cat. His massive body was wedged under the sofa, only his back half visible, and that back half was wiggling with effort as he dragged something deeper into his den. Alex knelt down, setting the wine bottle aside, and peered under the sofa. 2 amber eyes stared back at them from the shadows, and there, clutched between Barnaby's front paws like a prize of war, was the turkey leg. The cat had somehow, in the span of 90 seconds, leaped onto the kitchen island, seized a piece of food nearly as large as his head, carried it through 2 rooms, and wedged himself under furniture to protect his prize. His expression, visible even in the dim space beneath the sofa, was one of absolute unrepentant smugness. "Barnaby," Alex said, their voice caught between exasperation and disbelief. "That's my dinner." The cat blinked slowly. Then, maintaining eye contact, he bent his head and took a deliberate bite of turkey. "You've got to be kidding me," Alex muttered, but they were smiling despite themselves. What followed was a negotiation that would have been perfectly at home in a diplomatic summit, except that one of the negotiators was a cat who had no interest whatsoever in diplomacy. Alex tried reasoning first, explaining in calm, patient tones that the turkey was meant for them, that Barnaby had his own food, that surely they could come to an arrangement. Barnaby responded by turning his back, as much as one could turn their back while wedged under a sofa, and continuing to gnaw on his prize. Alex retrieved treats from the kitchen, the expensive ones Mrs. Ashford kept for special occasions. They shook the bag near the sofa's edge, making the enticing rattle that usually drove cats wild. Barnaby's ears flicked backward, acknowledging the sound, but he didn't budge. Alex placed a small pile of treats just outside his reach. Barnaby ignored them completely. Next came toys. Alex found a feather wand in the basket near the cat tree and waved it enticingly, dragging the feathers across the floor in patterns designed to trigger every hunting instinct. For the first time, Barnaby showed interest. His eyes widened, his haunches tensed. For one hopeful moment, Alex thought he might abandon the turkey. Then Barnaby's attention snapped back to his prize, and he pulled it another inch deeper under the sofa. "Okay," Alex said, lying flat on their stomach and reaching under the furniture. New plan. Their fingers brushed Barnaby's fur, impossibly soft, and the cat's entire body went tense. They stretched further, arm aching, fingertips just barely touching the turkey leg. Barnaby growled, actually growled, a sound so unexpectedly fierce from such a fluffy creature that Alex jerked their hand back in surprise. And in that moment of retreat, Barnaby seized the turkey leg in his teeth and, with a burst of speed that seemed impossible for a cat of his size and demeanor, dragged it to the very back corner beneath the sofa, completely beyond reach. Alex lay there on the living room floor, cheek pressed to the hardwood, arms still extended uselessly under the furniture, and started to laugh. It began as a chuckle, then grew into genuine laughter that shook their shoulders and brought tears to their eyes. The absurdity of it all, their careful preparations, their beautiful meal, their quiet, dignified Thanksgiving, all hijacked by an overweight Persian cat with an attitude problem. They laughed until their stomach hurt, until they had to roll onto their back and stare at the ceiling, gasping for breath. Barnaby, from his fortress beneath the sofa, made a sound that might have been a confused meow. "You win," Alex said finally, still smiling. "You absolute menace. You win." They pushed themselves up, brushed dust from their clothes, and returned to the kitchen. The vegetables and stuffing were still perfectly good, and there was bread for sandwiches. They made themselves a plate, poured the wine they'd selected, and carried everything back to the living room. Sitting on the floor with their back against an armchair a few feet from the sofa that concealed Barnaby and his stolen treasure, Alex ate their improvised Thanksgiving meal and found it tasted better than it had any right to. Perhaps because it came with a story now. Perhaps because the day had become memorable instead of merely pleasant. From beneath the sofa came the sounds of contented eating, small, satisfied grunts, and the occasional crack of bone. Alex raised their wine glass in a mock toast toward the furniture. "Happy Thanksgiving, Barnaby," they said softly. The afternoon wore on. Alex finished their meal, washed the dishes, and settled in the library with a book they'd been meaning to read for months. The house maintained its quality of deep quiet, broken only by the occasional creak of old wood settling, and once the distant thump that indicated Barnaby had finally extracted himself from beneath the sofa. Alex didn't see him, but they heard his heavy footsteps padding up the stairs, presumably to claim his afternoon windowsill. It was around 4 o'clock when Alex first noticed the change. The light coming through the library windows had shifted, taken on a strange greenish quality. The air felt heavier, charged with something electric. Alex set down their book and walked to the window, looking out over the Ashford property. The sky to the west had gone dark, not with the natural darkness of evening, but with something denser, more ominous. Clouds were rolling in, massive and bruised-looking, moving with a speed that seemed unnatural. The first rumble of thunder came a moment later. Distant but deep, a sound felt as much as heard. Alex watched as the wind picked up, sending dead leaves skittering across the lawn and making the bare branches of the trees sway and creak. The storm was coming fast, eating up the distance between horizon and house with voracious speed. Another rumble, closer now, and Alex could see the clouds roiling, churning like something alive. They moved through the house, closing windows, checking that doors were secure. The temperature was dropping. They could feel it through the glass, and the wind was growing stronger, beginning to rattle the panes in their frames. The first drops of rain arrived not as a gentle patter, but as a sudden assault, fat drops that struck the windows with audible force. Within seconds it intensified, becoming a downpour that turned the world outside gray and indistinct. Lightning flashed, illuminating the entire house for a split second in harsh, white light, and the thunder that followed was immediate and enormous, a crack so loud that Alex felt it in their chest. The storm wasn't approaching anymore. It had arrived. Alex made their way to the kitchen, thinking about candles and flashlights, backups for when the lights flickered. Once, twice, the refrigerator's hum hiccuped and resumed. Lightning flashed again, closer, and this time the thunder was simultaneous, a sound like the world splitting open. The lights flickered a third time, and then, with a finality that was almost audible, everything went dark. The house plunged into a profound darkness, the kind of darkness only possible far from city lights, where night is truly night. Alex stood frozen for a moment, disoriented by the sudden absence of the familiar hum of electricity that one never quite notices until it has gone. Outside, the storm raged on, rain hammering against the roof and windows, wind howling around the corners of the house. Inside, there was only darkness and the sound of Alex's own breathing. They fumbled for their phone, fingers clumsy, and activated the flashlight. The beam was weak, narrow, casting strange shadows that seemed to emphasize rather than dispel the darkness. Alex made their way carefully to the kitchen, finding the drawer where Mrs. Ashford had mentioned emergency supplies. There were candles, thick and ivory-colored, and a box of long matches. There was also a flashlight, larger and more powerful than their phone's light. Alex grabbed everything and made their way to the living room. The fireplace was massive, and Mrs. Ashford had left it laid with logs and kindling, ready to light. "Roger loves a fire on cold evenings," she'd said during the tour, "though I confess we rarely use it. But please, help yourself if you'd like." Alex had never started a fire in a fireplace this size, had only fumbled with camping fires and the occasional bonfire, but surely the principle was the same. They lit one of the candles first, using its light to arrange more candles around the room, creating small islands of warm, flickering light. Then they turned their attention to the fireplace. The kindling caught easily, thank goodness, small flames licking up to embrace the larger pieces of wood. Alex blew gently, encouraging the fire, adding more kindling when needed. The logs resisted at first, too large and solid to ignite quickly, but Alex was patient, and gradually, slowly, the fire began to take hold. Small flames became larger ones, and larger ones began to crackle and pop, and soon there was genuine heat radiating from the hearth, pushing back the chill that had begun to seep into the house. Outside, the storm continued its assault. Rain lashed the windows in waves, driven by wind that sounded like it was trying to tear the house from its foundation. Lightning flashed with increasing frequency, strobing the darkness, and each flash was followed by thunder so intense it seemed to shake the very air. It was the kind of storm that made you grateful for walls and roofs, for the shelter that separated you from the raw fury of nature. Alex had just settled onto the floor, near the fireplace, arranging cushions from the sofa to make a comfortable nest when they heard it. A small sound, barely audible over the storm. A sound that didn't belong to wind or rain or thunder. A meow, thin, wavering, and utterly pitiful. Alex turned, holding up a candle, and there was Barnaby at the entrance to the living room. He stood crouched low to the ground, his enormous body compressed, his ears flat against his head. His amber eyes were huge in the candlelight, the pupils dilated until they were almost entirely black. He looked, for the first time since Alex had met him, small, vulnerable, afraid. Another crack of thunder shook the house, and Barnaby flinched, his whole body trembling. He meowed again, that same thin, frightened sound, and took a tentative step forward. "Oh, Barnaby," Alex said softly, their chest tightening with sudden, fierce sympathy. The cat took another step, then paused, ears swiveling as though tracking some invisible threat. His internal conflict was visible, pride and fear, warring in real time. He'd spent days establishing his dominance, his independence, his absolute disinterest in this human who'd invaded his space. But now the world had gone dark and loud and terrifying, and pride seemed like a very small thing compared to the need for comfort. Lightning flashed, closer than before, and the thunder that followed was instantaneous and deafening. Barnaby made a decision. He ran not the dignified glide Alex had observed before, but an actual, desperate run across the living room and straight to Alex. He didn't stop running until he had launched himself into Alex's lap, all 20-plus pounds of terrified cat suddenly occupying the space between Alex's crossed legs. The impact nearly knocked Alex backward, but they caught themselves, arms automatically coming up to steady the trembling creature. Barnaby immediately pressed himself against Alex's chest, his face buried in the crook of Alex's arm, his body vibrating with fear. His claws were extended, kneading frantically through the fabric of Alex's shirt into their skin, but gently, carefully, as though even in panic he was trying not to hurt. "It's okay," Alex murmured, one hand coming to rest on Barnaby's back. "You're okay. I've got you." The cat's fur was impossibly soft, even softer than it looked, and so thick that Alex's fingers disappeared into it. They began to stroke slowly, carefully, moving from the top of Barnaby's head, down his spine, in long, steady passes. The cat pressed harder against them with each stroke, trying, it seemed, to physically merge with Alex, to hide inside their shelter. Another flash of lightning, another crack of thunder. Barnaby's claws tightened, and he made a sound Alex had never heard from him before, a small, broken chirp of distress. Without thinking, Alex shifted position, wrapping both arms around the cat, cradling his massive body against their chest. They began to rock slightly, the way one might comfort a frightened child, and whispered a steady stream of soft reassurances. "You're safe. The storm can't hurt you here. I've got you. You're not alone." Gradually, by increments so small they were almost imperceptible, Barnaby began to relax. His claws retracted, then extended again with the next thunder crack, then slowly retracted once more. His breathing, which had been rapid and shallow, began to deepen. And then, so quietly at first that Alex thought they might be imagining it, Barnaby began to purr. It started as a vibration, a subtle tremor that Alex felt through their hands and chest before they heard it. Then it grew, deepening, becoming audible, a low, rumbling, rhythmic sound that seemed to come from somewhere deep in the cat's chest. It was nothing like the dainty purrs of smaller cats Alex had known. This was seismic, profound, a sound with actual weight and presence. It thronged through Alex's body where they touched, a vibration that seemed to resonate in their own chest, their own bones. Alex adjusted their position carefully, settling more comfortably against the cushions with their back to the sofa, and Barnaby rearranged himself without ever really leaving the circle of Alex's arms. He ended up sprawled across Alex's lap and lower chest, his head tucked under Alex's chin, his body stretched out in complete, boneless relaxation. The purring continued, steady and deep, and Alex found their own breathing synchronizing with it, slowing to match its rhythm. The storm raged on outside. Rain hammered the roof and windows in waves, sometimes easing to a steady pour, sometimes intensifying to a roar that drowned out all other sound. Lightning continued to flash, turning the darkness bright for split seconds, and thunder rolled and crashed like artillery in the sky. But inside, by the fire, in the small circle of warmth and candlelight, there was peace. Alex kept one hand on Barnaby's back, maintaining the slow, steady stroking that the cat seemed to find soothing. With their other hand, they pulled a throw blanket from the sofa and draped it over both of them. Barnaby made a small sound of approval and somehow pressed even closer, if that were possible. His purring never stopped, never even wavered, a constant, reassuring rumble that seemed to say, "I am here, you are here, we are safe." Time became strange and fluid. Alex lost track of it, couldn't have said whether 10 minutes or an hour had passed. The fire burned down and they added more wood, moving carefully to avoid disturbing Barnaby, who tolerated the brief disruption and immediately settled back once Alex resumed their position. The candles burned lower, their light growing warmer and more intimate. The storm showed no signs of abating, but somehow it no longer felt threatening. It was outside, and they were inside, and that distinction seemed absolute and unbreachable. Alex found their thoughts drifting in the way they do when the body is still, but the mind is content to wander. They thought about connection, about how strange it was that comfort could come from the most unexpected sources. They'd chosen solitude for this holiday, had actively wanted to be alone, and yet here they were, holding a cat who until a few hours ago had treated them with magnificent disdain, and feeling more genuinely companioned than they had in months, perhaps years. There was something about the honesty of it, Alex thought drowsily. Barnaby hadn't pretended affection he didn't feel. He'd maintained his distance, his independence, right up until the moment when he genuinely needed something. And then he'd asked for it in his way and trusted Alex to provide it. There was no performance in it, no social obligation or expectation, just need offered honestly and comfort given freely. Alex thought about their family Thanksgiving that they'd skipped, about the complicated dynamics and the weight of expectations. They thought about all the times they'd felt lonely in crowded rooms, disconnected while surrounded by people. And then they looked down at Barnaby, at his enormous fluffy form completely relaxed in their lap, at his flat face peaceful in sleep, and felt more connected, more truly seen and accepted than they had in countless proper social situations. "You stole my turkey," Alex whispered to the sleeping cat, smiling. "And somehow I think you gave me something better." The purring, and possibly seemed to deepen in response, though Barnaby's eyes remained closed. The storm moved through its phases, the violent, almost angry intensity of its peak gradually giving way to a steadier rain and eventually to a soft, constant patter. The thunder grew more distant, moving east, and the lightning became occasional rather than constant. The power remained out, but it didn't matter. The fire provided warmth and light, the candles added their gentle glow, and the darkness outside became less oppressive and more peaceful, just the natural darkness of a late November night. Alex's eyes grew heavy. The warmth of the fire, the weight and heat of Barnaby in their lap, the rhythmic vibration of his purr, all combined to create a kind of hypnotic comfort. They let their head rest back against the sofa cushion, their hands still moving slowly through Barnaby's fur, and allowed their eyes to close. Just for a moment, they told themselves. Just a brief rest. They woke to pale, gray light filtering through the windows. The rain had stopped, though water still dripped from the eaves, and the world outside looked washed clean. The fire had burned down to embers, glowing faintly in the hearth. The candles had guttered out hours ago, and Barnaby was still there, still sprawled across Alex's lap, still purring, though more softly now, a contented rumble, rather than the desperate vibration of the night before. Alex stirred carefully, and Barnaby's eyes opened, great amber pools that regarded Alex with an expression that could only be described as ... fond. His ears were forward, relaxed. His body remained loose and trusting. When Alex moved their hand to stretch cramped fingers, Barnaby's head pushed up into their palm, demanding more attention, and Alex laughed softly and obliged. "Good morning," Alex murmured. Barnaby chirped, a sound entirely different from his distressed cries during the storm. This was conversational, friendly. He stretched, extending his front legs in a long, luxurious reach that showed off his impressive toe beans, then settled back into a more compact loaf shape on Alex's lap. Clearly, he had no intention of moving anytime soon. The power came back a few minutes later with a distant hum and the sudden glow of a lamp Alex had left on in the hallway. The normalcy of electric light felt almost jarring after the intimacy of firelight and darkness. Alex reached for their phone and discovered it was nearly 7 in the morning. They'd spent the entire night on the living room floor, holding a cat, and somehow felt more rested than they had in weeks. "You're going to be hungry," Alex said to Barnaby, who blinked in acknowledgement but made no move to leave his comfortable position. Eventually, necessity won out over comfort. Alex needed to use the bathroom. Their legs had gone numb, and Barnaby did, in fact, need his breakfast. They stood carefully, prompting a disgruntled meow from the cat, and made their way to the kitchen. Barnaby followed, but differently than before. Instead of his usual aloof glide, appearing independently, as though by coincidence he actively trailed Alex, staying close enough that his fur occasionally brushed against their legs. While Alex prepared Barnaby's breakfast, the cat did something unprecedented. He rubbed against Alex's ankles, not once but multiple times, weaving between their legs in a figure-8 pattern that nearly tripped them. When Alex set down his food bowl, Barnaby paused before eating to look up at them, and Alex would have sworn the cat's expression conveyed gratitude. The day unfolded with a new rhythm. Barnaby still claimed his favorite spots, the sunny patch of rug, the study windowsill, the library chair, but now, when Alex entered whichever room he occupied, he would chirp a greeting. When Alex sat down to read, Barnaby would emerge from wherever he'd been napping and drape himself across their lap or settle against their side. When Alex moved through the house, Barnaby followed, a large, fluffy shadow, who seemed to have decided that being near this human was preferable to solitary dignity. They found the turkey leg bone later that afternoon, abandoned beneath the sofa. Barnaby showed no interest in reclaiming it. He was too busy supervising Alex's activities, offering commentary in the form of chirps and trills, and demanding regular attention in the form of chin scratches and ear rubs. The remaining days of Alex's house sit passed in a kind of peaceful companionship that felt, somehow, more profound than many human friendships. There was an honesty to it, an absence of pretense. Barnaby had needed something and had asked for it. Alex had provided it, and in the process, something had shifted between them. Some fundamental understanding reached that transcended the usual boundaries between human and pet, between temporary caretaker and actual family. On their last evening, Alex sat in the library with Barnaby sprawled across their lap, so heavy and warm that getting up seemed unthinkable. The cat's purr was a constant, soothing rumble, and Alex found themselves reluctant to think about leaving, about returning to their new apartment and their regular life. They would miss this, they realized. Not just the house with its quiet luxury, but this specific cat, this specific companionship. "Your people come home tomorrow," Alex said softly, stroking Barnaby's head. "You'll be happy to see them." Barnaby's purr never faltered, but he opened his eyes and regarded Alex with that amber stare, and Alex had the strangest feeling that the cat understood more than seemed possible. When the Ashfords returned the next afternoon, tanned and relaxed from their Italian holiday, they found Alex and Barnaby curled up together on the library sofa. The cat sprawled possessively across Alex's lap. "Well," Mrs. Ashford said, stopping in the doorway with an expression of pure astonishment. "I've never seen him do that with anyone but Roger." "We had an eventful Thanksgiving," Alex said, smiling down at Barnaby, who had opened one eye at the sound of his people say's voices, but showed no inclination to leave his comfortable position. They told the story over tea, the stolen turkey, the storm, the long night by the fire. Mrs. Ashford laughed until she cried, and even Roger cracked a smile. When it came time for Alex to leave, Barnaby followed them to the door, meowing plaintively, and Alex felt their chest tighten with unexpected emotion. "You're welcome back any time," Mrs. Ashford said warmly. "To house sit or just to visit? I think you've made quite an impression." Alex knelt down one last time to scratch Barnaby's ears, and the cat pushed his head firmly into their hand, purring loudly. "Happy Thanksgiving, Barnaby," Alex whispered. "Thanks for the turkey and everything else." Driving away, watching the Ashford estate recede in the rearview mirror, Alex felt the strange bittersweetness of ending something that had been unexpectedly meaningful. They'd gone into that Thanksgiving expecting solitude and finding it sufficient. Instead, they'd found connection complicated, honest, and entirely on its own terms. They'd learned that sometimes the family we find, even for just a few days, even in the form of a grumpy cat who steals our dinner, can teach us something essential about what it means to need and to be needed, to offer comfort and to accept it. And isn't that, after all, what Thanksgiving is supposed to be about? Not the perfect meal or the proper setting or even the expected company, but the honest recognition of what we have to be grateful for, found in the most unexpected places. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. The Accidental Guest, Snowstorm at the Cabin Sleep Story. The road had been narrowing for the past 40 minutes, pine trees pressing closer on either side until Clara felt she was driving through a tunnel of green and shadow. The GPS on her phone had lost signal 3 turns ago, but the directions she'd printed out were still legible in the fading November light. Left at the crooked mailbox, right where the road splits at the boulder. Another mile to the cabin. She'd left the city before dawn, eager to put distance between herself and the obligations she was avoiding. Her mother's voicemail sat unanswered on her phone. 3 missed calls from her sister. The group text from college friends wondering why she wasn't coming to their annual Friendsgiving. Clara had turned off notifications somewhere around the state line and felt no guilt about it. This year she needed something different. This year she needed to be alone. The tires crunched over gravel as she turned onto the final stretch. Through the trees, she caught her first glimpse of the A-frame cabin, its sharp roofline cutting against the darkening sky. It was exactly as the photos had promised. Isolated, simple, perfect. Clara pulled into the small clearing that served as a driveway and turned off the engine. The silence that followed was profound. No traffic, no sirens, no voices. Just a whisper of wind through pine needles and the distant call of a bird she couldn't name. She sat for a moment, hands still on the steering wheel, and let that silence settle into her bones. This was what she'd been craving. This emptiness, this peace. The air was sharp and clean when she stepped out of the car, carrying the scent of pine and something else, something crisp that might have been the promise of snow. Clara pulled her jacket tighter and walked to the front door, her boots loud against the wooden steps. The key was exactly where the rental listing said it would be, tucked under the woven doormat. She unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cabin exhaled around her. Warm wood walls, a stone fireplace dominating one side of the room, wide windows that looked out onto the forest. A ladder led up to a loft bedroom. The furniture was minimal but comfortable. A worn leather couch, a small dining table, a kitchen area with just enough appliances to get by. Clara set down her bag and turned in a slow circle taking it all in. It was perfect. Absolutely perfect. She made 3 trips to the car, bringing in her suitcase, her laptop bag, and the grocery bags containing her provisions for the week. She'd kept it simple. Coffee, eggs, bread, peanut butter, a frozen turkey breast she'd optimistically purchased with plans to attempt a solo Thanksgiving dinner, and 2 boxes of Pop-Tarts, because she was an adult and could eat whatever she wanted for breakfast. She stashed everything in the small refrigerator and cabinets, then stood at the window, watching the last light drain from the sky. The first snowflakes began to fall as she unpacked her suitcase in the loft. Fat, lazy flakes that drifted down without urgency. The weather forecast had mentioned a chance of snow, nothing serious. Clara watched them for a moment, feeling something tight in her chest begin to loosen. She changed into comfortable clothes, made herself a cup of tea from the kettle she found in the kitchen, and settled onto the couch with one of the novels she'd brought. This was exactly what she needed. Solitude, silence, time to breathe. She'd been reading for perhaps an hour when she heard the sound of an engine. Clara's head snapped up. The book slid from her lap as she stood, heart suddenly pounding. Headlights swept across the windows. A car door slammed. Footsteps on the porch. Clara moved toward the door, confused, alarmed, and then she heard it. The distinct beep of an electronic lock, a code being punched in. The door opened. A man stood in the doorway, overnight bag in one hand, grocery bag in the other, his expression shifting from tired to startled in the span of a heartbeat. He was tall, dark-haired, wearing a well-fitted coat that suggested he'd come from somewhere more sophisticated than a frozen turkey breast and Pop-Tarts. For a long moment, they simply stared at each other. "Who are you?" they said simultaneously. The man recovered first, setting down his bags with deliberate care. "I'm Julian Reeves. One rented this cabin for the week. I have a confirmation number and a code for the lockbox." His voice was measured, the kind of voice used to explaining things clearly and calmly. "Who are you, and why are you in my rental?" Clara's face flushed. "I'm Clara Mills, and this is my rental. I've been here for over an hour. I used a key that was under the mat, just like the instructions said." She grabbed her phone from the coffee table, pulling up her email. "I have a confirmation, too." Julian was already reaching for his own phone. They stood on opposite sides of the small living area, both scrolling, both searching for proof. Clara found her email first, turned the screen toward him. Julian studied it, then held up his own phone. The confirmation numbers were different. The booking dates were identical. "They double-booked us," Clara said quietly. "Apparently." Julian set his phone down and rubbed his eyes. He looked suddenly exhausted. "Let me call the rental company. They're closed. I already checked. Holiday hours." Julian called anyway. Clara listened to the automated message echo tinily from his phone. The office would reopen Monday morning. "If this was an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. Julian hung up and stood there, hand still on his phone, looking at the door as if considering his options. "The snow?" Clara said, moving to the window. "It's really coming down now." They both looked outside. What had been lazy flakes an hour ago had become a legitimate snowfall, thick and fast, already coating the ground. The temperature must have dropped sharply. Julian walked to the window and checked his phone's weather app. His jaw tightened. "Blizzard warning," he said. 18 to 24 inches expected through tomorrow. High winds. "They're recommending people stay off the roads." He looked at her. "I don't think either of us should try to drive out of here tonight." Clara's stomach sank. Her perfect solitude, her carefully planned retreat, was crumbling around her. But she could see the truth of it. The road she'd driven in on would be impassable within hours, if it wasn't already. They were stuck. "I'll take the couch," Julian said, as if reading her thoughts. "You were here first. You should keep the bedroom." "You paid for this place too," Clara protested, though the thought of giving up the loft bedroom made her want to cry. "It's fine. I've slept in worse places." He picked up his bags. "I'll just put these somewhere out of your way." The wind picked up, howling against the cabin walls. The windows rattled in their frames. Snow was already piling against the glass, reducing the world outside to a blur of white and shadow. Clara hugged herself, watching Julian efficiently organize his belongings in a corner of the main room. He moved with the careful precision of someone used to navigating tight spaces, to making himself small and unobtrusive. "Have you eaten?" she asked suddenly. Julian looked up, surprised. "No, I was planning to cook when I got here." "Me too." Clara gestured toward the kitchen. "Maybe we should, I don't know, take stock of what we have, figure out a plan." It seemed absurd to stand on ceremony when they were trapped together in a snowstorm. Julian seemed to reach the same conclusion. He nodded, and together they moved to the small kitchen area. Clara laid out her provisions on the counter: the frozen turkey breast, instant mashed potatoes, stuffing mix, green beans, cranberry sauce from a can, and the Pop-Tarts. Julian unpacked his grocery bag with what looked like embarrassment: an expensive bottle of red wine, artisan cheese, gourmet crackers, prosciutto, fresh bread, olive oil, balsamic vinegar, and dark chocolate. They looked at the spread, then at each other. Despite everything, Clara felt a laugh bubbling up. "I was going to have wine and cheese for Thanksgiving," Julian admitted. "And maybe some bread. I was going to attempt to roast a turkey breast and probably set off the smoke alarm," Clara said. The laugh escaped, and to her relief, Julian smiled. It transformed his face, made him look younger, less guarded. "We could combine forces," he suggested. "Your turkey and sides, my wine and cheese as appetizers. That's the saddest Thanksgiving menu I've ever heard," Clara said, but she was smiling too. "But also probably better than either of us eating alone. Then we have a plan." Julian glanced at the windows, where snow was building up on the sills. "Should we start now? I'm not sure how long we'll have power if this storm gets worse." They worked together in the small kitchen, falling into an easier rhythm than Clara would have expected. Julian located a roasting pan and preheated the oven while Clara unwrapped the turkey breast. He was surprisingly competent, moving around the kitchen like someone who actually enjoyed cooking, not just someone who sustained themselves on takeout and cereal like Clara did most weeks. "Architect," Julian said when she asked, "but I grew up with a grandmother who believed cooking was a basic life skill. She made sure I knew my way around a kitchen. I grew up with a mother who believed writers should focus on writing and let other people worry about food," Clara replied, measuring water for the instant potatoes. "Which sounds romantic until you realize it just meant I never learned. What do you write?" It was a simple question, the kind people asked all the time, but something about the quiet cabin and the storm raging outside made it feel more weighted. Clara paused, her hand still on the potato flakes. Marketing copy, mostly. Website content. Email campaigns. Things that pay the bills. She didn't look at him. "I used to write fiction. Stories. That's what I went to school for. But that doesn't exactly come with health insurance." Julian was quiet for a moment, basting the turkey breast with olive oil and herbs he'd found in the cabin's spice rack. "Do you miss it, the fiction?" "Every day," Clara said softly. Then, because she hadn't meant to be quite that honest, she added, "That's why I'm here, actually. I was going to try to spend the week writing something that mattered. Something that wasn't trying to sell anything." "Was?" "Well, I didn't exactly plan on having company." Julian glanced at her, his expression unreadable. "I could make myself scarce. Once the turkey's in, I can read in the loft or something. Give you space." Clara felt a rush of guilt. "No, I didn't mean it like that. I just..." She stopped. What had she meant? "I'm sorry. This was supposed to be your cabin, too. Your quiet Thanksgiving. I'm the one ruining it." "You're not ruining anything," Julian said. He slid the turkey into the oven and set the timer. "Honestly, I was dreading being alone with my thoughts for 4 straight days. This is..." He looked around the small cabin, at the snow pressed against the windows, at Clara with her box of instant potatoes. "This is better. Different, but better." The power flickered. They both froze, looking up at the lights. The bulbs dimmed, steadied, then brightened again. The refrigerator hummed back to life. "We should find candles," Clara said. "Flashlights. Just in case." They searched the cabin together, finding emergency supplies in a closet. Thick candles, matches, 2 flashlights, and a battery-powered radio. Julian tested the flashlights. Both worked and set them on the coffee table. Clara arranged the candles on the mantel above the fireplace, ready to light if needed. Outside, the wind howled louder, but inside, the cabin felt increasingly like a sanctuary. "Should we start a fire?" Julian asked. "While we still can?" "The turkey will take at least an hour and a half." Clara nodded, grateful for the suggestion. She watched as Julian expertly arranged logs in the fireplace, building a careful structure with kindling at the center. He lit it with one of the long matches from the closet, and the fire caught immediately, sending warm orange light dancing across the wooden walls. The crackling of burning wood added another layer of comfort to the cabin's atmosphere. They sat on the couch while the turkey roasted, the fire burning steadily, the storm intensifying outside. Julian had opened the wine and poured 2 glasses. Clara accepted hers, surprised by how much she wanted it. The normalcy of sitting with someone, sharing wine on Thanksgiving Eve, felt both strange and comforting after months of isolation in her city apartment. "Can I ask why you wanted to be alone for Thanksgiving?" Clara said. Then, worried it was too personal, she added, "You don't have to answer. I'm just curious." Julian swirled the wine in his glass, watching the firelight reflect in the red liquid. "I ended a relationship about 6 months ago. A long one. 5 years. Everyone kept asking if I was okay, offering to have me over, trying to fill my calendar, so I wouldn't be alone. And I appreciated it, I did, but..." He paused, searching for words. "I needed to actually be alone, to sit with it, figure out who I am when I'm not performing for anyone." Clara understood that so completely it hurt. "Is that what it felt like, performing?" "Toward the end, yeah. We both changed, wanted different things, but we kept pretending we were still the same people who'd fallen in love in grad school." He took a sip of wine. "I realized I didn't actually know what I wanted anymore. Everything was about what we wanted as a couple, what the life plan was, what made sense for both of our careers. I forgot to ask myself what I actually wanted." "And have you figured it out?" Clara asked gently. "Some of it. I know I want to spend more time on projects that matter, even if they pay less. I want to design buildings that help people, not just expensive houses for people who already have 3. He smiled wryly. "I want to cook more, travel more. I want to stop living like I'm checking boxes on someone else's list." Clara felt the weight of recognition in her chest. "That's why I'm here too. Different circumstances, but same idea. I've spent the last 5 years writing things I don't care about, for companies I don't believe in, and I justified it by telling myself I was being practical, being an adult. But I'm 32, and I haven't written a single story that means anything in years. I couldn't face another Thanksgiving of my family asking how the writing is going and me lying through my teeth about how fulfilling it all is." "What would you write?" Julian asked. "If you could write anything?" No one had asked her that in years. Clara set down her wine glass and pulled her knees up to her chest, staring into the fire. "Stories about people who are trying to figure out how to be human. Not grand adventures or epic romances, just the small moments that change us. The conversations that shift something inside. The realizations that come at 2 in the morning when you can't sleep." "That sounds beautiful," Julian said quietly. The timer beeped in the kitchen. They rose together, moving back into the warm glow of the cooking space. The turkey had browned perfectly, and the cabin smelled incredible. Roasting meat, herbs, the yeasty scent of Julian's bread warming in the oven. Clara prepared the instant potatoes and stuffing, while Julian sliced cheese and arranged it with the crackers as an appetizer. They worked in comfortable silence now, the earlier awkwardness dissolved by wine and honesty. They ate sitting on the floor by the fire, plates balanced on their laps, because it felt right somehow. More intimate than sitting at the table, more appropriate for this strange Thanksgiving that was nothing like either of them had planned. Julian poured more wine. Clara discovered that instant mashed potatoes tasted better when paired with expensive cheese. They toasted with their glasses, laughing at the absurdity of their situation. "To double bookings," Julian said. "To snowstorms," Clara added. "To accidental company." They ate slowly, talking between bites. Julian told her about the building he'd designed that never got built, a community center in a neighborhood that needed it, killed by funding cuts and political complications. His voice carried the weight of that loss, and Clara understood. Some disappointments carved themselves into you, became part of your landscape. She told him about the novel she'd started and abandoned 3 years ago, 200 pages that lived in a folder on her laptop, gathering digital dust. "I told myself I'd finish it when I had time," she said, "but that was a lie. I had time. I was scared it wouldn't be good enough, scared of failing at the thing I actually cared about." "What was it about?" Julian asked. Clara smiled. "A woman who was trying to figure out how to be human. Small moments, late-night realizations. You know, the usual, the fire burned low." Clara added another log, sending sparks spiraling up the chimney. Outside, the world had disappeared entirely into the white fury of the storm. But inside, the cabin felt warm, safe, suspended in time. There were no phones buzzing, no emails to answer, no expectations to meet. Just two strangers who were slowly becoming less strange to each other. "Can I tell you something?" Julian said. He was lying on his back now, staring up at the wooden beams of the ceiling. "I was actually relieved when my relationship ended. Not happy, exactly, but relieved. And that made me feel like a terrible person." "Why?" "Because you're supposed to fight for relationships, right? You're supposed to do everything you can to make them work. But I think sometimes the bravest thing is admitting when something isn't working and letting it go with kindness instead of destruction." Clara lay down too, mirroring his position, her head close enough to his that she could smell his shampoo, something clean and cedar-scented. "I don't think that makes you terrible. I think that makes you honest." "Honesty is harder than I thought it would be," Julian said. "I spent so long trying to be the right kind of partner that I forgot how to just be myself." They lay in silence for a while, the fire crackling beside them, the wind howling outside. Clara thought about all the ways she'd performed in her own life, shaping herself to fit other people's expectations. Her mother's dreams of literary success, her sister's concern about stability, her own fear of disappointing anyone. When had she last just been herself, without apology or explanation? "Do you believe in fate?" Julian asked suddenly. "Like destiny? I don't know, maybe. Why?" "I am just thinking about how many small decisions had to align for both of us to be here right now. If I'd chosen a different weekend, if you'd picked a different cabin, if the rental agency hadn't made this exact mistake. It feels like a lot of coincidence." Clara turned her head to look at him. His face was relaxed, open in a way it hadn't been when he first arrived. Maybe it's not about fate. Maybe it's just about being willing to stay in the moment when it happens. We could have demanded one of us leave. We could have spent the whole evening angry about the situation. But we didn't. No, Julian agreed. We didn't. Another long silence. Clara felt her eyelids growing heavy, the wine and warmth and emotional honesty pulling her toward sleep. But she didn't want to move yet. Didn't want to climb up to the loft and end this strange, perfect evening. Julian? Yeah? I'm glad you're here. I know that's weird to say, but I am. I thought I wanted to be alone, but maybe what I actually wanted was to be myself around someone who didn't have any preconceived ideas about who I should be. She felt him shift beside her. When she glanced over, he was looking at her, his expression soft. I'm glad I'm here too. The moment stretched between them, charged with something Clara couldn't quite name. It wasn't just attraction, though she was aware of that too. The way his eyes seemed to hold light from the fire, the way his smile changed his entire face. It was deeper than that. A recognition, a sense that something significant was happening, even if it was quiet and small and contained within this cabin, while the world raged outside. Julian sat up first, breaking the spell gently. You should take the bedroom. Get some actual sleep. Clara wanted to argue, but knew he was right. She stood, stretching, feeling the pleasant heaviness of wine and exhaustion. Thank you for dinner. First, she gestured vaguely at the space between them, for being easy to talk to. You too, Julian said. He stood as well, banking the fire carefully. Sleep well, Clara. She climbed the ladder to the loft, aware of him moving around below, setting up his makeshift bed on the couch. The loft was cozy, with a small window that looked out onto the snow-covered forest. Clara changed into her pajamas and slipped under the thick quilts, listening to the wind, the fire, the small sounds of Julian settling in downstairs. She thought about the novel she'd abandoned, about the woman who was trying to figure out how to be human. Maybe that's what they were all doing all the time. Maybe it wasn't about figuring it out once and being done. Maybe it was a constant process of choosing honesty over performance, connection over protection, presence over escape. Clara closed her eyes and let herself drift, surprisingly content despite the disruption of her plans. Sometimes the best moments came from the things you didn't plan for. Sometimes being trapped led to freedom. Downstairs, Julian lay on the couch, staring at the dying fire. He thought about Clara's question. Did he believe in fate? He thought about the relief he'd felt, seeing her here when he'd expected an empty cabin. The way conversation had flowed between them with unexpected ease. The way she'd understood exactly what he'd meant about performing versus being. Maybe it was fate. Maybe it was coincidence. Or maybe it was just two people who were finally ready to be honest, meeting at exactly the right moment. He pulled the blanket up and closed his eyes, listening to the storm, feeling strangely peaceful. Tomorrow they'd wake up to a transformed world. But tonight he let himself rest in the unexpected comfort of not being alone. Morning came gently, filtered light creeping through the snow-covered windows. Clara woke to the smell of coffee and the absence of wind. She lay still for a moment, orienting herself, remembering where she was and why. Then she climbed down the ladder, still in her pajamas, her hair undoubtedly a disaster. Julian was standing at the window, coffee mug in hand, wearing flannel pants and a soft gray shirt. He turned when he heard her and smiled. "Good morning. Coffee's ready." "You're a saint." Clara padded to the kitchen and poured herself a cup, wrapping her hands around the warm mug. Then she joined him at the window. The world outside was transformed. Everything was white, pristine, untouched. The trees wore mantles of snow. The sky was clear, pale blue, infinite. It was breathtakingly beautiful, and also completely impassable. They were still thoroughly trapped. "No wind," Julian observed. "The storm's over. How deep do you think it got?" "At least 2 feet, maybe more. The plow will come eventually, but we're here for a while longer," Clara finished. They looked at each other. Clara expected to feel claustrophobic, desperate to leave. Instead, she felt calm, content, even. This man was still essentially a stranger, but he didn't feel like one. "Not after last night. Leftover turkey for breakfast?" Julian suggested. "Sounds perfect." They spent the morning companionably. Clara worked on her laptop at the dining table, finally opening that abandoned novel file and reading through what she'd written 3 years ago. It wasn't as bad as she'd feared. It was rough, yes, but there was something there, something worth finishing. Julian sketched at the other end of the table, working on design ideas for a project he described as a library that doesn't look like every other library. They didn't talk much, but the silence was comfortable. Occasionally, one would get up to refill coffee, to look out the window at the snow, to add a log to the fire. Around noon, they heard it, the distant rumble of an engine, the snowplow. They both stood, moving to the window. Sure enough, the large orange truck was making its way up the road, blade pushing aside the massive amounts of snow. It passed the cabin, continued up to the turnaround, then came back down. The road was still snow-covered, but passable now, at least for vehicles with good tires. "Well," Clara said quietly, "I guess we're not trapped anymore." Julian didn't respond immediately. When she glanced at him, his expression was complicated. "I should pack up," he finally said. "Let you have your cabin back. Your week of solitude." "Right, yes, of course." Clara's chest felt tight. "I should just go get dressed." She retreated to the loft, pulling on jeans and a sweater, with hands that were less steady than they should have been. This was ridiculous. She'd known this man for less than 24 hours. She'd come here specifically to be alone. So why did the thought of him leaving feel like loss? When she came back down, Julian had packed his bags and was standing by the door, coat on. He'd cleaned up the kitchen, washed their breakfast dishes, left everything tidy. Always considerate, always careful. "Julian," Clara said, then stopped, unsure what she wanted to say. He looked at her, waiting. "Thank you," she managed. for making this weird situation not weird. It was my pleasure." He picked up his bags, then set them down again. "Clara, would you want to stay in touch? I know this was just a random accident, but I'd like to, if you're comfortable with that." Relief flooded through her. "Yes, I'd like that." They exchanged phone numbers, standing in the cabin that had briefly been theirs together. Julian hesitated at the door, looking back at her. "Maybe we could get coffee sometime, when we're both back in the real world. If you're ever in Boston, or if I'm in New York, I'd like that too," Clara said softly. He smiled, that transformative smile that lit up his entire face. "Happy Thanksgiving, Clara. Happy Thanksgiving, Julian." She watched from the window as he cleared snow from his car, loaded his bags, and backed carefully out onto the plowed road. His car disappeared down the driveway, and Clara stood there long after, looking at the empty space where he'd been parked. The cabin felt different now, quieter, but not in the peaceful way she'd expected. She looked at her laptop on the table, at the novel file still open. She thought about what she told Julian. Stories about people trying to figure out how to be human. Small moments that change us. Clara sat down and began to write. Not the abandoned novel, not yet, but something new. A story about two people trapped in a snowstorm. About the unexpected grace of being forced to slow down, to be honest, to connect. About how sometimes the best gifts come wrapped in inconvenience. She wrote until the light faded, until she had to turn on the lamps. She wrote through dinner leftover turkey and cheese and crackers. She wrote until her fingers ached and her eyes burned, and when she finally stopped, she had 15 pages. 15 pages of something that felt true. Her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Made it home safely. "Thank you again for sharing the cabin, and the turkey, and the honesty. Let's definitely get that coffee. Julian." Clara smiled, her chest warm. She saved the document, backed it up, and titled it simply "The Accidental Guest." Then she texted back, "I'm glad you made it. And yes to coffee. I'll be writing about us. Fair warning." "Clara." His response came quickly. "I'd be honored." Clara set down her phone and looked around the cabin one more time. Tomorrow she'd start fresh, spend the rest of the week working on her novel, enjoying the solitude she'd come here for. But tonight she felt grateful for the double booking, for the snowstorm, for the universe's strange sense of timing. Sometimes you needed to be alone, and sometimes you needed to be reminded that connection was possible, even when you weren't looking for it. Especially then. She climbed up to the loft and got ready for bed, listening to the peaceful quiet of the cabin, the soft crackle of the dying fire. Outside, the snow gleamed under starlight. Inside, Clara felt something she hadn't felt in years. Hope. Not for a grand romance necessarily, though who knew what might develop with time and coffee and more honest conversations. But hope that she could finish her novel. Hope that she could live more honestly. Hope that there were still people in the world who would meet you exactly where you were and see you clearly. She pulled the quilts up and closed her eyes, a smile on her face. In Boston, Julian was unpacking his bags in his too-empty apartment. But he was smiling too, thinking about coffee dates and a writer named Clara and the unexpected beauty of plans falling apart. Outside both their windows, the world was dark and cold. But something warm had been kindled, something small and precious and worth tending. And that, they both thought, was more than enough. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. The Layover Lounge, Romantic Sleep Story. The announcement crackled through the speakers with that particular quality of institutional audio systems everywhere, tinny, slightly distorted, apologetic in tone, but absolute in authority. All flights departing from Gate A through Gate D had been canceled until further notice. A fog bank, massive and unyielding, had rolled in from the coast, blanketing the small regional airport in a thick gray silence that swallowed visibility whole. The handful of passengers scattered throughout the Skyline VIP lounge looked up from their phones and laptops, collective disappointment rippling through the space like a sigh made visible. Marcus Chun checked his watch for what must have been the 20th time in as many minutes. 6:47 in the evening on Thanksgiving Eve. He should have been wheels up by now, halfway to Philadelphia, mentally preparing himself for the performance that awaited him at his parents' table. Instead, he stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the fog press against the glass like something alive, obscuring even the tarmac below. Across the lounge, Lena Martinez looked up from her guitar. Fingers paused mid-tune on the strings. She'd been adjusting the tension on the high E, listening to the minute variations in pitch with the focused attention of someone for whom sound was language. The announcement didn't surprise her. She'd felt the weather changing all afternoon, the pressure in the air shifting, the particular quality of light that preceded something atmospheric and inevitable. She returned to her tuning, the quiet plucking of strings, a small island of calm in the rising sea of frustration around her. The exodus began slowly, then accelerated. A businessman in an expensive overcoat made urgent phone calls, then shouldered his carry-on and headed for the exit, already arranging a rental car. A young couple conferred in worried whispers before gathering their things and disappearing toward the main terminal. An elderly woman was met by an airline representative who guided her gently toward some alternative arrangement. One by one, the lounge emptied. Airport staff began their own departure. The woman at the reception desk packed up her belongings, turned off her computer monitor, and offered an apologetic smile to the few remaining souls before dimming the lights in the entrance area. A maintenance worker pushed through with a cleaning cart, then disappeared down a corridor. The coffee station was closed, covered with a plastic shield. The small bar in the corner went dark. The airport was shutting down around them, entering some hibernation state that Marcus had never witnessed before. He'd spent half his life in airports, but always in motion, always passing through. He'd never seen one stop. Marcus returned to his chair, a leather club seat positioned near a tall window. His laptop sat open on the small table beside him, screen glowing with unread emails that suddenly seemed to belong to another world entirely. He wore a charcoal suit, tailored perfectly, with a burgundy tie that his assistant had suggested would be appropriate for a family holiday. The suit felt like armor now, restrictive and heavy. He loosened his tie with one sharp tug, the small rebellion feeling both necessary and insufficient. His phone buzzed. A text from his mother. "What time should we expect you?" He stared at the message, fingers hovering over the keyboard, unable to formulate a response that felt honest. The truth was complicated. The truth was that he'd been dreading this trip for weeks, this annual pilgrimage back to the family home where he would be displayed like a trophy-successful son, corporate vice president, everything they'd hoped he would become. The truth was that somewhere in the last 5 years of climbing the ladder, he'd lost track of who he actually was beneath the title. He set the phone down without responding. Lena finished tuning her guitar and settled it carefully back into its case, an old hard shell covered in stickers from cities across 3 continents. She'd been on the road for 8 months straight, session work that took her from Los Angeles to Nashville to Austin and back again. Good work, the kind that paid well and kept her name circulating among producers and artists who mattered. But somewhere around month 6, the hotel rooms had started to blur together, the cities becoming interchangeable, the music itself starting to feel more like product than art. She'd been heading to Denver to spend Thanksgiving with an old friend from music school, someone who'd settled down, bought a house, started teaching private lessons. The kind of life Lena had always told herself she didn't want. But lately, she'd been wondering what it would be like to wake up in the same bed for more than 3 nights in a row. Wondering what it would be like to know your barista's name, to have a favorite table at a local cafe, to belong somewhere instead of everywhere, and nowhere all at once. She glanced around the lounge. It was just the 2 of them now, her and the man in the suit who couldn't stop checking his watch. The space had transformed in the emptying. What had been a bustling way station for travelers was now something else entirely. Liminal space suspended between purpose and abandonment, humming quietly with the low thrum of ventilation systems and the barely audible whisper of rain beginning to fall against the windows. Marcus stood abruptly and began to pace. 3 steps to the window, pivot, 5 steps to the column, pivot, back to the window. It was a nervous habit he'd developed in the last year, this need for motion when everything else felt static. His therapist, the one his doctor had insisted he see after the panic attack in the executive washroom, had called it kinetic anxiety, the need to physicalize the constant churning of his mind. Lena watched him for a moment, recognizing something in the rigid set of his shoulders, the mechanical precision of his pacing. She'd seen that particular flavor of stress before, in producers who'd worked 18-hour days for weeks on end, in bandmates who'd pushed themselves past the point of sustainability. It was the look of someone running on fumes and force of will, someone who'd forgotten how to stop. "You know," she said quietly, her voice carrying easily in the empty space. Pacing isn't going to make the fog lift any faster. Marcus stopped mid-stride, turning to look at her as if he'd forgotten she was there. For a moment he seemed poised to offer some defensive response, but then something in his expression shifted. The corporate mask slipped just slightly, revealing exhaustion underneath. "I know," he admitted, returning to his chair and sitting down heavily. "I just don't know what else to do." Lena nodded, understanding in that small gesture. "Yeah, I get that." They sat in silence for a while, two strangers occupying the same empty space. Not quite together, but no longer entirely alone. The rain intensified, a soft percussion against the glass that filled the quiet with something almost musical. The fog beyond remained impenetrable, transforming the windows into mirrors that reflected the lounge back at its self-warm light, leather furniture, two figures suspended in amber. Marcus checked his phone again. No new messages, no updates on the flight status. He opened his email, skimmed the subject lines without really reading them, then closed the app. For the first time in recent memory, work felt irrelevant. The deals and meetings and strategic initiatives that normally consumed his every waking thought seemed to belong to someone else's life. "Were you heading home?" Lena asked, breaking the silence again with the gentle ease of someone comfortable with quiet strangers. "Philadelphia," Marcus said. "Family dinner." The whole production. Something in his tone made Lena smile slightly. "You don't sound excited about it." Marcus let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "Is it that obvious?" "Little bit," she said. "I'm Lena, by the way." "Marcus," he paused, then added, "And no, I wasn't excited. Is that terrible?" "Not terrible," Lena said, "just honest. I was heading to Denver, friend from music school. I've been on the road for 8 months, and I think she wanted to remind me what a home-cooked meal tastes like." "Session musician?" Marcus asked, nodding toward her guitar case. "Guilty? You?" "Corporate vice president, tech industry." "Also guilty." They shared a look then, something passing between them, a recognition of mutual exhaustion, perhaps, or the strange camaraderie that sometimes emerges between people who have nothing in common except their circumstances. The airport had grown fully dark outside their bubble of light. Through the windows, nothing was visible except the reflection of the lounge itself and the occasional blur of a distant airplane light diffused through fog. The rain had settled into a steady rhythm, neither increasing nor decreasing, just maintaining its soft presence against the glass. Marcus felt his stomach growl quietly and checked his watch again. 7:30. He'd skipped lunch, planning to eat on the plane. His mother's voice echoed in his head. "Always so busy you forget to eat." She wasn't wrong. "I'm starving," Lena announced, standing and stretching. "And I think we might be stuck here for a while. Want to see what kind of gourmet feast we can assemble from the complimentary snack bar?" Marcus looked at her, then at his laptop, then back at her. The emails could wait. Everything could wait. What else was there to do? "Why not?" he said, closing his laptop with a decisive click. They approached the snack bar like archaeologists examining an ancient site. The selection was exactly what one would expect from an airport VIP lounge. Pretzel bags in various sizes, tiny cubes of cheddar cheese wrapped in red wax, wheat crackers, shortbread cookies, instant coffee in single-serve packets, tea bags in a wooden box, and the crown jewel, a single Granny Smith apple that someone had left behind in the fruit basket. "Okay," Lena said, gathering items with the focused attention of a chef planning a menu. "We're going to do this properly. This is Thanksgiving Eve. We deserve a feast." "A feast," Marcus repeated, but he was smiling now, really smiling for the first time in weeks. They carried their bounty to a table by the window, laying everything out with exaggerated care. Lena arranged the cheese cubes in a geometric pattern. Marcus fanned out the crackers like a dealer spreading cards. The pretzel bags were stacked according to size. The apple sat in the center like a centerpiece, its green skin catching the warm light of the lounge. "Right," Lena said, settling into her chair with mock seriousness. "I propose we approach this as a proper tasting menu. Each item deserves our full attention and honest critique." "You're serious," Marcus said. "Completely." She picked up a pretzel, holding it to the light as if examining a rare vintage. "We'll start with the pretzels. Note the golden brown coloring, the generous distribution of salt crystals, the satisfying twist of the traditional shape." Marcus found himself playing along, leaning forward with equal gravity. "The aroma is subtle, but distinct. Notes of wheat, salt, and ... double quotes." He paused dramatically. "Nostalgia for county fairs and baseball games." Lena bit into the pretzel with an audible crunch. She chewed thoughtfully, eyes closed. "The texture is exceptional. Crisp outer shell, yielding to a tender interior. The salt provides a necessary counterpoint to the sweetness of the dough. However, I detect a certain dryness that suggests this pretzel has been waiting for us for some time. Pairs well with regret and delayed flights," Marcus added, taking his own pretzel. "I'd give it 3 out of 5 stars. Generous but fair," Lena agreed. They moved through each item with the same elaborate ceremony. The cheese cubes were bold, uncompromising, aged at least 3 hours in their individual wax prisons. The wheat crackers offered a rustic, wholesome experience marred only by their aggressive blandness. The shortbread cookies were sweet, crumbly, and ultimately forgettable. The middle management of cookies. By the time they reached the instant coffee, they were both laughing, the absurdity of the situation having transformed into something approaching joy. Marcus prepared 2 cups with hot water from the dispenser, the steam rising between them like something sacred. "The coffee," Lena intoned, wrapping her hands around the paper cup, "is honest in its terribleness. It makes no pretense of being good. It simply exists, bitter and unforgiving, much like life itself." "Deep," Marcus said, taking a sip and grimacing, "but accurate. This is the kind of coffee that reminds you that you're alive, mainly because it makes you question whether being alive is worth it." "Poetic," Lena said. "I'd give it 2 stars for the existential crisis it provides." Finally, they reached the apple. Lena picked it up, turning it slowly in her hands. "The apple," she said softly, "is a reminder that nature still exists, even here in this temple of steel and glass and corporate efficiency. It's green and imperfect and real." Marcus watched as she produced a small pocket knife from her jacket and sliced the apple carefully, offering him half. They ate in a more comfortable silence now, the sweetness of the fruit a welcome change from the processed flavors that had come before. "That was possibly the worst meal I've ever had," Marcus said eventually, gathering the empty wrappers and cups. "Same," Lena agreed. "And now we can tell people we had Thanksgiving dinner together at the airport." The words hung in the air between them. Together. It was such a simple word, but it carried weight in the empty lounge, an acknowledgement that they were no longer simply two strangers occupying the same space. They were companions now, fellow travelers in this unexpected pause. Marcus returned to his seat, but this time he felt the tension in his shoulders begin to release millimeter by millimeter. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows. The fog remained absolute, transforming the outside world into something distant and irrelevant. Inside their bubble, time had become elastic, unhurried, patient. "Can I ask you something?" Lena said after a while. "Earlier, when I asked if you were looking forward to going home, you said no pretty quickly. Why?" Marcus was quiet for a long moment, considering the question. In his normal life, he would deflect, offer some glib response, change the subject. But here, in this liminal space with this stranger he would likely never see again, honesty felt possible in a way it rarely did. "Because I don't know who I am there anymore," he said finally. "Or maybe I know exactly who I am, and that's the problem. I'm the successful son, the one who did everything right. Good schools, good job, good trajectory. And every time I go home, I have to perform that role. I have to be the proof that their sacrifices and expectations were worth it." He paused, surprised by his own candor. "But the truth is, I'm exhausted. I work 80-hour weeks. I haven't taken a real vacation in 3 years. I had a panic attack in the bathroom at work 6 months ago, and had to lie about why I was on the floor when someone found me. And I can't tell them any of that, because it would feel like failure." Lena listened without interrupting, her dark eyes steady and understanding. When he finished, she nodded slowly. "That sounds lonely," she said simply. The words hit Marcus with unexpected force. Lonely. Yes, that was exactly what it was. He'd been so busy, so constantly in motion, that he'd mistaken activity for connection, achievement for fulfillment. He was surrounded by people all day, colleagues, clients, reports, but he couldn't remember the last time he'd felt truly seen by another person. "It is," he admitted quietly. "It really is." Lena drew her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them in a posture that made her look younger than she probably was. "I get it," she said. "Different circumstances, same feeling. I'm on the road constantly. Hotel rooms in different cities, different studios, different musicians every week. I love the work, I really do. But sometimes I wake up and I don't know where I am. I have to check my phone to remember which city, which hotel, which job. She rested her chin on her knees. And everyone thinks it's this glamorous life, you know? Traveling musician, working with famous artists, seeing the country. But nobody sees the part where you eat Thanksgiving dinner from a vending machine because you in an airport between gigs. Nobody sees how hard it is to maintain friendships when you're never in the same place twice. Nobody sees how sometimes you replaying the most beautiful music in the world and you feel completely alone. Marcus felt a recognition so profound it was almost physical. They came from completely different worlds, lived completely different lives, but they were describing the same essential loneliness, the isolation of constant motion, the exhaustion of performing, the loss of self that comes from never being still long enough to remember who you are beneath what you do. Do you ever think about stopping? He asked. All the time, Lena said. But then I think, stopping and doing what? This is what I'm good at. This is what I've built. And if I stop, who am I? Right, Marcus said. Exactly. They sat with that shared understanding for a while, the rain and fog cocooning them in their small island of light and warmth. The airport felt like a spaceship now, floating untethered in some gray void, disconnected from the world and its demands. Marcus realized he hadn't checked his watch in at least 30 minutes. The emails on his laptop had stopped feeling urgent. The family dinner in Philadelphia seemed to belong to another life entirely. I think, Lena said slowly, as if working out the thought as she spoke, that maybe we're both running from something. You're running from stopping, because if you stop, you might have to admit that you're not happy. And I'm running from stopping, because if I stop, I might have to admit that I don't know where home is anymore. Marcus turned to look at her fully. That's uncomfortably insightful, she smiled. Sorry, occupational hazard. Musicians spend a lot of time in their own heads. So do corporate executives, Marcus said. We just pretend we don't. The night deepened around them. At some point, the rain shifted from steady to torrential, a white noise that filled every corner of the lounge. Marcus got up to make more of the terrible instant coffee, if only to have something warm to hold. Lena accepted a cup gratefully, wrapping both hands around it as if drawing comfort from the heat. They talked about everything and nothing. Marcus told her about his first job out of college, working for a startup that failed spectacularly within a year. Lena told him about learning guitar from her grandfather, an old jazz musician who'd played in clubs throughout Texas in the 50s and 60s. They discussed favorite books, worst travel experiences, the particular exhaustion of modern life, the way technology had made it impossible to ever truly disconnect. At one point, Lena retrieved her guitar from its case and played something soft and melancholic, a piece she'd been working on for months. Marcus closed his eyes and simply listened, really listened, not as background noise but as the primary event. The music filled the empty lounge, echoing off the glass and steel, and for those few minutes, nothing else existed except the sound and the space and the strange intimacy of the moment. When she finished, Marcus opened his eyes. "That was beautiful. Thanks," Lena said quietly. "It's about belonging. Or not belonging. I haven't quite figured out which yet. Maybe both," Marcus suggested. "Maybe," she agreed. The hours passed in that strange, suspended way that time moves when you reawake in the deep night and the rest of the world is sleeping. They moved to more comfortable chairs, angled toward the windows and each other. Marcus removed his suit jacket, draping it over the back of his chair. Lena kicked off her boots, curling her feet under her. The formality that had existed between them at the beginning had dissolved completely, replaced by the easy intimacy of shared vulnerability. Marcus found himself talking about things he'd never discussed with anyone: the pressure of expectations, the fear of failure, the quiet crisis of realizing that success hadn't brought the satisfaction he'd been promised it would. Lena shared her own fears about aging in an industry that valued youth, about what it would mean to settle down, about whether the life she'd built was actually the life she wanted or just the life she'd fallen into. "I think," Marcus said sometime around 2 in the morning, "that this fog might be the best thing that's happened to me in years." Lena smiled. Forced pause. "Exactly. When was the last time you just sat somewhere and didn't have to be anywhere or do anything?" "Honestly, I can't remember." "Me neither." They fell into a comfortable silence, watching the rain streak down the windows in patterns that caught and refracted the warm light of the lounge. Marcus felt something unfamiliar, peace maybe, or at least the absence of the constant anxiety that had become his baseline. His mind, usually racing with lists and obligations and strategic considerations, had quieted to something approaching stillness. Lena noticed him relax into his chair, saw the tension finally leaving his shoulders, the corporate armor fully shed now. "You look different," she observed. "Different how?" "More human. Less like a guy playing the role of a guy in a suit." Marcus laughed softly. "I feel more human. Is that strange?" "No," Lena said. "It's what happens when you stop performing for a minute. You remember who you actually are underneath." As the night stretched toward morning, they talked less and simply existed together in the space. Lena played her guitar, occasionally, soft improvisations that required no response. Marcus alternated between looking out at the fog and watching her play, finding something meditative in both. The airport remained completely silent, except for the small sounds: the guitar, the occasional clink of a coffee cup, the soft rustle of movement in leather chairs. Somewhere around 4 in the morning, Marcus realized he was happy. Not the performing happiness of corporate success or achievement, not the surface-level happiness of distractions and busyness, but genuine contentment in the present moment. He was sitting in an airport lounge with a stranger, drinking terrible coffee, listening to beautiful music, and he was happy. The simplicity of it was almost shocking. "Lena," he said quietly, and she looked up from her guitar. "Thank you." "For what?" "For this, for making this bearable, for making it more than bearable." She set the guitar aside and smiled at him, a real smile that reached her eyes. "Same, Marcus. Same." The sky began to lighten imperceptibly, that subtle shift from black to dark gray that precedes dawn. The fog remained, but it had changed quality somehow, becoming less opaque, suggesting the possibility of eventual lifting. The rain had softened to a drizzle, then stopped entirely, leaving the windows streaked and wet. At 5:30, the airport began to wake up. Lights flickered on in distant sections of the terminal. They could hear voices, distant but approaching, staff returning to their stations. The liminal space was ending, the bubble beginning to pop. At 6, an announcement crackled through the speakers. The fog was lifting. Flight operations would resume within the hour. Passengers should check with their airlines for revised departure times. Marcus and Lena looked at each other, something bittersweet passing between them. The pause was ending. Reality was reasserting itself. Soon they would return to their separate lives, their separate trajectories. "So," Lena said. "So," Marcus echoed. They sat for another moment, neither wanting to be the first to move, to acknowledge that their small world was closing. But eventually, practical considerations intruded. They would need to check on their flights, gather their belongings, return to the roles they played in their respective lives. Marcus stood first, reaching for his suit jacket. It felt different now, not armor, but just clothing. He checked his phone and found several missed messages from his mother, his assistant, his colleagues. The world had continued without him, and somehow that was fine. Lena packed her guitar carefully, running her hand along the case with obvious affection. She put her boots back on, tied the laces slowly, delaying the inevitable. "I don't want to be weird," Marcus said, pulling out his phone, "but could I get your number? I feel like I should be able to, I don't know, tell you when I land safely or something." Lena smiled. "I was hoping you'd ask." She recited her number and watched him type it carefully into his contacts. "Text me so I have yours too." He sent a simple message. "Marcus from the airport." Her phone buzzed and she saved his contact. "Got it." They gathered their things in the synchronous way of people who've spent hours together, moving around each other with easy awareness of shared space. Marcus slung his laptop bag over his shoulder. Lena settled her guitar case against her back. They stood facing each other in the lounge that had been their shared world for the night. "This was unexpected," Lena said. "The best things usually are," Marcus replied. Around them, the airport was coming fully alive. Other passengers were beginning to filter into the lounge. Early risers checking on flights, business people already on phone calls. The staff returned to their stations, resuming the routines that had been suspended by the fog. The magic of the empty space was dissipating, replaced by the ordinary bustle of a functional airport. They walked together toward the exit, neither acknowledging that they would soon part ways, heading to different gates and different destinations. As they reached the threshold where the lounge met the main terminal, they paused. "So," Lena said again. Marcus looked at her, this stranger who had somehow become significant in the space of a single night. "I'm glad I got stuck here," he said. "With you." "Me too," Lena said. "This layover changed something." "It did," Marcus agreed. They stood there for another moment, and then Lena stepped forward and hugged him. It wasn't awkward or hesitant. It was the hug of someone saying goodbye to a friend, full of warmth and genuine affection. Marcus hugged her back, surprised by how natural it felt. When they separated, Lena smiled. "Text me when you land in Philadelphia." "I will." "You text me when you get to Denver." "Deal." They separated then, walking in opposite directions down the terminal. Marcus turned once to look back and saw that Lena had done the same. They waved and then continued on their separate paths, disappearing into the flow of travelers. Marcus found his gate and checked the departures board. His flight would leave in 90 minutes. He found a seat with a view of the runway and watched as the last remnants of fog burned off in the morning light. The world was visible again, clear and bright and ordinary. He pulled out his phone and looked at the messages from his mother. Instead of the usual deflection or performance, he typed honestly, "Flight delayed by fog. Will be there this afternoon. Looking forward to seeing you." It was true, he realized. He was looking forward to it. Not the performance of being the successful son, but the actual presence with family, the messy reality of connection. Something in the night had shifted his perspective, had reminded him that running from stillness wasn't the same as living. His phone buzzed. A text from Lena, Gate C-17, boarding in an hour. Still thinking about those gourmet cheese cubes. Marcus smiled and typed back, "Best Thanksgiving Eve dinner I've ever had." "Same," she replied. "Maybe we'll get stuck in another airport sometime." "I'd like that," he wrote. His flight was called for boarding. Marcus gathered his things and joined the line, moving slowly toward the gate. As he handed his boarding pass to the agent and walked down the jetway, he felt different than he had 24 hours ago. Lighter, maybe, more present, less afraid of the pause, the stillness, the moment of not doing that he'd spent so long avoiding. He found his seat by the window and buckled in, watching the ground crew preparing for departure. The plane filled with other passengers, all of them resuming their interrupted journeys, all of them carrying their own stories of delay and frustration and unexpected pauses. As the plane pushed back from the gate and taxied toward the runway, Marcus pulled out his phone one last time before airplane mode. Another text from Lena, flying over mountains. "It's beautiful. Thanks for last night, Marcus." It mattered, he typed quickly. It did matter. "Safe travels, Lena." The plane accelerated down the runway and lifted into the bright morning sky, climbing above the clouds into blue emptiness. Marcus looked out the window at the world spreading below roads and buildings and rivers and fields, all the places where people live their complicated lives. Somewhere down there, Lena was in her own plane, heading west while he headed east, their trajectories diverging after one night of perfect convergence. But he had her number. She had his. And in the age of constant motion and digital connection, geography mattered less than intention. The layover had given them something neither had known they needed, a moment of genuine connection, a reminder of what it felt like to be seen and heard and understood. A pause that had, paradoxically, set something in motion. Marcus closed his eyes and let himself simply be, not the vice president, not the successful son, not the man who never stopped moving, just himself suspended 30,000 feet in the air, flying toward a holiday dinner that he would approach differently now, with more honesty and less performance. The fog had lifted, the flights had resumed, the world had continued, but something fundamental had shifted in that small space between delay and departure, in the hours when two strangers had become briefly, unexpectedly important to each other. And as the plane carried him toward Philadelphia and whatever came next, Marcus felt something he hadn't felt in years: genuine gratitude for an unexpected delay, for a pause that had arrived exactly when he needed it most, for a stranger with a guitar who had reminded him what it felt like to stop running and simply be present in a moment. The layover was over, but its effects would linger, a gentle recalibration of trajectory, a reminder that sometimes the best journeys happen when we're forced to stand still. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your own unexpected pauses bring you exactly what you need. Good night.
The quiet morning of Thanksgiving. A calm holiday sleep story. You wake before the alarm, before the first light touches the horizon, before anyone else in the house stirs. It's that particular kind of waking that feels natural, as though your body knows this day is special and wants to greet it fully, consciously. The darkness in your bedroom is soft, not oppressive, and you lie still for a moment, feeling the weight of the blankets over you, the coolness of the air against your face. Outside, the world is silent in that profound way that only exists in the hours before dawn, when even the birds haven't yet begun their morning conversations. You can feel it already, can you not? That quiet anticipation that lives in your chest, gentle and warm. Thanksgiving. The word itself seems to settle something inside you. There's no urgency yet, no need to rush. The day stretches ahead with all its promise. But right now, right in this moment, it belongs only to you. This is your time, this sacred pocket of stillness before the beautiful chaos begins. You slide from beneath the covers slowly, your feet finding the floor. The wood or carpet beneath you is cool, and this small sensation grounds you, brings you fully into your body, into this moment. You reach for the robe you left draped over the chair the night before, wrapping it around yourself, feeling the soft fabric against your arms. The house around you is so quiet you can hear your own breath, can feel the way sound seems to absorb into the walls, the furniture, the curtains. As you leave your bedroom, you move through the hallway with a gentleness that feels appropriate for this hour. Your hand trails along the wall, fingertips brushing against familiar surfaces. You pass the rooms where others sleep, and you can sense their presence, their peaceful breathing, even through the closed doors. There's something tender about being awake while others rest, about being the guardian of these quiet hours. Your footsteps are soft, instinctive, and you find yourself almost floating through the house, as though you're moving through a dream. The living room is dim, shapes emerging slowly as your eyes adjust. The couch where someone will nap later this afternoon. The chair where your father always sits with his coffee. The bookshelf filled with spines you could identify by touch alone. Everything waits. The Thanksgiving decorations you arranged yesterday catch what little light filters in from the street. A small cornucopia on the side table, autumn leaves scattered artfully across the mantel. They seem different in this darkness, more like promises than declarations. You can see into the dining room from here, can make out the outline of the table. Last night before bed you set out the placemats, the good napkins folded just so, the candlesticks waiting for their tapers. The wine glasses are lined up like soldiers, catching tiny glints of ambient light. You'd arranged the centerpiece, that mix of gourds and pine cones and branches of bittersweet, adjusting it until it felt right. Now, in the pre-dawn darkness, it all waits with a kind of patient grace. Soon, this table will be filled with food, with voices, with laughter and conversation. But not yet. Not yet. The kitchen is where you're headed, and as you round the corner, you reach for the light switch. But you pause. Instead of the overhead light, you turn on the small lamp that sits on the counter, the one with the warm bulb that casts everything in amber. This feels better, more appropriate for this hour. The kitchen reveals itself in gentle increments, shadows and highlights, familiar and yet somehow new. Last night you prepared this space, cleaned and readied it for today's work. Now you see the fruits of that labor. The countertops are clear and clean, surfaces gleaming softly in the lamplight. The sink is empty, the dish towel folded and draped over the faucet. Your cutting boards are stacked neatly, your knives in their block, your measuring cups nested like a family of birds. Everything has its place. Everything waits. The refrigerator hums. That constant white noise you usually don't notice, but in this silence it becomes a kind of companionship, a reminder that you're not alone, that the house itself is alive in its way. Inside that refrigerator, you know, are all the ingredients you purchased yesterday. The turkey, massive and cold, taking up the entire bottom shelf. The vegetables in the crisper drawers, the butter and cream, the cranberries in their bag, the celery and onions, the fresh herbs in their plastic containers. You'd made a list, checked it twice, walked the aisles of the grocery store with focused intention. Now it all waits to be transformed. The oven stands ready, its door closed, its interior dark. Soon it will be the heart of everything, radiating heat and promise, filling the house with aromas that mean home and tradition and love. But for now it rests, patient and cold. You place your hand on its door for a moment, feeling the smooth enamel cool beneath your palm. Hello, old friend, you think. We have work to do today, but not quite yet. You move to the window above the sink, the one that looks out over the backyard. Outside, the darkness is beginning to soften at the edges, that first subtle shift that promises dawn even though the sun is still below the horizon. The trees are black silhouettes against a sky that's transitioning from charcoal to the deepest blue. You can make out the shape of the garden, dormant now in late November, the bird feeder hanging from its shepherd's hook, the fence that marks the border of your small kingdom. This is the view you know best, the one you've looked at thousands of times while washing dishes, preparing meals, talking on the phone, lost in thought. But this morning, it feels different. Perhaps it's the hour, perhaps it's the day itself, but you find yourself really seeing it, really taking it in. The way the grass is silver with frost, the way the neighbor's house is dark except for one window where someone else is awake, a fellow traveler in these quiet hours. You turn from the window and fill the kettle with fresh water, the sound of it rushing from the faucet loud in the silence. You place it on the stove, turn the burner on, watch the blue flame circle into life beneath it. The kettle will take a few minutes to boil, and you use this time to simply stand, to breathe, to be present in this moment before the work begins. Your hands rest on the counter, and you look around the kitchen with new appreciation. This room has seen so much life. How many meals have been prepared here? How many conversations held? How many tears and laughter? How many ordinary moments that make up a life fully lived? The kitchen is more than just a room, you realize. It's a vessel for love, a place where raw ingredients are transformed into nourishment, where the act of feeding becomes an act of caring. You think about the people who will gather here today. You picture their faces, hear their voices in your mind. Your mother, who always brings her famous sweet potato casserole, and who will inevitably rearrange your spice cabinet because she cannot help herself. Your father, who will settle into his chair with the newspaper and a cup of coffee, content to let the preparations happen around him. Your sister and her husband, their children, who will bring energy and noise and joy into every corner of the house. Your brother calling from across the country, his voice on speakerphone joining the celebration even from a distance. Perhaps friends, those chosen family members who have nowhere else to go, or who you simply cannot imagine the day without. Each of them carries their own stories, their own year's worth of experiences. Each of them will bring something to this table, not just food but themselves, their presence, their love. And you, here in this quiet kitchen in the pre-dawn darkness, are preparing a place for all of that to unfold. There's a kind of honor in this, is there not? A privilege in being the one who rises early, who makes ready, who sets the stage for connection and gratitude. The kettle begins to whisper, that sound it makes before it truly boils, and you turn down the flame slightly. Not yet. Let it take its time. You open the refrigerator, the light from within momentarily bright, and you survey your supplies. The turkey is there. Yes, still in its wrapper, and you know you'll need to take it out soon. Let it come closer to room temperature before it goes into the oven. But first, there are other things to attend to. You pull out the crisper drawer and remove the vegetables you'll need for the early preparations. Celery, onions, carrots. The celery is cold and damp against your fingers, the onions papery and dry. You place them on the counter, a small harvest, and close the refrigerator door. The kitchen returns to its amber lamplight, and you return to your rhythm, slow and unhurried. The sky outside has lightened perceptibly now. That deep blue has given way to something softer, streaked with the faintest suggestion of pink along the eastern horizon. Dawn is coming, slow and sure, and you are here to witness it. You move back to the window, drawn to this daily miracle that you so often miss, caught as you usually are in the rush of getting ready for work, the morning routine, the demands of the day. But today is different. Today you can watch. Today you can see. The shapes in the backyard are becoming more defined now. You can distinguish individual branches on the trees, can see the texture of the grass, can make out the small details that darkness had hidden. A bird lands on the feeder, one of the early risers, and begins to peck at the seeds there. You watch it, this small creature, and feel a kinship. Both of you awake before the world, both of you beginning your day in the quiet. The kettle reaches its boil, the whistle soft at first and then insistent, and you turn off the flame. The sudden silence is almost startling, and you pour the hot water into your favorite mug, the one with the small chip on the handle that your fingers automatically avoid, the one that fits your hands just right. You've placed a tea bag in the mug already, and now you watch as the water darkens, the color seeping out from the bag in tendrils swirling and mixing until the entire mug is the rich brown of black tea. You add a splash of milk, just enough, and a small spoon of honey, stirring slowly, watching the honey dissolve and disappear. This cup of tea is for you. This moment is for you. Before the day begins in earnest. You lift the mug to your face and breathe in the steam. Let it warm your cheeks. Let the scent of the tea fill your lungs. It's such a simple pleasure, such an ordinary magic, and yet it feels profound in this moment. You take a small sip, careful of the heat, and the tea is perfect. Of course it is. You've made this same cup of tea 1,000 times, know exactly how you like it, and there's comfort in that knowledge, in that consistency. But you don't linger over the tea, not yet. There's work to be done, and you're eager to begin, eager to move through the familiar rituals of this day's preparation. You set the mug on the counter within easy reach and turn your attention to the vegetables waiting there. The celery first. You pull a stalk from the bunch, rinse it under cool water, the sound of the water a kind of music in the quiet kitchen. The celery is crisp and cold, and as you begin to chop it, the fresh green scent rises up. Your knife moves in a steady rhythm, the blade hitting the cutting board in regular intervals, and you watch the celery transform into neat pieces, uniform and ready. There's a meditation in this, in the simple act of chopping vegetables. Your mind settles, your breath deepens, and you are entirely present in the task. The weight of the knife in your hand, the resistance of the celery, the sound and the scent and the motion. All of it. You move through the bunch, stalk by stalk, until you have a small pile of chopped celery, bright green against the wood of the cutting board. Next, the onions. You choose a large yellow onion, firm and heavy in your hand, and peel away the papery skin. As you cut into it, the sharp scent immediately fills the air, and your eyes begin to water. This too is part of the ritual, this small discomfort that comes with the territory. You don't mind. You continue cutting, dicing the onion into small pieces, and you think about all the hands that have done this same task, all the cooks throughout history who have stood at counters and cutting boards, preparing food for the people they love. You are part of that lineage, part of that great unbroken chain of caregiving and nourishment. The carrots are next, and you peel them first, the vegetable peeler revealing the bright orange beneath the skin. You chop them into rounds, watching the perfect circles form with each cut. The carrots are sweet-smelling, earthy, and you pop a small piece into your mouth, tasting the raw crunch, the natural sugar. It's good. Everything is good. Outside, the pink along the horizon has deepened to rose, streaked with gold. The sun hasn't crested yet, but it's close. So close you can feel its approach, can sense the way the quality of light is changing moment by moment. You glance up from your cutting board often, watching this transformation, not wanting to miss a second of it. With the vegetables chopped and ready, you move them into a large bowl and set them aside. You wash your hands, dry them on the dish towel, and take another sip of your tea. It's cooled slightly now, to that perfect drinking temperature, and you savor it, letting the warmth travel down your throat and into your chest. You can feel yourself waking fully now, the last traces of sleep leaving your body, replaced by a gentle energy, a readiness for the day ahead. You retrieve the bread from the pantry, the loaf you purchased specifically for stuffing. Some people use packaged stuffing mix, you know, but you prefer to make it from scratch, to tear the bread into pieces with your own hands, to control every element of this dish. There's a satisfaction in that, in knowing exactly what's going into the food you're serving, in making it all with intention and care. You tear the bread into rough cubes, filling another large bowl, and as you work, you think about stuffing, about why it matters. It's not the most glamorous dish on the Thanksgiving table. It's not the turkey, the centerpiece, the star. It's not the pie, the sweet conclusion, the reward. But stuffing is essential. It's the dish that soaks up all the flavors, that bridges the other foods, that carries memories in every bite. Your grandmother made stuffing this way, with bread and onions and celery and sage. Your mother makes it this way, and now you make it this way. The recipe exists not on paper, but in your hands, in your muscle memory, in the way you know without measuring exactly how much of each ingredient to use. Once the bread is torn, you drizzle it with olive oil, just enough to give it richness, and you add the vegetables you'd chopped earlier. Then come the herbs. You open the small containers of fresh sage and thyme, and the scent that escapes is so powerful, so evocative, that you close your eyes for a moment. This is the smell of Thanksgiving. Not pumpkin pie, not cinnamon or nutmeg, but sage and thyme, earthy and woody and ancient. You chop the herbs finely, your knife moving quickly now, and you add them to the bowl, using your hands to toss everything together. The bread, the vegetables, the herbs, the oil. Your hands become coated with the mixture, and you don't mind. This is tactile work, sensory work, and it requires your full engagement. You add salt and pepper, more than you think you need because you know the bread will absorb it, will need the seasoning to come alive. The stuffing isn't ready yet, not quite. It needs to sit, needs to meld, and you'll add broth later, before it goes into the oven. But the foundation is laid, and you feel that small sense of accomplishment that comes with completing a task, even a small one. You wash your hands again, rinse the cutting board, wipe down the counter. The kitchen is still relatively clean, still orderly, but you can see the signs of work beginning. The bowl of stuffing mixture, the scraps of vegetable peelings in the compost bin, the used knife in the sink. This is just the start. You turn your attention to the turkey. It's time. You open the refrigerator and carefully remove the large bird, and it's heavier than you remembered, awkward to maneuver. You place it in the sink and begin to unwrap it, peeling away the plastic, reaching inside to remove the bag of giblets from the cavity. The turkey is cold and slippery, and you handle it with care, with respect. This bird gave its life so that you and your family could feast, could gather, could celebrate. That's not lost on you. You rinse the turkey inside and out, the water sluicing over the pale skin, and then you pat it dry with paper towels. This is unglamorous work, messy and cold, but it's necessary. You place the turkey in your largest roasting pan, and it fits just barely, the tips of the legs touching one end, the breast the other. You look at it for a moment, this bird that will feed everyone, and you think about transformation. Right now it's raw and plain, but in a few hours it will be golden and beautiful. The centerpiece of the meal, the dish everyone will photograph before digging in. But first, it needs preparation. You reach for the butter, softened overnight on the counter, and you begin to rub it over the skin of the turkey, massaging it in, making sure every inch is coated. The butter is smooth and rich under your fingers, and you work it into the bird with a kind of tenderness. You season it generously with salt and pepper, and then you add herbs, tucking sprigs of fresh rosemary and thyme under the skin of the breast, where they'll infuse the meat with flavor as it cooks. The turkey is nearly ready now. You slice a lemon in half and place both halves inside the cavity, along with a quartered onion and more herbs. These will steam the bird from the inside. Keep it moist, add subtle layers of flavor. You tie the legs together with kitchen twine, tuck the wing tips under the body, and step back to survey your work. The turkey looks good, looks ready, and you feel a small surge of pride. The sky outside is brilliant now. The sun has broken the horizon, and shafts of golden light stream through the window, painting everything they touch with warmth. The light catches the stainless steel of the sink, the glass of the window, the surface of your tea in its mug, and everything glows. This is the magic hour, photographers call it, when the light is soft and kind and makes everything beautiful. You stand in this light and let it touch your face, let it warm you, and you close your eyes and simply breathe. When you open them again, you turn to the oven. It's time. You set the temperature, high at first, because you'll roast the turkey at a high heat initially to brown the skin, and then you'll lower it for the long, slow cooking that will make the meat tender and juicy. The oven begins to preheat, the element glowing red, and you can already feel the heat beginning to emanate from it. While you wait for the oven to come to temperature, you prepare the other dishes that will go in alongside the turkey, or that will need oven space later. The sweet potatoes need to be peeled and cubed, and you set about this task with the same mindful attention you've given everything else. The sweet potatoes are dense and orange, and as you peel them, that earthy sweet scent fills the air. You cut them into chunks and place them in a baking dish, drizzle them with olive oil and maple syrup, sprinkle them with cinnamon and a touch of cayenne for heat. They'll roast until they're caramelized and tender, their edges crispy and their centers soft. The green beans are already prepped, trimmed and ready in a container in the refrigerator, and you'll blanch them later, just before serving, so they retain their bright color and snap. The cranberry sauce, you decide, you'll make now while you're waiting, because it needs time to cool and set. You pull out the bag of cranberries, rinse them, and place them in a saucepan with sugar and orange juice and a cinnamon stick. You turn the heat to medium and watch as the cranberries begin to burst, their skins splitting with small pops, releasing their tart juice. The smell is bright and sharp, cutting through the richer scents of butter and herbs, and you stir the mixture, watching it transform from a bag of hard berries into a glossy, jewel-toned sauce. The oven beeps, signaling it's reached temperature, and your heart gives a little leap. This is the moment. You slide the roasting pan with the turkey into the oven, the heat hitting your face as you open the door, and you close it gently, carefully. Through the oven window, you can see the bird inside, and you know that in just a little while, it will begin to brown, will begin to smell like Thanksgiving, will begin the transformation that is at the heart of this day. With the turkey in, you set a timer, not because you need to worry yet, but because you want to keep track, want to stay on top of things. The cranberry sauce is bubbling merrily on the stove top, and you give it another stir before turning down the heat and letting it simmer. You cover it partially, leaving just enough room for steam to escape, and you leave it to its own devices, trusting the process. You take your tea tepid now, but still good, and you move to the small breakfast nook, the little table in the corner of the kitchen where you eat quick breakfasts on work mornings, where you sort mail and pay bills, where you sit with your laptop on lazy Sundays. You sit now, in your robe, with your tea, and you look around the kitchen with satisfaction. The space has come alive. The oven is warming the room, radiating heat that takes the chill off the morning air. The The cranberry sauce simmers on the stove, filling the air with its tart sweetness. The bowl of stuffing sits on the counter, ready for its next step. The vegetables for side dishes wait in their containers. Everything is progressing, everything is on schedule, and you feel a sense of calm competence, of being exactly where you need to be, doing exactly what you need to do. The light from outside is fuller now, brighter, and the kitchen is bathed in it. You can see dust motes floating in the beams of sun. Can see the way the light illuminates every surface, every corner. Outside, the world is waking up. You can hear a car drive by on the street, can hear a door close somewhere in the neighborhood, can hear the birds in full chorus now, greeting the day with their songs. You think about Thanksgiving, about what this day means. It's easy, to get caught up in the stress of it, in the pressure to make everything perfect, to satisfy everyone's expectations, to create a Norman Rockwell painting come to life. But sitting here, in this quiet moment, you remember what it's really about. It's about gratitude, yes, but it's also about gathering, about showing up for each other, about sharing food and time and presence. The food is important. You're not diminishing that. But the food is a vehicle, a means to an end. The real point is what happens around the table, the conversations and laughter and connection. You think about what you're grateful for this year. It's been a year like any other, which is to say, it's been a mix of good and hard, of joy and challenge, of moments of grace and moments of struggle. But you've made it through. You're here, in this kitchen, on this morning, preparing to welcome the people you love into your home. That in itself feels like something to be grateful for. You're grateful for your health, for the ability to stand here and cook, to move through these tasks without pain or difficulty. You're grateful for this house, this shelter, this place that keeps you warm and dry and safe. You're grateful for the food in your refrigerator, for the abundance that allows you to prepare a feast when so many people have so little. You're grateful for the people who will gather here today, for the fact that you have people to gather, that you are not alone in this world. And you're grateful for this moment, right now, this quiet hour before the day truly begins. This is a gift you've given yourself, this time of solitude and reflection, and you recognize it as such. In a few hours, the house will be full of people and noise and activity, and that will be wonderful, but it will also be overwhelming in its way. This time, right now, is yours alone, and you treasure it. The timer for the oven hasn't gone off yet, but you rise from the table anyway, drawn back to the work, eager to keep your hands busy. You pour the cranberry sauce into a serving bowl to cool, and it's thick and glossy and perfect. You wash the saucepan immediately, not wanting it to sit and become difficult to clean later, and you set it in the dish rack to dry. The stuffing needs its broth now, and you open a container of homemade stock from the refrigerator. You'd made this stock earlier in the week, simmering chicken bones and vegetables for hours until the liquid was rich and golden and full of flavor. Now you pour it over the bread mixture just enough to moisten everything without making it soggy, and you use a large spoon to mix it all together, making sure every piece of bread is touched by the liquid, by the herbs, by the vegetables. The stuffing goes into a baking dish, and you cover it with foil, ready to go into the oven later, after you've lowered the temperature for the turkey. You label it in your mind, add it to the mental schedule you're keeping. So much of cooking a meal like this is about timing, about knowing what needs to happen when, about juggling multiple dishes and temperatures and techniques. But you've done this before, you know how it works, and you feel confident in your ability to pull it all together. The scent in the kitchen has shifted now. The butter on the turkey is beginning to release its aroma as it melts, mixing with the herbs and the smell of the bird itself. It's subtle still, just a hint of what's to come, but it's there, that first whisper of roasting meat, that promise of the feast ahead. You breathe it in, and something inside you settles even further. This is right. This is good. You move through the kitchen, wiping down surfaces, organizing as you go. You're not neat by nature, tend toward creative chaos in your daily life. But cooking requires a certain level of order, and you rise to meet that requirement. You wash and dry the cutting board, put away the herbs, return ingredients to the refrigerator or the pantry. You want to maintain the sense of space and calm in this room. Want to be able to move freely without tripping over clutter or searching for tools. The mashed potatoes can be prepped now, too, at least partially. You'll cook them later, closer to when you plan to serve, so they're hot and fresh. But you can peel the potatoes now, get them in water so they don't oxidize. You pull the bag of russet potatoes from the pantry, large and heavy, and you begin to peel them one by one. The peeler makes a satisfying scraping sound as it removes the brown skin, revealing the pale, starchy flesh beneath. Your hands work automatically, and you let your mind wander. You think about past Thanksgivings, the long string of them that stretch back through your life. You remember being a child, underfoot in your own mother's kitchen, sneaking bites of this and that, being shooed away but not unkindly. You remember the year you first hosted, how nervous you were, how certain you were that you'd burn something or forget something or somehow fail. You remember the year it snowed, big wet flakes that covered everything in white, and how magical it had felt, looking out at the transformed world while inside everything was warm and golden and smelled like heaven. You think about the people who used to be at this table but aren't anymore. Grandparents who have passed, friends who have moved away, relationships that have ended. There's a tenderness to those memories, a bittersweetness. They were part of your Thanksgivings once, and now they're not. And that's the nature of life, isn't it? People come and go, circumstances change, and all you can do is be present for what is, right now, in this moment. The potatoes are peeled, and you cut them into chunks and submerge them in a pot of cold water. They'll wait there, patient and ready, until you need them. You dry your hands and check the clock. Time is moving, as it always does, but there's still plenty of it. You're ahead of schedule, if anything, and that feels good, feels like a small victory. The oven timer goes off, and you move to check the turkey. You open the door, and the heat and scent rush out, enveloping you. The bird is beginning to brown, the skin turning golden in places, and it looks beautiful. You close the door and lower the temperature as planned, and you reset the timer for the longer cooking period. The turkey will be in the oven for hours still, but it's well on its way now, and you feel that sense of something accomplished, even though the work is far from over. With the turkey taken care of, you turn your attention to the dishes that need baking alongside it or after it. The sweet potatoes can go in now, and you slide their baking dish into the oven, finding space on the rack below the turkey. The stuffing will go in later, maybe in the last hour, and the rolls you've made can go in at the very end, so they're warm and fresh when you sit down to eat. You've been standing for a while now, moving from task to task, and you realize your feet are beginning to feel the effort. You pour yourself another cup of tea, this one fresher, hotter, and you move back to your spot at the breakfast nook. From here, you can see the entire kitchen, can keep an eye on everything while you rest for just a moment. The warmth from the oven has spread through the room now, and the kitchen feels like a living thing, breathing and humming with purpose. The scents are layering, building upon one another. The sweet earthiness of the roasting sweet potatoes mingles with the savory richness of the butter and herbs on the turkey. The cranberry sauce has cooled on the counter, and its bright, tart aroma cuts through everything else. A high note in the symphony of smells. You cup your hands around your mug and look out the window. The sun is fully up now, bright and clear in a blue sky. The frost on the grass has melted, and everything sparkles with moisture. A few leaves, the last stubborn hangers-on from autumn, drift from the trees and spiral down to the ground. You watch them fall, their lazy descent, and you think about seasons, about cycles, about the way everything has its time. Thanksgiving falls in this liminal space between autumn and winter, when the trees are mostly bare but before the deep cold truly sets in. It's a threshold time, and perhaps that's appropriate for a holiday about gratitude and reflection. You're looking back at the year that's passed, taking stock of what's been harvested, both literally and metaphorically, and you're preparing for the dormancy of winter, for the quiet months ahead when things slow down and turn inward. There's something deeply satisfying about working with the rhythm of the seasons, about eating foods that are appropriate to this time of year. The root vegetables, the squashes, the cranberries, the turkey itself, these are all foods of late autumn, foods that sustained people through long winters before there were grocery stores with strawberries in December and tomatoes in January. There's a rightness to eating this way, a connection to something older and wiser than our modern, disconnected lives. Your tea is perfect, and you sip it slowly, in no rush. The house is still quiet, though you can sense that this won't last much longer. Someone will wake soon, will shuffle to the bathroom, will make their way downstairs, and the solitude will be broken. You don't resent this. You love the people who will soon be stirring, but you savor these last moments of aloneness, of being the only one awake, the guardian of this sacred morning time. You think about the day ahead, about the arc it will follow, the slow build of morning preparations, the arrival of guests in the afternoon, the drinks and appetizers and conversation before the meal, the moment when everyone finally sits down at the table, when you look around at all the faces you love, when someone says grace or offers a toast, the passing of dishes, the filling of plates, the first bites of food that you've spent hours preparing, the laughter and stories, the way conversations split and merge and split again, the comfortable chaos of people who know each other well, who have history, who belong together. And then, after the meal, the slow descent into contentment, the loosening of belts, the groans of pleasant fullness, the move from the dining room to the living room where people will settle into chairs and couches. Some will nap, their heads falling back, their mouths slightly open, and no one will judge them for it. Others will watch football, the game a pleasant background hum, or they'll play cards, or they'll stand in the kitchen, picking at leftovers and washing dishes and continuing conversations that meander and flow. The light will change as afternoon becomes evening, and eventually people will begin to leave, bundling up against the cold, carrying containers of leftovers, hugging at the door, promises to do it again soon. Safe travels, love you. And then finally, the house will be quiet again, but a different quiet than this morning's. A satisfied quiet, a tired quiet, the quiet of a day well lived, of a celebration complete. But all of that is still ahead. Right now, you're here, in this kitchen, in this moment, and that's enough. You finish your tea and rise, placing the empty mug in the sink. There's still work to be done, still preparations to make. The pies need to be baked. You'd made the dough yesterday, and it's been chilling in the refrigerator overnight. You pull it out now, along with the filling you'd prepared, and you set about rolling out the crust. The dough is cold and firm, and you flour the counter and the rolling pin, and you begin to roll. This is one of those tasks that requires a light touch, a patient hand. Roll too hard, and the dough becomes tough. Rush it and it tears. But you've made pie crust enough times to know the feel of it, to know when it's ready. The dough spreads under the rolling pin, becomes thinner, wider, and when it's the right size, you carefully drape it over the pie pan, press it into the corners, trim the edges. The pumpkin filling goes in next, smooth and spiced and the color of terracotta. You pour it carefully, filling the crust to just the right level, and you slide the pie into the oven, onto the rack above the sweet potatoes. The oven is getting crowded now, multiple dishes occupying its space, and you make a mental note of where everything is, how long each thing needs. While the pie bakes, you prepare the second one, apple this time, because there are always different preferences, always someone who doesn't like pumpkin. You peel and slice the apples, toss them with sugar and cinnamon and a squeeze of lemon juice, and you fill another crust with this mixture. This pie gets a top crust, and you crimp the edges together, cut vents in the top to let steam escape, brush it with egg wash so it will turn golden and glossy. It will go in the oven when the pumpkin pie comes out, a relay of baking, and both will be cooled and ready by the time dessert rolls around. The scent in the kitchen is extraordinary now. The turkey is perfuming the air with its rich, meaty aroma. The sweet potatoes add their caramelized sweetness, and now the pumpkin pie contributes its warm spices, cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, clove. These are the scents that mean Thanksgiving, that mean home, that mean love made tangible. You could bottle this smell and sell it, you think, and people would buy it by the gallon. But it would never be quite the same as this, as the real thing, as the actual process of cooking, of transforming raw ingredients into a feast. You hear a sound from upstairs, footsteps on the ceiling above you, and you smile. Someone is awake. The quiet morning is drawing to a close, and you're ready for it, ready to share this space, ready to welcome others into what you've created here. You quickly wipe down the counter one more time, toss the apple peelings into the compost, put away the flour and sugar. The kitchen looks lived in now, looks worked in, but not chaotic. There's evidence of activity everywhere. The bowl of stuffing waiting, the pot of potatoes in water, the cranberry sauce cooling, the pies in the oven. But it's organized chaos, purposeful activity. You feel a sense of pride looking around, a sense of accomplishment. You've done this. You've started this day, set it in motion, and now others can join in. You hear the bathroom door close upstairs, hear water running through the pipes, and you decide to make a fresh pot of coffee. Whoever is awake will likely want some, and the gesture feels welcoming, feels like an invitation to join you in this warm, fragrant kitchen. You measure out the coffee grounds, fill the reservoir with water, press the button, and soon the machine is burbling and hissing, and the scent of brewing coffee joins the chorus of aromas. While you wait for the coffee, you check on everything in the oven, and the turkey is doing beautifully, its skin a deep golden brown now, the meat cooking slowly and evenly in the low heat. The sweet potatoes are caramelizing at the edges, darkening to that perfect mix of sweet and almost burnt. The pumpkin pie is setting, its surface smooth and slightly domed. Everything is progressing exactly as it should, and you feel that surge of confidence that comes from knowing you know what you're doing, that you can handle this. Footsteps on the stairs, and you turn to see your mother entering the kitchen, wrapped in her own robe, her hair still mussed from sleep. She looks at you and smiles, that soft morning smile, and says, "You're up early." "Couldn't sleep," you say, which is true and not true. You could have slept longer, could have stayed in bed, but you chose this, chose to rise and claim these quiet hours. Coffee's almost ready. She moves to the window, looks out at the bright morning, and then turns to survey the kitchen. "You've been busy," she observes, and there's approval in her voice, affection. "It smells incredible in here." "Turkey's been in for a while," you tell her. "Everything's on schedule." She pours herself a cup of coffee when the machine finishes, and she leans against the counter, cupping the mug in both hands the same way you do. This is where you learned it, from her, and she looks at you with that expression mothers have, that mix of love and pride and something else, something tender and a little sad, as though they're always seeing you as both who you are now and who you were when you were small. "Do you need help with anything?" she asks, but you shake your head. "Not yet. Later, maybe, when things get hectic. But right now, I'm good." She nods, accepts this, and the two of you stand in comfortable silence, sipping your coffee, the kitchen warm and fragrant around you. This is nice, you think. This is one of those moments that you'll remember, one of those small pockets of connection that matter more than you can articulate. Your mother in her robe, coffee in hand, the morning light on her face, the two of you together in this kitchen where so much life has happened. "I always loved Thanksgiving morning," she says after a while, her voice quiet, reflective. "That feeling of anticipation, of knowing something good is coming, of working toward it." "Me too," you say, and you realize it's true. The day itself is wonderful, but there's something special about the preparation, about this building toward the celebration. The work is part of the joy, not separate from it. She asks about the menu, and you walk her through it. The turkey, the stuffing, the mashed potatoes and gravy, the green beans, the sweet potatoes, the cranberry sauce, the rolls, the pies. She nods at each item, familiar with all of it, and she offers a few suggestions, gently, the way she does. Maybe add a bit more sage to the gravy. Make sure the potatoes are really well drained before you mash them, otherwise they get gluey. Little bits of wisdom passed from her to you, just as they were passed to her from her own mother. You listen and you take the suggestions, because even though you know how to cook, even though you're perfectly capable, there's always more to learn, and her experience is valuable. This is how traditions are maintained, how knowledge is transferred. Not through written recipes, but through these moments, through standing together in kitchens, through the sharing of tips and tricks and techniques. She finishes her coffee and says she's going to shower and dress, that she'll be back down soon. You tell her to take her time, that you have everything under control, and she kisses your cheek as she passes, her hand briefly touching your shoulder. When she's gone, the kitchen feels a little emptier, but not unpleasantly so. You're glad she was here, glad for that moment of connection, but you're also glad to return to your work, to your rhythm. The pumpkin pie is done, and you remove it from the oven, setting it on a cooling rack. It's perfect, the surface smooth and uncracked, the edges of the crust golden. You slide the apple pie in to replace it, and you adjust the temperature slightly, because apple pies bake at a higher heat than pumpkin. The turkey and sweet potatoes continue their slow roasting, and you baste the turkey with the pan juices, spooning the butter and fat and liquid over the bird, keeping it moist, adding flavor. The day is truly underway now. You can hear the shower running upstairs, can hear someone else moving around in one of the bedrooms. The house is waking, coming alive, and soon it will be full of people and activity. But you've laid the groundwork. The foundation is there. Everything from here is just building on what you've already created in these quiet morning hours. You think about the word Thanksgiving, about what it means to give thanks. It's easy to list things you're grateful for: health, family, home, food. But true gratitude is something deeper than a list, isn't it? It's a state of being, a way of moving through the world. It's noticing the small things, the ordinary miracles. The way the light falls through a window, the scent of coffee, the weight of a warm mug in your hands, the sound of someone you love moving around in the house above you. True gratitude is being present for your life as it is, not as you wish it were. It's acknowledging the hard parts alongside the good parts and finding value in all of it. This year has not been perfect. You've had challenges, disappointments, moments of doubt and fear. But you've also had joy, connection, growth, moments of grace. And you're here now in this kitchen, preparing to celebrate with people you love. That's not nothing. That's everything. You prepare the glaze for the turkey, mixing honey and butter and a touch of bourbon, and you brush it over the bird, watching the liquid soak into the skin. The turkey is almost done now, and it looks magnificent, the skin a deep mahogany, crispy and beautiful. You can tell just by looking at it that it's going to be delicious, that the meat will be tender and flavorful, that this bird will be the centerpiece it's meant to be. The stuffing goes into the oven now, the foil-covered dish finding its place on the lower rack, and you set a timer for it. The rolls are shaped and resting, and they'll go in during the last 20 minutes, filling the house with that incomparable scent of baking bread. Everything is choreographed, timed, planned, and it's all coming together exactly as you'd hoped. You start on the mashed potatoes, draining the water from the pot and returning them to the heat for just a moment to dry them out, as your mother suggested. Then you mash them, adding hot cream and butter and salt, working the masher until they're smooth and fluffy. You taste them, adjust the seasoning, taste again. Perfect. You cover the pot to keep them warm, and you set it aside. The gravy is next, and this is the part that makes some people nervous, but you've made gravy enough times that it doesn't intimidate you. You take some of the pan drippings from under the turkey, skim off most of the fat, and you use what's left as the base. You make a roux with flour and butter in a saucepan. Cook it until it's golden and nutty smelling, and then you whisk in the drippings and some stock. The gravy thickens as it cooks, and you add sage and thyme, salt and pepper, and you taste it, adjust it, taste again. It's rich and savory and everything gravy should be, and you pour it into a gravy boat, ready to serve. The kitchen is fully alive now, every surface occupied, every burner in use. The oven is packed, the counters are covered with dishes and bowls and platters, and you're moving through it all with practiced ease, checking and stirring and adjusting. This is the peak of activity, the height of the preparations, and you're in your element, completely focused, completely present. Someone else comes downstairs, your father this time, and he pours himself coffee and settles into a chair with a newspaper, content to be in the same room with you but not intrusive, not demanding attention. This is his way, has always been his way, and you appreciate it. He offers quiet companionship, steady presence, and that's enough. The timer goes off, The turkey is done. You pull it from the oven, and it's glorious. The skin crispy and glistening, the meat beneath it tender and juicy. You can tell without even cutting into it. Can tell from the way it looks and smells, from the clear juices that run when you pierce the thigh with a knife. You tent it with foil and let it rest, because a rested turkey is a tender turkey, and you need this time anyway to finish the other dishes. The sweet potatoes come out next, caramelized and perfect, and you transfer them to a serving dish. The stuffing comes out, crusty on top and tender beneath, and it goes into its own dish. The apple pie comes out, its top crust golden and flaky, steam escaping from the vents, and you set it beside the pumpkin pie to cool. The rolls go in, and you watch them through the oven window as they bake, as they rise and brown and become exactly what they're supposed to be. When they're done, you brush them with melted butter and pile them into a basket lined with a clean kitchen towel. Everything is ready. The table is set. The food is prepared. The house smells like heaven. You step back and survey your work, and you feel a profound sense of accomplishment. You did this. You created this. And soon you'll share it with the people you love, and it will bring them joy. And that's the whole point, isn't it? That's what this has all been about. You take off your apron, smooth down your robe, and you pour yourself one more cup of coffee. The house is filling with people now. Your sister and her family have arrived, and you can hear the children's voices high and excited, can hear the adults greeting each other, the bustle of coats being hung and shoes being removed. They'll make their way to the kitchen soon, drawn by the scents, eager to see what you've prepared. But for just one more moment, you stand alone in this kitchen, in this space you've transformed, and you take it all in. The warmth, the scents, the sight of all the food, ready and waiting. The light streaming through the windows, bright and clear. The sense of abundance, of generosity, of love made tangible. This is what you've created, and it's good. It's very good. You think about the word feast, about its origins. It comes from a Latin word meaning joyful, and that seems right. A feast isn't just about the food, though the food matters. It's about joy, about celebration, about coming together and marking time and acknowledging that we're here, we're alive, we're together. And you think about the word holiday, about how it comes from holy day. And even though Thanksgiving isn't a religious holiday in the traditional sense, there's something sacred about it nonetheless. Sacred in the sense of setting aside time, of marking it as special, of approaching it with intention and reverence. You've treated this morning as sacred, these hours of preparation as a kind of ritual, and that feels appropriate. The voices are getting closer, and soon the kitchen will be full of people, and the quiet will be gone, replaced by conversation and laughter, and the organized chaos of getting everything to the table. You're ready for it. You've done your work. You've laid the foundation. Everything else will flow from here. But before they arrive, before the celebration truly begins, you close your eyes and take one deep breath. You breathe in all the scents, turkey and sage, butter and pie, coffee and cinnamon, and something indefinable, something that is just the smell of home. You breathe in the warmth, the light, the sense of accomplishment and anticipation. You breathe in the gratitude that fills your chest, that makes your heart feel full to bursting, and then you exhale, slowly, releasing any remaining tension, any worry, any need for things to be perfect. This is enough. You are enough. This moment, right now, is perfect exactly as it is. When you open your eyes, you see your sister standing in the doorway, her children peering around her legs, and she's looking at you with an expression of wonder and love and hunger. "This looks amazing," she says. "When can we eat?" You smile and you gesture to the table, to the food, to everything you've prepared. "Soon," you say. "Very soon." And you mean it. The feast is ready. The celebration can begin. You've done your part, created this space, prepared this food, given this gift. Now it's time to sit down, to gather around the table, to share what you've made with the people who matter most. But even as you move toward the table, even as you begin to transfer food from kitchen to dining room, Even as the house fills with voices and movement and life, a part of you holds on to this morning, these quiet hours that were yours alone. You'll carry them with you through the day, through the meal and the conversations and the laughter. You'll carry them with you through the evening, through the goodbyes and the cleanup and the final quiet that comes when everyone is gone. Because this morning was a gift, and gifts like this are rare. The gift of time, of solitude, of being fully present for your life. The gift of working with your hands, creating something meaningful, something that will nourish not just bodies but souls. The gift of watching the sun rise, of witnessing the day begin, of being awake and aware and grateful for all of it. As you watch your family gather around the table, as you see their faces illuminated by candlelight, as you hear them talking and laughing and filling their plates with the food you've prepared, you feel that gratitude wash over you again, stronger this time. This is what you've worked for. This is what the morning was about. Not just the food, but this moment, this gathering, this connection. Someone asks you to sit down, to join them, to stop fussing and start eating, and you do. You settle into your chair, and you look around the table at all these faces you love, and you feel profoundly blessed. The food is delicious. You can tell from the first bite, can tell from the way everyone's eyes close in appreciation, can tell from the satisfied sounds that fill the room. But the food is almost beside the point. The real feast is this, the being together, the sharing not just of food but of time, of presence, of love. As the meal continues, as plates are filled and refilled, as conversations flow and merge and split off into smaller dialogues, you find yourself thinking about the quiet morning again, about those sacred hours before dawn. They feel distant now, almost dreamlike, but they're still there, still part of you. They're the foundation beneath this celebration, the roots that allow this tree to flourish. And as the afternoon wears on, as the meal gives way to dessert, and dessert gives way to that pleasant stupor of contentment, as people begin to settle into chairs and couches, some to nap and some to watch television and some to continue their conversations in quieter tones, you feel yourself beginning to wind down, to release the adrenaline that's been sustaining you, to finally truly relax. You've done it. You've created Thanksgiving, and it was good. It was very, very good. Later, much later, when everyone has gone and the house is quiet again, when you're loading the last of the dishes into the dishwasher and wrapping up the final containers of leftovers, you'll think about this day. You'll remember the quiet morning, the gentle preparation, the scents and sounds and sights of it all. You'll remember the faces around the table, the laughter and conversation, the sense of abundance and gratitude. And you'll feel tired, bone-deep tired, the kind of tired that comes from meaningful work, from giving of yourself fully. But you'll also feel satisfied. You'll feel complete. You'll feel grateful for all of it, the work and the celebration, the solitude and the gathering, the beginning and the ending. But for now, in this moment, you simply are. You're here, in this kitchen that has been the center of everything today. The oven is off, cooling slowly. The counters are mostly clean. The dishes can wait, and you stand at the window, looking out at the evening darkness, at the stars beginning to appear in the sky, and you take one more deep breath. Thank you, you think, for all of it, for this day, for this life, for this moment. Thank you. And in the quiet of your heart you feel an answer, a sense of peace that settles over you like a warm blanket. You're welcome. You're so welcome. As you stand there in the gentle darkness, with the last remnants of the day's warmth still lingering in the kitchen, you feel yourself beginning to drift, not into sleep exactly, but into that peaceful state between waking and dreaming. The day has been full, and now it's drawing to a close, and that's okay. That's good. Everything has its season, everything has its time, and this day, this beautiful Thanksgiving day, has been exactly what it needed to be. You think one more time about gratitude, about what it truly means, and you realize that gratitude isn't just about saying thank you for the good things, the easy things. It's about saying thank you for all of it, for the entire experience of being alive, for the quiet mornings and the chaotic afternoons, for the work and the rest, for the solitude and the gathering, for every moment exactly as it is. And with that thought, you feel a deep peace settle over you, a sense of rightness with the world. You've done what you came here to do. You've prepared the feast, welcomed the guests, shared the abundance. You've given thanks, and you've received thanks. You've been present for your life, for this one precious day, and that's all anyone can ever do. As you finally turn away from the window, as you switch off the last light in the kitchen and make your way toward rest, toward sleep, toward the quiet peace of a day well lived, you carry with you the memory of this morning, of those sacred hours when you were alone with the dawn and the work and the gratitude. And as you drift off to sleep, surrounded by the lingering sense of the feast, warmed by the memory of faces you love, held by the knowledge that you did this, you created this, you gave this gift, you find yourself smiling. Because this is what it's all about, isn't it? This is what we're here for. To show up, to prepare, to welcome, to share, to be grateful, to be present, to feast, in every sense of that beautiful word. And as sleep finally takes you, as you surrender to the deep rest you've earned, your last thought is simple, profound, true. Thank you. For all of it. Thank you. If this story resonated with you, if it guided you to a place of peace and rest, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your sleep be deep, your dreams be gentle, and your heart be full of gratitude. Good night. The high school crush at the hometown bar. A Thanksgiving Eve romance. There's a special kind of magic on the night before Thanksgiving in your hometown. It's a night of surprising reunions and the gentle echo of what if. It's the night when everyone who left comes back, even if just for a few days, and the familiar streets feel both exactly the same and somehow entirely different. It's a night suspended between the past and the future, where memories walk beside you like old friends and anything seems possible. This is a story about one of those reunions. This is a story about Chloe and a November evening that changed everything by changing nothing at all, simply by reminding her of what had always been there, quietly waiting. Chloe's hands rested gently on the steering wheel as her car rolled slowly through the streets of Millbrook, the small town she'd grown up in and left behind 8 years ago. The November evening had settled in fully now, bringing with it that particular quality of darkness that arrives early in late autumn, a deep blue-black sky that made every lit window glow with extra warmth. She'd been driving for 6 hours, leaving the city behind in the early afternoon. And now, as she turned onto Maple Street, she felt the familiar tightness in her chest that always came with coming home. Not anxiety exactly, but something complicated and layered. Nostalgia, perhaps, a strange mixture of comfort and restlessness that she'd never quite found the words for. The town looked exactly as she remembered, and yet somehow smaller, as if her memories had expanded it in ways reality couldn't match. She passed the old elementary school, its playground equipment casting strange shadows under the streetlights. The pharmacy on the corner still had the same faded awning. The traffic light at Main and Oak still took too long to change. Even the cracks in the sidewalk seemed to be in the same places, like the town had been preserved in amber, waiting for her to return and remember. She'd meant to arrive earlier, to have dinner with her family, but work had kept her later than planned, and she'd texted her mom to go ahead and eat without her. The truth was, she didn't mind. The drive had given her time to think, to transition from the person she was in the city, busy, focused, always moving forward, to the person she needed to be here, the daughter, the hometown girl, the version of herself that still existed in these streets, and in the memories of people who'd known her when. Her childhood home appeared on the left, the front porch light burning bright in welcome. Her mother's car was in the driveway, and through the front window she could see the warm glow of the living room lamp. But as Chloe pulled up and turned off the engine, sitting for a moment in the sudden silence, she felt that restlessness rising again. It was only 8 o'clock. The night was young, and something in her resisted going inside just yet. settling into the familiar rhythms of home before she'd even caught her breath from the journey. She thought suddenly of Murphy's Tavern, the old bar downtown that had been there forever. The place everyone came back to on Thanksgiving Eve. It was tradition, really, though not one she'd participated in since moving away. But she remembered it from her college years, those first few returns home, how the place would fill up with familiar faces, everyone catching up, sharing stories about their new lives while standing in the place that represented their old ones. Why not? She thought. Why not just stop by for a drink before going in? Her mom knew she was close. Another half hour wouldn't matter. And besides, there was something appealing about the idea of easing into the homecoming, of sitting somewhere neutral for a moment before fully stepping back into her old life. Chloe grabbed her phone and texted her mother. Just got in, going to stop at Murphy's for a quick drink, home soon. The reply came almost immediately. Okay, sweetie, have fun. There's pie when you get home. She smiled, pocketed her phone, and started walking. She didn't want to move her car, didn't want to think about parking again. The tavern was only 4 blocks away, and the evening, though cold, was clear. The kind of cold that felt clean and sharp, that cleared your head and made your cheeks flush. She zipped her coat higher and set off down the sidewalk, her breath making small clouds in the November air. The streets were quiet in that particular small-town way, not empty, but peaceful. A few cars passed. She could hear a dog barking somewhere in the distance. Through windows, she caught glimpses of families settling in for the evening, the glow of television screens, people moving about in kitchens, Thanksgiving preparations already underway, even though the holiday itself was still a day away. She passed the house where her best friend from high school used to live, wondered briefly where Sarah was now. Married, last she'd heard, living somewhere out west. Each step brought another memory. The corner where she'd wiped out on her bike when she was 10. The house where Tommy Garcia had lived. The boy she'd had a crush on in 6th grade. The tree she and her friends used to climb, now so much taller, its bare branches reaching up into the dark sky like fingers. Everything was exactly where it had been, and yet she felt like a ghost walking through her own past, observing it from a distance, no longer quite part of it. Downtown Millbrook consisted of 3 blocks of small businesses, most of them now closed for the evening. The bookstore where she'd spent countless allowance dollars, the coffee shop that had opened right before she left for college, the old movie theater that had been converted into an antique store. Everything preserved, everything familiar. And there, at the corner of Main and First, was Murphy's Tavern, looking exactly as it always had, like it had been transported from an earlier era and simply refused to change with the times. The building was old brick, weathered to a soft reddish brown, with a single large window in front covered with a dark green curtain. A simple wooden sign hung above the door, swinging slightly in the breeze. Murphy's Tavern, Esther to 1947. Warm light spilled out onto the sidewalk from the window and from around the edges of the door, and she could hear the muted sound of conversation and music from within. Someone laughed, the sound muffled but genuine. She could smell wood smoke. They must have the fireplace going. Chloe paused just outside, suddenly uncertain. What was she doing here? She didn't really know anyone in town anymore. Not well enough to just show up and expect warm welcomes. Most of her high school friends had scattered to the winds, living their lives elsewhere. She'd lost touch with nearly everyone, the way you do when you move away and get busy and stop putting in the effort to maintain connections that feel increasingly distant and unreal. But the cold was biting now, and the warm light looked so inviting, and she'd come this far. She reached for the door handle, feeling the old brass cool under her fingers, and pulled it open. The warmth hit her immediately, a wave of it that brought with it the smell of aged wood beer, the subtle smokiness from the fireplace, and something else, something like cinnamon or cloves, a seasonal scent that made her think immediately of holidays and home. The tavern was exactly as she remembered, perhaps even more so than the town itself. It was as if Murphy's existed outside of time, maintaining itself in perfect stasis, refusing to acknowledge the passage of years. The interior was all dark wood and soft light. The bar itself ran along the left side of the room, a beautiful piece of craftsmanship with a glossy mahogany surface that reflected the light from the pendant lamps hanging above it. Behind the bar, shelves of bottles rose up toward the ceiling, their glass surfaces catching and refracting the light into tiny points of gold and amber. The bar stools were old leather, cracked and worn in places but comfortable looking, the kind that had molded to the shape of countless patrons over the decades. To the right, the space opened up into a series of booths and small tables, all of them dark wood to match the bar. The walls were covered in old photographs of Millbrook through the years, sports pennants from the high school, framed newspaper clippings about local events. In the back corner, a stone fireplace crackled with a real wood fire, the flames casting dancing shadows across the walls and floor. The ceiling was pressed tin, painted a dark bronze that absorbed and reflected the light in equal measure, creating a soft, almost amber glow throughout the space. There were perhaps 20 people scattered throughout the tavern, and the noise level was gentle, conversational. No television blared from above the bar, no jukebox thumped with bass, just the quiet murmur of people talking, the occasional burst of laughter, the clink of glasses, and underneath it all, music playing so softly that Chloe had to focus to identify it. Something old, something classic, something that belonged in a place like this. She made her way to the bar, unbuttoning her coat but not removing it yet, still not quite committed to staying. A few people glanced up as she passed, but no one with recognition, and she felt a strange mixture of relief and disappointment. She'd wanted to be anonymous, but some part of her had also hoped to see a familiar face, to feel welcomed back. The bartender approached, and Chloe felt a jolt of recognition. Rick Murphy, the owner's son, though he must be in his 60s now. He'd been middle-aged when she was in high school, and time had silvered his hair and deepened the lines around his eyes. But his smile was exactly the same, warm and genuine. "Evening," he said, his voice carrying the soft accent of someone who'd never left this place. "Cold out there tonight." "It really is," Chloe agreed, settling onto a bar stool. "But it feels good in here. You've got the fire going." "Always do this time of year," Rick said, leaning against the bar. "What can I get you?" She ordered a glass of red wine, something simple, and Rick nodded, turning to pour it. As he worked, Chloe let her gaze wander around the room, taking it all in. The fire popped and crackled. A couple in one of the booths leaned close together, their heads nearly touching as they talked. At a table near the window, 3 men who looked to be in their 70s played cards, their conversation punctuated by good-natured ribbing and laughter. Rick set the wine in front of her, and the glass felt good in her hand. Something to hold, something to focus on. She took a sip, letting the wine warm her from the inside. It wasn't fancy, but it was good, smooth and rich with notes of cherry and oak. Exactly right for a place like this, for a night like this. "You look familiar," Rick said, studying her with friendly curiosity. "I know you?" "I grew up here," Chloe said. "Chloe Bennett. My family lives over on Maple Street. I used to come in here sometimes when I was home from college." Recognition dawned on his face. "Bennett, sure. Your dad used to come in here now and then. Good man. You home for Thanksgiving?" "Just got in," she confirmed. "Thought I'd stop in for a drink before heading to my parents' house." "Smart," Rick said with a nod. "Ease into it. Thanksgiving Eve's always a good night here. Everyone comes back, just passing through. Nice to see familiar faces." He moved off to help another customer, and Chloe turned on her stool, letting her back rest against the bar as she surveyed the room more thoroughly. Most of the faces were unfamiliar, or familiar only in that vague way, where you might have seen someone around town years ago but couldn't place them specifically. A few people closer to her age, probably home for the holiday like she was. Some older folks who looked like regulars, settled into their spots like they came here every evening. And then her eyes moved to the far corner, to a booth tucked back near the fireplace, and her heart did something strange, something she felt physically in her chest. A skip, a jump, a sudden acceleration that made her breath catch. Sam. She recognized them instantly, even across the room, even after all these years. Sam Fletcher. Her high school crush, though that phrase felt inadequate for what she'd felt. It had been more than a crush. It had been 3 years of quiet longing, of stolen glances across classrooms and lunchrooms, of engineering situations where they might talk, of analyzing every interaction for hidden meanings that probably weren't there. Sam, who'd been kind and funny and smart, who'd had that way of really listening when you talked, who'd made her feel seen in a way she hadn't quite felt since. They'd been friends, actually friends, which had made it both better and worse. Good enough friends that they'd spent time together, that they'd talked about real things, that there had been actual substance beneath her feelings. But just friends, never more, because she'd never had the courage to say anything, and Sam had been in a relationship for most of junior and senior year. And then they'd graduated and gone to different colleges and lost touch the way people do. She hadn't thought about Sam in years, or that wasn't quite true. She'd thought about them occasionally, the way you think about people who were important to you once, wondering where they were, how they were, hoping they were happy. But she hadn't expected to see them. Certainly not here, not tonight, not sitting alone in a booth with a book open on the table and a half-empty beer beside it, looking so perfectly like themselves that Chloe felt like she'd traveled back in time. Sam had changed, of course. They'd been 18 the last time she'd seen them, and now they were clearly 26. The angles of their face more defined, their shoulders broader, their presence more settled. They wore a dark green sweater that looked soft and comfortable, and their hair was a bit longer than she remembered, falling across their forehead in a way that made her want to reach out and brush it back. They were focused on their book, their expression peaceful and content, and there was something about the picture they made, alone, but not lonely, absorbed in their own world, that made Chloe's chest tighten with something she couldn't quite name. She should look away. She should turn back to her wine and mind her own business. But she couldn't stop staring, couldn't stop the flood of memories washing over her. Sam in the hallway at school, leaning against their locker while they talked. Sam at the coffee shop where they used to study, explaining calculus problems with infinite patience. Sam at graduation in their cap and gown, smiling as they walked across the stage. All of it coming back so vividly it was almost disorienting. As if sensing her gaze, Sam looked up from their book. Their eyes scanned the room absently at first, and then stopped, landing on her. For a moment, neither of them moved, just stared at each other across the warm firelit space. And then Sam's face transformed with recognition and something else, something that looked like delight, and they smiled. That same smile that had undone her 100 times in high school, and raised their hand in a small wave. Chloe's heart was racing now, her face flushing with heat that had nothing to do with the fire or the wine. Sam was gesturing for her to come over, closing their book, shifting in the booth to make room. And Chloe found herself standing, leaving her wine on the bar, walking across the tavern toward that corner booth as if pulled by an invisible string, as if all the years between then and now had collapsed into nothing, as if she were 18 again and overwhelmed by the simple fact of Sam's attention. "Chloe?" Sam said as she approached, their voice carrying a note of wonder. "Chloe Bennett? I can't believe it's you." "Hi, Sam," she managed, and her voice came out softer than she'd intended, almost shy. "I can't believe it's you either." Sam stood, and for a moment they just looked at each other, and then Sam opened their arms, and Chloe stepped into a hug that felt like coming home. They smelled like autumn and clean laundry and something else, something distinctly them that she remembered without ever having consciously noted it. The hug was warm and genuine and lasted just long enough to mean something, and when they pulled apart, Sam was still smiling that smile. "Sit, please," Sam said, gesturing to the booth. "I'm sorry, I'm just so surprised. What are you doing here? Are you home for Thanksgiving?" Chloe slid into the booth across from Sam, the leather cool against her legs through her jeans. This close, she could see the details she'd missed from across the room. The small scar on Sam's chin that they'd gotten falling off their bike in 8th grade. The flecks of gold in their hazel eyes. The laugh lines just beginning to form at the corners of their eyes. They'd grown into themselves beautifully, she thought, and then immediately felt foolish for thinking it. "Just got into town," she said, finding her voice. "I was going to head straight to my parents' house, but I decided to stop here first, ease back into everything. And you? I didn't know you still lived in Millbrook." "I don't," Sam said. I'm in Portland now, Oregon, not Maine, but I come back for the holidays. My mom still lives here. You know how it is. Chloe nodded. She did know. What are you doing in Portland? I'm an urban planner, Sam said, and there was something in their voice, a note of pride mixed with self-deprecation. I know, it sounds more exciting than it is. Lots of zoning meetings and traffic studies. But I like it. It feels like making a difference, even if it's slow. What about you? I'm in marketing, Chloe said. In Boston. It's good. It's fine. It pays the bills. She heard how that sounded and laughed a little. That makes it sound terrible. It's actually interesting most of the time. Just, corporate. Nothing wrong with corporate, Sam said generously. We all have to make a living. They took a sip of their beer, their eyes never leaving her face, and Chloe felt the weight of their attention like something physical. I really can't believe you're here. When was the last time we saw each other? Graduation? I think so, Chloe said, though she knew so. She remembered it exactly. The chaos of families and cameras, everyone in their caps and gowns, the strange mixture of excitement and sadness that comes with endings. She'd hugged Sam goodbye, had said something generic about staying in touch, and then they'd both been swept up in their separate celebrations and had never connected again. That was 8 years ago. 8 years, Sam repeated, shaking their head. That's wild. It feels like forever and like no time at all, God, we're almost 30. Not yet, Chloe protested with a laugh. We've got a few years. Fair enough, but still, adults, real adults. When did that happen? They fell into conversation then, the easy kind that surprised Chloe with its naturalness. They covered the basics first, filling in the gaps of 8 years. Sam's college experience studying environmental science and urban planning in Seattle, their initial job in a small firm in Portland, their recent promotion. Chloe's marketing degree, her first job at a small startup that had gone under, her current position at a larger firm that was stable, but sometimes uninspiring. They talked about their families. Sam's younger brother was in medical school now, somehow, impossibly. Chloe's sister was teaching 2nd grade in the next town over, married with a baby on the way. The casual revelations of time passing, of lives unfolding in expected and unexpected ways. The conversation flowed without effort, punctuated by laughter and exclamations of surprise or recognition. Rick brought Chloe her wine, which she'd forgotten at the bar, and Sam ordered another beer, and the drinks sat mostly untouched as they talked, too absorbed in catching up to remember to drink. But gradually, as the initial rush of information slowed, the conversation began to deepen. They moved past the facts and into the feelings, the realities beneath the surface. Sam talked about loving Portland but sometimes feeling lonely there, about the challenge of making real friends as an adult, about missing the ease of high school friendships where you saw people every day and relationships formed naturally through proximity and time. Chloe found herself opening up in ways she hadn't expected, admitting that Boston sometimes felt like the wrong city for her, that she wasn't sure if marketing was what she wanted to do forever, that she sometimes felt like she was just going through the motions, checking off boxes on some invisible list of adult accomplishments without actually feeling fulfilled. I feel like that too sometimes, Sam said quietly. Like I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, building a career, being responsible, but wondering if there's supposed to be more. More joy, more spontaneity, more, I don't know, more life to it. Yes, Chloe said emphatically, leaning forward. Exactly that. Like you're watching yourself from the outside and thinking, is this it? Is this what we were so excited to grow up for? Sam smiled, a little sadly. We were so sure, weren't we? So confident that we'd figure it all out, that adulthood would be this amazing adventure. And it is, sometimes. But it's also just ordinary, mundane. You wake up, you go to work, you come home, you make dinner, you watch TV, you go to bed, repeat. Not that there's anything wrong with ordinary, Chloe added quickly. Some people are perfectly happy with that. And I'm grateful, really. I have a good life. A good job, a nice apartment, friends. But, Sam prompted gently, But sometimes I wonder if I'm happy or if I'm just comfortable, Chloe finished. And I'm not sure those are the same thing. They sat with that for a moment, the honesty of it hanging in the air between them. The fire crackled. Someone laughed at the bar. The music had changed to something slow and jazzy, a woman's voice singing about autumn leaves. And in their corner booth, Chloe felt seen in a way she hadn't felt in a very long time. Maybe since the last time she'd sat across from Sam and talked about things that mattered. "Do you remember Mr. Peterson's class?" Sam asked suddenly, their face lighting up with the memory. "Senior year English?" Chloe laughed. "Of course. He made us read all that transcendentalist poetry, Thoreau and Whitman and Emerson. And we all thought it was so boring at first. But then he did that whole unit on finding meaning and purpose," Sam continued. "And he'd ask us these questions like, what does it mean to live deliberately? What do you want your life to be about?" And we all thought we knew. We had all these grand plans and certainties. "I wanted to change the world," Chloe said, smiling at her younger self. "I was going to work for a non-profit or maybe join the Peace Corps. I was going to do something meaningful. And here you are in corporate marketing," Sam said, but gently without judgment. "And here I am," Chloe agreed. "What about you? You're doing urban planning. That's got to be meaningful, right? Making cities better, more sustainable." "It can be," Sam said, "when it's not swallowed up in bureaucracy and politics and compromise. But yeah, I do feel like I'm contributing something, even if it's small, even if most people never notice." They paused, then added, "But I also remember what I said in that class. I said I wanted to build things. Not just buildings, but communities. Spaces where people could connect, where people could feel like they belonged." "That's beautiful," Chloe said softly. "Are you doing that?" "I'm trying," Sam said. "But it's hard. It takes so long for anything to happen in city planning. You propose something, and then it goes through committees and reviews and revisions. And by the time anything actually gets built, you've moved on to the next project. It's rewarding, but it's not immediate. You don't get to see people using the spaces right away. You don't get to know if you actually made a difference." Chloe nodded, understanding completely. "That must be frustrating." "Sometimes," Sam admitted. "But then other times I'll be walking through a neighborhood I helped redesign, and I'll see families using a new park, or people sitting at outdoor cafes on a street we made more walkable, and I feel like maybe I am building those communities I talked about. Just slowly, one small project at a time." "That's still more than most people do," Chloe pointed out. "Most of us, we just exist in the world. We don't shape it. We don't leave it better than we found it." "You're shaping it too," Sam said. "Just in different ways. Marketing, done right, tells stories. It connects people to things they need or want. It builds brands, which are really just identities that people relate to. That matters." "That's generous," Chloe said. "But I appreciate it." She took a sip of her wine, feeling the warmth spread through her chest. "This is nice. Talking like this. I don't do this enough with people. Really talk, I mean, about things that matter." "Me neither," Sam said. "Everyone's so busy all the time. And when you do get together with friends, it's like you spend all your time catching up on the logistics of life. Who's dating who got promoted, who moved where. You never get beneath the surface." "Like we are right now," Chloe said. "Like we are right now," Sam agreed. And their eyes met, and something passed between them, something warm and electric that made Chloe's breath catch slightly. They talked on, losing track of time entirely. The tavern around them continued its gentle rhythm. People came and went. Rick checked on them periodically, bringing fresh drinks without being asked, seeming to sense that they needed no interruption. The fire burned down and was rebuilt. The music played on, one song flowing into another, all of them old and smooth and perfect for the space. Sam told Chloe about Portland, painting a picture of the city that made her want to visit. The food carts and the bridges, the roses and the rain, the way the city felt both small and cosmopolitan at once. The farmers' markets and the microbreweries, the bookstores and the coffee shops. The mountains visible on clear days, snow-capped and majestic. The sense of being surrounded by nature even in the city. Chloe told Sam about Boston, the history embedded in every street. The way the seasons felt more pronounced there, more dramatic. The beauty of fall in New England, which Sam remembered from growing up nearby but had still somehow forgotten. The excitement of the city, but also the loneliness of it. The way you could be surrounded by millions of people and still feel entirely alone. They discovered unexpected parallels in their lives. Both of them loved to cook but rarely did, defaulting to takeout and easy meals after long work days. Both of them had taken up running as adults, finding that it cleared their heads in ways nothing else could. Both of them read voraciously, and they spent a happy 20 minutes comparing favorite books and authors, finding overlap that delighted them both. They talked about travel, places they'd been and places they wanted to go. Sam had been to Japan the previous year and described it with such vivid detail that Chloe could almost see the temples and gardens, could almost taste the food. Chloe had spent a week in Ireland 2 summers ago and told Sam about the green hills and ancient stones, the pubs and the music, the feeling of walking through a landscape thick with history and story. "I want to go everywhere," Sam said at one point, their face animated with enthusiasm. "I want to see everything, experience everything, learn how people live in different places, what they value, how they build their communities. It's part of why I do what I do. Cities are like cultural artifacts, you know? They tell you so much about the people who build them and live in them." "That's beautiful," Chloe said. "I never thought about it that way. But you're right. The way a city is designed says so much about what matters to the people there. Whether they value cars or pedestrians, whether they prioritize commerce or community, whether they make space for beauty or just efficiency." "Exactly," Sam said, clearly pleased that she understood. "And the best cities, they find a balance. They're functional, but also inspiring. They meet people's practical needs, but also feed their souls." Chloe rested her chin in her hand, studying Sam's face as they talked. They were passionate about this, she could see. This wasn't just a job for them. This was a calling, a purpose. And she felt a pang of something like envy, wishing she felt that way about marketing, about anything in her life. "You love what you do," she said softly. Sam paused, considering. "I do. Most days. Even when it's frustrating. Even when I'm sitting in my 3rd meeting of the day about parking requirements and want to scream. Yeah, I love it." They looked at her carefully. "You don't love marketing?" It wasn't a question, but Chloe answered anyway. "No, not really. I'm good at it. I'm successful. But I don't love it. I don't know if I ever did. I sort of fell into it, honestly. I was good at writing and good at strategy, and marketing needed both, and I needed a job, so." She shrugged. "And now I've been doing it for 5 years, and it feels like it's too late to start over, to figure out what I actually want to do." "It's not too late," Sam said firmly. "We're 26. We have so much time. My mom went back to school when she was 40 and became a nurse. One of my friends from college just quit her job to go to culinary school. Another one is learning to code online. People reinvent themselves all the time." "I know you're right," Chloe said. "Logically, I know that. But it's scary. The idea of starting over, of not having the security, of being a beginner again." "Of course it's scary," Sam said. "Change is terrifying. But you know what's scarier? Waking up at 40 or 50 and realizing you spent your whole life doing something that didn't fulfill you because you were too afraid to try something else." Chloe felt the truth of that settle into her chest. "When did you get so wise?" Sam laughed, the sound warm and self-deprecating. "I'm not wise. I'm just as lost as everyone else. I just got lucky that I figured out what I wanted early and that it was actually viable as a career. But I still have moments of doubt. Still wonder if I should have done something else, taken a different path." "Like what?" Chloe asked, genuinely curious. "Sometimes I think about teaching," Sam admitted. "Urban planning or environmental science, or even just high school geography, shaping young minds instead of shaping cities, having that immediate impact, seeing students grow and learn right in front of you." They traced patterns in the condensation on their beer glass. "But then I think about the pay and the bureaucracy and the politics of education, and I remember why I chose the path I did. There's no perfect choice, Chloe said. No, Sam agreed. There really isn't. Every path has trade-offs. You just have to figure out which trade-offs you can live with. They looked up at her, their expression gentle. For what it's worth, I think you'd be amazing at whatever you decided to do. You always had this way of seeing things clearly, of cutting through the noise to what really mattered. I remember that about you. Chloe felt her face flush with warmth. You remember that about me? I remember a lot about you, Sam said quietly, and there was something in their voice, something in the way they were looking at her, that made Chloe's heart beat faster. The moment stretched between them, laden with something unspoken. The firelight flickered across Sam's face, casting shadows and light in equal measure. The tavern around them seemed to fade away, the sounds growing distant, until it felt like they were the only two people in the world, sitting in this booth, this moment suspended in time. Chloe wanted to say something, but she didn't know what. She wanted to ask what Sam remembered, wanted to ask if they'd felt it too, back then, that pull between them. But she was afraid of breaking the spell, afraid of saying too much, afraid of the answer she might get. Sam seemed to sense her hesitation and smiled, breaking the tension gently. Remember that time in junior year when we stayed after school to work on that history project? Chloe laughed, grateful for the redirect. The one on the Industrial Revolution? And we ended up staying until 6 o'clock because we got so into it. And your mom was mad because you'd forgotten to tell her you'd be late. Sam continued, grinning at the memory. And she called the school and Mr. Harrison had to track us down in the library. I was so embarrassed, Chloe said, covering her face with her hands at the memory. She thought something had happened to me. But we got an A on that project, Sam pointed out. We built that whole model factory with the little workers in the assembly line. You built it, Chloe corrected. I just helped paint it. You were always so good at making things. We made a good team, Sam said, and something in the way they said it made Chloe look up, made her wonder if they were talking about more than just a history project. But before she could respond, Sam was already moving on, asking her about other memories, and they fell into a pattern of reminiscing, laughing over shared experiences. The time they'd both tried out for the school play, and neither of them got cast. The field trip to the museum where it had rained so hard they'd all gotten soaked running from the bus to the entrance. The pep rally where the mascot's head had fallen off in the middle of a cheer routine. Each memory led to another, a cascade of shared history that Chloe had forgotten she carried. It was like excavating a buried treasure, each recollection bringing with it a rush of feeling a connection to her younger self, to this person across from her who had been such a significant part of her life for those few years. I had the biggest crush on you, Chloe said suddenly, and then immediately wished she could take it back. The words had come out without thought, carried on the wave of nostalgia and wine and the strange intimacy of the evening. Sam's eyes widened slightly, and they set down their beer carefully. What? Chloe felt her face burning now, but there was no taking it back. In high school, I had the biggest crush on you for like 3 years. 3 years? Sam repeated, and Chloe couldn't read their expression, couldn't tell if they were pleased or surprised or horrified. Junior year through graduation, Chloe confirmed, wishing the booth would swallow her whole. I know you were with Alex most of that time, so it didn't matter, but yeah, I thought you were everything. Sam was quiet for a moment, and Chloe braced herself for awkwardness, for pity, for the conversation to suddenly become uncomfortable. But when Sam spoke, their voice was soft, almost wondering. I had no idea. Good, Chloe said with a self-deprecating laugh. That means I was better at hiding it than I thought. Chloe, Sam said, and there was something in their voice that made her look up, made her meet their eyes. I had a crush on you too. Time seemed to stop. The tavern fell away completely. Chloe stared at Sam, certain she'd misheard. What? Senior year, Sam said, their words coming faster now, like they were afraid if they didn't get them out quickly, they might not say them at all. After Alex and I broke up, I realized that all the time we'd been spending together, all those conversations, the way I looked forward to seeing you every day, The way I told you things I didn't tell anyone else. I realized I had feelings for you. Real feelings. But you never said anything, Chloe whispered. Neither did you, Sam pointed out gently. And then graduation happened, and we went to different schools, and I figured the moment had passed. That maybe it was just a senior year thing. Nostalgia and proximity and fear of the future all mixed together. Chloe's mind was reeling. I thought you just saw me as a friend. A good friend, but just a friend. I thought the same about you, Sam said. God, we were idiots. Complete idiots, Chloe agreed. And then they were both laughing, the absurdity of it breaking the tension. 8 years. 8 years they'd both carried these feelings, never knowing they were reciprocated, never taking the chance to find out. For the record, Sam said when their laughter had subsided, I don't think it was just a senior year thing. Not for me. I've thought about you a lot over the years, wondered how you were doing, where you ended up. I even looked you up on social media once or twice. I did the same, Chloe admitted. Your profiles were always private. So were yours, Sam said with a small smile. They sat with that revelation, the air between them charged with possibility. Chloe could feel her heart beating in her chest, could feel the weight of Sam's gaze on her, could feel the years falling away until they were 18 again, standing at a crossroads they hadn't known existed. But they weren't 18 anymore. They were adults with separate lives in separate cities, home only for a few days before they'd return to their respective corners of the country. The timing was just as bad now as it had been then, maybe worse. As if reading her thoughts, Sam said quietly, Bad timing, huh? Seems to be our specialty, Chloe said, trying for lightness but hearing the sadness in her own voice. I leave Sunday morning, Sam said. I'm guessing you're leaving around then too. Sunday afternoon, Chloe confirmed. I have to be back at work Monday. They looked at each other, and Chloe could see her own conflicted feelings reflected in Sam's eyes. The recognition of something precious, something that might have been, mixed with the practicality of their current reality. What could they do? Start a long-distance relationship based on one evening of rekindled feelings? That seemed like a recipe for heartbreak, but the alternative, walking away, letting this moment pass like they'd let the last one pass, felt equally unbearable. We still have a few days, Sam said finally. We're both here until Sunday. We could, I don't know, spend some time together, see where things go. I'd like that, Chloe said, relief flooding through her. I'd really like that. Yeah? Sam's face lit up with a smile that made them look suddenly younger, more like the person Chloe remembered from high school. Yeah, Chloe confirmed. I mean, I'm going to be with my family for Thanksgiving, obviously. But maybe we could do something Friday or Saturday. Both, Sam said immediately. Let's do both. I'm not wasting another opportunity with you, Chloe Bennett. Even if it's just a few days. Even if it's just this. Just this, Chloe echoed, but she was smiling, feeling lighter than she had in months, maybe years. Whatever this was, wherever it went, at least they were finally being honest. At least they were finally trying. They exchanged phone numbers, marveling at how strange it was to have such an important person from your past not already saved in your contacts. Sam put Chloe's number into their phone with exaggerated care, making her laugh. Chloe did the same, her fingers trembling slightly as she typed, whether from nerves or excitement or too much wine. She wasn't sure. Text me tomorrow, Sam said. Let me know when you're free on Friday. We'll figure something out. I will, Chloe promised. Definitely. They fell back into conversation then, but it was different now, lighter somehow. The weight of unspoken feelings lifted. They talked more about their lives, but also about possibilities, about what-ifs. What if they had said something in high school? What if they had gone to the same college? What if their paths had crossed again earlier? I don't believe in fate, Sam said at one point. I think we make our own choices, forge our own paths. But I also think that some connections are strong enough that they find a way to persist, even across time and distance. And maybe this is one of those. Running into each other tonight, Chloe said. Out of all the bars, on all the nights. Out of all the bars, on all the nights, Sam repeated with a grin. recognizing the reference. See, this is what I mean. We still have the same references, the same touchstones. That doesn't just disappear. Chloe glanced at her phone and was startled to see it was after 11. Oh my God, we've been sitting here for 3 hours. Have we? Sam checked their own phone and looked equally surprised. Wow, it didn't feel like that long at all. It never does with you, Chloe said softly. That's how I knew, back in high school, that I had feelings for you. Time just disappeared when we were together. Hours felt like minutes. It still does, Sam said, holding her gaze. Isn't that something? It was something. It was everything. And Chloe felt a flutter of hope in her chest, fragile and precious, like something that needed to be protected but also given room to grow. Around them, the tavern had grown quieter. Several of the tables were empty now, their occupants having departed into the cold November night. The fire had burned down to glowing embers. The music was even softer now, barely audible. Rick was wiping down the bar, and Chloe got the sense that they were approaching closing time, though he hadn't said anything, hadn't rushed them. I should probably go, Chloe said reluctantly. My mom is going to wonder where I am, and I'm sure you need to get back to your mom's place too. I really don't want this evening to end, Sam admitted, but you're right, we should probably go. They gathered their things slowly, neither of them in any hurry despite their words. Sam left cash on the table for their drinks and waved away Chloe's attempt to contribute. Next time, they said. You can buy next time. Next time. The words were like a promise, and Chloe held them close as they made their way to the door. Rick called out a goodbye, told them to stay warm, and they both thanked him, stepping out into the cold November night. The temperature had dropped further, and Chloe's breath came out in visible clouds. The street was empty now, the shops all dark. The town settled in for the night. Above them, stars scattered across the clear black sky, more visible here than they ever were in the city. A half-moon hung low on the horizon, casting pale silver light across the street. Which way are you headed? Sam asked, zipping their coat up to their chin. That way, Chloe said, pointing down Main Street. Maple Street, about 4 blocks. You? Other direction, Sam said, gesturing behind them. My mom's place is over on Pine. They stood there on the sidewalk, neither wanting to be the first to leave. Chloe could feel the cold seeping through her coat, but she didn't care. She didn't want this moment to end, didn't want to break the spell of the evening. So, Sam said softly. Friday? Friday, Chloe confirmed. I'll text you in the morning. We'll figure out a plan. I can't wait, Sam said, and the simple sincerity of it made Chloe's heart squeeze. They moved toward each other at the same time, meeting in a hug that was tighter and longer than the one at the beginning of the evening. Chloe closed her eyes, breathing in Sam's scent, feeling the solid warmth of them against her, memorizing the feeling of this moment. Sam's arms around her, the cold night air on her face, the quiet street around them, the sense that something important was beginning. When they pulled apart, Sam's hands lingered on her arms for a moment, their faces close enough that Chloe could see the gold flecks in their eyes even in the dim streetlight. For a heartbeat, she thought Sam might kiss her, and her breath caught in anticipation. But instead, Sam smiled, soft and sweet, and squeezed her arms gently before stepping back. Text me, Sam said again. I will, Chloe promised. They parted then, walking in opposite directions, and Chloe made herself not look back, though she desperately wanted to. She could hear Sam's footsteps receding behind her, growing fainter until they disappeared entirely. And then she was alone on the quiet street, walking home, her mind swirling with everything that had happened. The walk back to her parents' house passed in a blur. She barely noticed the familiar landmarks, too lost in her thoughts to pay attention to her surroundings. Her body felt light, almost buoyant, like she might float away if she wasn't careful. She couldn't stop smiling, couldn't stop replaying the conversation in her head, hearing Sam say, I had feelings for you too, over and over again like a song on repeat. When she reached her house, she paused on the front step, taking a moment to compose herself before going inside. The porch light was still on, and through the front window she could see the television flickering, meaning at least one of her parents was still awake. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the excitement thrumming through her veins, and opened the door. Her mother was on the couch, reading with the TV on mute, and she looked up with a smile as Chloe entered. "There you are. I was starting to worry. Did you have a nice time at Murphy's?" "Yeah," Chloe said, and she could hear the smile in her own voice. "Really nice. I actually ran into someone I knew from high school." Her mother's eyebrows rose with interest. "Oh, anyone I'd know?" "Sam Fletcher," Chloe said, unbuttoning her coat. "We were friends senior year. They're home for Thanksgiving, too." "Fletcher," her mother repeated, thinking. "I remember. Nice kid, very polite. How are they doing?" "Good," Chloe said. "Really good. They're living in Portland now, doing urban planning." "That's wonderful," her mother said warmly. "It must have been nice to catch up." "It was," Chloe agreed, and she left it at that, not ready to share more, wanting to keep the evening to herself a little longer, to hold it close like a secret. "Is there really pie?" Her mother laughed. "In the kitchen, apple. Your father couldn't wait and already had a piece." Chloe headed to the kitchen, suddenly ravenous, realizing she hadn't eaten dinner, had only had wine and conversation. She cut herself a generous slice of pie and ate it standing at the counter, the sweetness of apples and cinnamon grounding her back in the familiar reality of her parents' kitchen. But even as she stood there, in the house where she'd grown up, she felt different. Changed somehow by the evening. Or maybe not changed, but reminded of who she used to be, of what it felt like to connect with someone deeply, of the possibility that life could still surprise you, that you could turn a corner and find something wonderful waiting. She finished the pie, washed her plate, and said goodnight to her mother before heading upstairs to her old bedroom. It looked exactly as it had when she'd left for college, frozen in time like a museum exhibit, band posters on the walls, books on the shelves, the desk where she'd done her homework, the bed where she'd dreamed her teenage dreams. She got ready for bed mechanically, her mind elsewhere, and when she finally slipped under the covers, she pulled out her phone and looked at Sam's contact information. Just their name and number, no photo, no additional information. But seeing it there made her smile. Should she text? No, it was late. She'd said she'd text in the morning. She didn't want to seem too eager, too desperate. But God, she wanted to. She wanted to tell them she'd gotten home safe, wanted to say goodnight, wanted to keep the conversation going. Her phone buzzed and she nearly dropped it in surprise. A text from an unknown number that could only be Sam. Made it home, still smiling. Tonight was really special. Can't wait for Friday. Chloe's heart soared. So Sam had been thinking the same thing, had been unable to wait until morning either. She typed back quickly. "Me too. On all counts. Sleep well, Sam." The response came almost immediately. "You too, Chloe. Sweet dreams." She set the phone on her nightstand and lay back against the pillows, staring up at the ceiling with a grin she couldn't suppress. The night before Thanksgiving, and she'd been given an unexpected gift. A second chance at something she thought was lost forever. A reminder that life was full of surprises, that connections endured, that it was never too late for new beginnings, or for old beginnings to find their proper ending. Outside, the night was quiet and cold, the town asleep under its blanket of stars. But inside, Chloe felt warm, felt hopeful, felt more alive than she had in months. She thought about fate and choice, about timing and second chances, about all the small decisions that had led to this moment. Her choice to stop at Murphy's instead of going straight home. Sam's choice to sit in that corner booth with a book. The 8 years that had passed, shaping them both into the people they needed to be to truly appreciate each other. Maybe Sam was right, that there was no such thing as fate. But maybe there was something to the idea that strong connections persisted, that they waited patiently for their moment, and when that moment came, they blazed back to life as if they'd never dimmed. She thought about Friday, about seeing Sam again, about the weekend ahead, about the conversation they'd continue, the stories they'd share, the time they'd spend together, She didn't know where it would lead. Didn't know if this was the beginning of something real or just a beautiful interlude, a what-if finally answered before they went back to their separate lives. But for now, for tonight, it was enough to know that Sam had felt it too. That all those years ago, she hadn't been alone in her feelings. That the connection she'd treasured hadn't been one-sided. That they had a chance, even if just for a few days, to explore what might have been and what might still be. Tomorrow would be Thanksgiving, a day for family and tradition and gratitude. And Chloe had so much to be grateful for. Her health, her family, her opportunities. But tonight, lying in her childhood bed with Sam's goodnight text still glowing on her phone, she was most grateful for unexpected reunions and second chances, for old friends who might become something more, for the way life could surprise you when you least expected it. The night before Thanksgiving in your hometown, she thought sleepily, really was magic. It was a night when the past and present collided, when old feelings resurfaced, when you remembered that the life you were building wasn't the only possible life, that there were other paths, other choices, other versions of yourself still waiting to be discovered. She closed her eyes. Sam's smile vivid in her memory, the sound of their laugh echoing in her ears, the feeling of their arms around her warming her even in the cold November night. And as sleep claimed her, gentle and sweet, she dreamed of Friday and Saturday, and all the tomorrows that might unfold from this one perfect evening, this one beautiful reunion, this one moment of courage when she'd walked across a tavern and found not just an old friend but a piece of herself she'd thought was lost. There would be time to worry about logistics later, time to think about distance and practicality and how two people in different cities might make something work, time to be realistic and cautious and adult about the complications. But not tonight. Tonight was for hope. Tonight was for possibility. Tonight was for believing that sometimes, when you least expected it, the universe gave you exactly what you needed, wrapped in the familiar packaging of an old friend, and delivered in the warm, firelit corner of a hometown bar on the night before Thanksgiving. And as Chloe drifted into sleep, surrounded by the memories of her youth and the promise of tomorrow, she carried with her the profound sense that something important had shifted, that her life had been quietly redirected towards something she hadn't known she'd been searching for. It wasn't dramatic or earth-shattering. It was gentle and natural, like a river finding its course, like a door opening that you hadn't realized was closed. It was the feeling of coming home, not to a place but to a person, to a connection, to yourself. And in the quiet darkness of her old bedroom, with Sam's words still glowing on her phone and the memory of their smile still warming her heart, Chloe knew that no matter what happened next, tonight had been perfect, complete, exactly what it needed to be. The night before Thanksgiving had given her its gift, and she had received it with open hands and an open heart. And that, she thought, as sleep finally claimed her completely, was enough, more than enough. It was everything. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. Thank you for spending this evening with Chloe and Sam. May your own Thanksgiving be filled with unexpected joys and gentle reunions. Sleep well. A Friendsgiving Dinner, a bedtime story of found family. Some families we are born with, and some families we build ourselves, piece by piece, with laughter and shared meals. This is a story about that kind of family, a found family, and the special warmth of a Thanksgiving made of friendship. The afternoon light was turning golden as it slanted through the kitchen windows, catching dust motes that danced in the warm air like tiny, lazy snowflakes. Outside, November had painted the neighborhood in shades of rust and amber. The trees mostly bare now, their branches reaching up like gentle hands against a sky that promised an early evening. Inside, the apartment held a different kind of warmth, the kind that comes from careful preparation and quiet anticipation. The kitchen counter was crowded with bowls and cutting boards, evidence of a day spent cooking. There was flour dusted across the black granite, a few stray rosemary leaves near the sink, and the lingering scent of butter and brown sugar from the sweet potato casserole that had come out of the oven 20 minutes ago, its marshmallow topping golden and just barely crisp at the edges. The host, Let's simply know them as someone who understands that home is not just a place, but a feeling you create. Move through the kitchen with the kind of calm focus that comes from doing something you love for people you love even more. They had started early that morning, before the sun had fully risen, when the streets were still quiet and the world felt like it was holding its breath. There was something meditative about those early hours, about measuring flour and rolling dough, about the way the kitchen gradually filled with warmth and fragrance. The pie had been first, a pumpkin pie made from their grandmother's recipe, the one written on an index card in fading blue ink, the paper soft and slightly stained from years of use. The crust had been rolled out on the counter, the dough cool and smooth under their hands, and they had worked it gently, pressing it into the pan with care, crimping the edges just the way they had been taught. Then had come the casserole, the turkey breast that was now resting under foil, and the cranberry sauce simmering on the back burner, filling the apartment with its tart sweetness. But it was not about perfection. It never had been. It was about the gesture, about creating something with your hands to share with the people who had become, over the years, and through the small accumulations of shared experience, your family. The table was set, or mostly set. Plates that didn't quite match sat at each place setting, some from a thrift store, some inherited, one or two purchased on a whim at a flea market because they were too beautiful not to buy. The silverware was similarly mismatched, a collection rather than a set, but somehow that felt right.
That felt honest. Cloth napkins in deep burgundy sat folded beside each plate, and in the center of the table, a low arrangement of autumn leaves and small white candles waited to be lit. The host had spent a good 15 minutes getting it just right, adjusting the leaves, moving the candles a fraction of an inch one way and then another, until it felt balanced without looking too deliberate. They glanced at the clock. 20 minutes until the first guests were supposed to arrive, which meant probably 30 minutes in reality, and that was fine. That was perfect, actually. It gave time to check on things one more time, to adjust the temperature on the mulled cider warming on the stove, to make sure there were enough clean glasses to simply stand in the kitchen and take a breath and remember why this mattered. Because it did matter. These gatherings, these deliberate creations of warmth and connection, they were not just nice things. They were necessary things. In a world that often felt fractured and fast, where everyone was always rushing somewhere else, these moments of slowing down, of sitting together and sharing food and stories and time, they were small acts of resistance. They were ways of saying, we belong to each other. We choose each other. Not because we have to, but because we want to. Because somewhere along the way, through late-night phone calls and coffee dates and the kind of conversations that last until 3 in the morning, through showing up when someone needed you and letting someone show up for you, through all of that, you had built something real. The host pulled out their phone and checked the group chat, smiling at the messages that had been accumulating throughout the day. Leaving in 10 minutes, bringing my famous deviled eggs, and also my mediocre sense of humor, read one. Running a little late, but I have PI, so you have to forgive me, said another. Can't wait to see everyone. Needed this so much, read a third, and something in that last message made the host's chest feel warm and tight at the same time. They moved through the apartment one more time, not anxiously but with attention, making sure everything was ready. The living room was tidy but not sterile, with throw pillows arranged on the couch and a soft blanket draped over the armchair, the kind of space that invited you to settle in and stay. The bathroom had fresh hand towels and extra toilet paper and a small vase of flowers on the counter. Music played softly from a speaker, something instrumental and warm, just loud enough to fill the silence without demanding attention. And then, right on time, or rather, right on time by their standards, which meant 15 minutes late, the doorbell rang. The host felt their heartbeat quicken in that pleasant way it does when something you have been looking forward to is finally about to begin. They wiped their hands on a dish towel, ran a hand through their hair in a gesture that was more habit than necessity, and walked to the door. When they opened it, the November evening air rushed in, cool and crisp, carrying with it the smell of wood smoke from someone's fireplace and the rustle of leaves. And there, standing on the doorstep with a grin that could light up a room,
and their arms full of a casserole dish wrapped in a kitchen towel, was the first arrival. "Happy Friendsgiving," they said, and the words felt like coming home. The host stepped back to let them in, taking the casserole dish, still warm, they could feel the heat through the towel, and setting it on the counter while the guest shrugged out of their coat. There was the familiar dance of arrival, the "where should I put this and can I help with anything?" The easy comfort of people who had done this before, who knew each other well enough that the rhythms came naturally. The guest followed the host into the kitchen, leaning against the counter and immediately dipping a spoon into the cranberry sauce for a taste. "Perfect," they declared, and the host laughed, swatting at their hand in a gesture that had no real force behind it. Before they could settle into conversation, the doorbell rang again. And then again, 5 minutes later. And suddenly the apartment was filling up, the quiet anticipation transforming into something alive and buzzing with energy, but gentle energy. The kind that comes from reunion rather than excitement, from comfort rather than performance. Each person who arrived brought not just food but their own particular flavor of presence. There was the friend who immediately kicked off their shoes and went straight to the kitchen to see what needed doing, who started uncovering dishes and exclaiming over each one. There was the one who brought wine and made sure everyone had a glass before taking one for themselves. There was the one who arrived with stories already bubbling out, tales from their week that had everyone laughing within minutes. And there was the quieter one, the one who arrived with their shoulders slightly hunched against the cold, but whose smile when they were handed a warm drink and pulled into a hug was like watching the sun come out. Coats piled up on the bed in the spare room. Shoes accumulated by the door. The kitchen counter became a crowded landscape of dishes. Green bean casserole with fried onions on top. A massive bowl of mashed potatoes with butter melting in a well at the center. Glazed carrots, dinner rolls still warm from the oven, a salad with pomegranate seeds that looked like little jewels, and on and on. Someone had brought a cheese board, and it appeared on the counter, a work of art with different cheeses arranged around clusters of grapes and crackers. Another person had brought homemade apple cider, and soon it was warming on the stove next to the mulled cider, the two fragrances mingling into something complex and wonderful. The kitchen, which had felt spacious when it was just the host, now felt full in the best possible way. People leaned against counters and perched on stools. They reached around each other for serving spoons and taste-tested each other's dishes, offering compliments and constructive criticism in equal measure. Someone was telling a story about a cooking disaster from last year, gesturing wildly with a wooden spoon, and everyone was listening with the kind of attention that said they had heard the story before, but were happy to hear it again, because it was funny, and also because the telling of it was part of the ritual. The host moved through it all with a feeling of deep contentment. This was what they had hoped for. This comfortable chaos. This sense of everyone being exactly where they wanted to be. They caught glimpses of faces in profile, lit by the warm kitchen light, and felt a rush of affection so strong it was almost overwhelming. These people, these wonderful, complicated, beautiful people, who had somehow found each other in the bigness of the world and decided to keep finding each other again and again. Someone turned up the music slightly, and suddenly there was dancing, or at least what passed for dancing in a crowded kitchen, which mostly meant swaying and the occasional spin. The friend who had brought deviled eggs was demonstrating their signature move, which involved a lot of shoulder action and no regard whatsoever for rhythm, and everyone was laughing that kind of laughter that comes from the belly and leaves you a little breathless. And through it all, there was the food. Always the food. Not just as sustenance, but as a language, as a way of saying things that were sometimes hard to put into words. Each dish told a story. The deviled eggs were a story about someone's grandmother and Sunday dinners and the way certain flavors could transport you across decades. The mashed potatoes were a story about comfort and indulgence and the belief that butter makes everything better. The green bean casserole was a story about tradition, about making the same thing every year because that's what Thanksgiving means, even if the people you are sharing it with have changed. One friend had brought a dish from their culture, something fragrant with spices that nobody else had tasted before, and they were explaining what was in it, passing around forkfuls for everyone to try, their face bright with pride and maybe a little nervousness. And everyone tried it, and everyone loved it.
and the friend relaxed visibly, their shoulders dropping as they realized, perhaps again, that this was a safe space to be fully themselves, to share the parts of their heritage and history that mattered to them. The host was slicing the turkey breast, the knife moving through the tender meat with satisfying ease. They arranged the slices on a platter, fanning them out and garnishing them with sprigs of fresh thyme when they felt a presence beside them. It was the quieter friend, the one who had arrived looking cold and slightly overwhelmed, and they were holding 2 glasses of wine. "For you," they said, handing one to the host. "You have been running around taking care of everyone. Take a breath." The host accepted the glass gratefully and did exactly that. Took a breath, a real one, deep and slow. They clinked their glass against their friends, and for a moment, in the midst of all the happy chaos, they stood there together in comfortable silence. There was something profound in it, in being seen, in being reminded to take care of yourself by someone who cared enough to notice when you were unt. "Thank you for this," the friend said quietly, and their voice had an edge to it that spoke of needs met and loneliness eased. "I didn't realize how much I needed it until I got here." The host felt their throat tighten slightly. "Me too," they said, and meant it completely. The friend smiled, squeezed the host's arm once, and then drifted back into the flow of people, leaving the host with a full glass of wine and a fuller heart. Gradually, naturally, the energy in the kitchen began to shift. The dishes were all out now, the counters covered with enough food to feed an army, or at least a small battalion of hungry friends. Someone called out that everything was ready, and there was a gentle migration, everyone picking up dishes or utensils or glasses and moving toward the dining room, carrying with them the warmth and laughter that had been building in the kitchen. The host was the last to leave the kitchen, standing for a moment in the doorway and looking back at the beautiful mess they had made, flour still on the counter, empty wine glasses, a few dirty spoons in the sink. It would all need to be cleaned up eventually, but not now. Now was for something else. They turned off the kitchen light, leaving just the small light over the stove, and followed their friends toward the table. The dining room glowed with candlelight now, the flames flickering gently and casting dancing shadows on the walls. The mismatched plates suddenly looked intentional, artful even, and the food that covered the table in abundance seemed to glow in the warm light. Everyone was finding their seats, pulling out chairs and settling in, and the conversations that had been loud and overlapping in the kitchen were beginning to soften, to become more focused, as if everyone understood without being told that they were transitioning into something different, something more intentional. The host took their seat at the head of the table, and for a moment they just looked around at all these faces they loved, illuminated by candlelight, full of anticipation and contentment and something deeper, something that looked a lot like belonging. And they thought, not for the first time and certainly not for the last, how lucky they were, how impossibly, wonderfully lucky. The dining room held them all, but just barely. It was a cozy space to begin with, made cozier by the number of people now seated around the table. Chairs had been borrowed from the bedroom and the office. Someone sat on a bench that usually lived against the wall, but somehow, impossibly, everyone fit. Elbows occasionally bumped elbows. Someone had to ask for a dish to be passed rather than reaching for it themselves. But that was part of it, part of the charm. The closeness was not accidental. It was necessary. It was what made this feel less like a meal and more like an embrace. The candles flickered between them, small flames that seemed almost alive in their gentle movement. The host had chosen unscented candles deliberately, not wanting anything to compete with the smell of the food, and now they were glad they had. The room smelled like everything good about autumn, like roasted vegetables and fresh bread, like spices and wine, like comfort itself, if comfort could have a scent. For a moment, there was relative quiet as everyone settled, as hands reached for napkins and glasses were positioned, and someone at the end of the table laughed softly at something whispered to them by their neighbor. The host felt the weight of the moment, the preciousness of it. All of these people, with their full lives and busy schedules and countless other things they could be doing, had chosen to be here, had chosen this table, this food, this company, and that choice meant everything. Someone. It was always someone. There was always someone brave enough to break the comfortable silence, cleared their throat slightly, and raised their glass. "Should we say something?" they asked, and it was a question, but also an invitation. "Before we eat?" There was a murmur of agreement, and suddenly everyone was lifting their glasses, the candlelight catching in the wine and making it glow ruby red and golden amber. The host felt their heart begin to beat a little faster, not from nervousness but from anticipation, from knowing what was coming and already feeling the emotion of it rising in their chest. "I'll start," said the person who had suggested it, and their voice was warm and slightly rough with feeling. "I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being my family when my family is 1,000 miles away. Thank you for making this feel like home." There was a chorus of hear, hear, and clinking glasses, and someone else jumped in. "I am grateful for this tradition. I am grateful that we keep doing this, year after year, that we make time for it, for each other." And then it was flowing, person after person adding their voice, and each contribution was different but somehow also the same, variations on a theme of gratitude and love and belonging. Someone talked about a hard year and how this group had gotten them through it. Someone else talked about the joy of having friends who knew all your flaws and loved you anyway. One person, their voice breaking just slightly, said that they had never felt like they fit anywhere until they found these people, this table, this sense of being seen and accepted exactly as they were. The host listened, feeling each word like a gift. They had known, of course, how much these friendships meant to everyone, but hearing it said aloud, hearing it witnessed and acknowledged, that was different. That made it real in a new way. When it came around to them, the host took a moment to gather their thoughts, to figure out how to put into words something that felt too big for language. "I am grateful for all of you," they finally said, and their voice was softer than they meant it to be, but also steadier. "I am grateful that we choose each other, that we keep choosing each other, that we have built something real here, something that matters. You are my family. You are my home. And I love you all so much." There was a beat of silence, and then the friend sitting closest to them reached over and squeezed their hand, and someone else said quietly, "We love you too." And suddenly everyone was reaching across the table, hands finding hands, and they sat there for a moment, connected in this simple, physical way, and it felt like a promise, like a commitment, like saying, "Yes, we are in this together. Whatever comes, we have each other." And then, because you cannot stay in intense emotion forever without it becoming overwhelming, someone made a joke, something about the food getting cold, about how they were starving, and the spell broke but gently, and everyone was laughing and reaching for dishes, and the meal was beginning in earnest. The passing of dishes became its own kind of dance. "Can you send the potatoes this way?" "Who made this stuffing? It is incredible." "Save room for dessert. There are 3 kinds of pie." Plates filled up, became small works of art in themselves, little landscapes of food arranged with care or with abandon, depending on the personality of the person holding the plate. The host watched all of this with deep satisfaction. The green beans were being passed, and the cranberry sauce, and someone was offering to carve more turkey, and someone else was already going back for seconds on the stuffing. The conversations that had been quiet and intentional during the gratitude sharing were now expanding again, splitting into smaller conversations between neighbors at the table, stories being told, laughter rising and falling like waves. The friend who had brought the dish from their culture was explaining the spices again to someone who wanted to try making it themselves, and they were writing down the recipe on a napkin, their handwriting cramped and small to fit all the instructions. 2 people at the end of the table were engaged in a heated but good-natured debate about the best way to make pie crust, and it was clear that neither was going to concede, but they were both enjoying the argument too much to care. Someone had started humming along with the music playing softly in the background, and someone else had joined in, and now there was this lovely undertone of melody weaving through the conversation. The host took a bite of everything, tasting each dish not just for the flavors, but for the care that had gone into it, for the generosity of the person who had made it and brought it to share. The sweet potato casserole was perfect, the sweetness balanced by just a hint of cinnamon. The mashed potatoes were creamy and rich with butter. The turkey was tender and juicy, not dry at all. And the stuffing was maybe the host's favorite, full of herbs and onions and that particular texture that only stuffing has, both soft and slightly crisp at the same time. But more than the taste of the food was the taste of the moment itself. That particular flavor that comes from being exactly where you want to be, with exactly the people you want to be with, doing exactly what you want to be doing. It was the taste of contentment, of satisfaction, of joy that was quiet but also deep, running through everything like a current. Time did something strange during dinner. It both rushed and slowed. Rushed in that before anyone knew it, plates were empty and being refilled. Slowed in that each bite seemed to last forever. Each conversation felt unhurried. Each moment felt full and complete in itself. There was no pressure to be anywhere else, to do anything else. This was it. This was the thing. And everyone knew it, even if they were not thinking about it consciously. It was there in the way they leaned back in their chairs between courses, in the way they lingered over bites, in the way they listened to each other with full attention. Someone got up to refill the wine glasses, moving around the table and pouring with generous hand, and the host noticed how comfortable everyone looked, how at ease. No one was sitting up straight or worrying about manners in the formal sense. People had elbows on the table and were talking with their mouths half full, and were reaching across each other for dishes without asking first, because they were that comfortable, that familiar. It was the opposite of the stiff, awkward dinners the host remembered from childhood, where you had to mind your manners and not speak unless spoken to, and certainly never, ever put your elbows on the table. This was better. This was real. This was what family should feel like, easy and warm and forgiving. "Okay, I need to know," said one of the friends, pointing their fork at another friend across the table. "Tell everyone the story about the turkey disaster from 2 years ago." "Please, I know we have heard it before, but it is too good not to share again." The friend in question groaned dramatically, but they were smiling. "Must I?" they asked, but everyone was already chanting, "Yes, yes, yes." And so they launched into the story, their hands gesturing wildly, their voice rising and falling with practiced timing. It was a story about a turkey that had not been properly thawed, about an oven that had broken halfway through cooking, about a desperate dash to a store that was about to close and a kind stranger who had basically given them the turkey off their own table. And it was hilarious, but it was also touching, because embedded in the chaos of the story was this truth, that sometimes things go wrong, but sometimes people are kind, and sometimes disasters turn into the best memories. By the time the story wound down, everyone was wiping tears from their eyes, the kind that come from laughing too hard, and someone was clutching their stomach and gasping that they could not breathe. And the friend who had told the story was glowing with the pleasure of having made everyone laugh. "That is it," declared another friend, raising their glass. "From now on, that is our official Friendsgiving legend, the great turkey disaster of whenever it was." 2 years ago, supplied the storyteller. The great turkey disaster of 2 years ago. The friend amended, and everyone raised their glasses in a toast to the turkey that almost wasn't, and to the friend who had managed to salvage Thanksgiving through sheer determination and the kindness of strangers. The meal stretched on, as good meals do. There was no rushing, no sense that they needed to hurry through and get to the next thing. This was the next thing. This was the main event. And so they lingered, even as plates were cleared, and second helpings turned into thirds for those brave enough. Even as the candles burned lower, and the wine bottles emptied and the music changed from one song to another to another. Eventually, though, there was that natural lull that comes when everyone is full, when the eating has slowed and the conversations have found their rhythm, and everyone is just sitting there in satisfied contentment. The host looked around at the table, at the picked-over dishes and the crumpled napkins and the faces of their friends, slightly flushed from wine and warmth and happiness, and thought that they had never seen anything more beautiful. "Okay," someone said, stretching their arms over their head. "I think we need a strategic break before dessert. I'm going to burst." There was a general murmur of agreement, and slowly people started to push back their chairs and stand up, the movement causing the candles to flicker wildly for a moment, Someone started gathering plates and someone else protested that they should leave it, that they would help clean later, but the host was already up and moving, grateful for something to do with their hands, for the chance to move after sitting for so long. The clearing of the table happened with the same easy cooperation as everything else. Dishes were scraped and stacked, leftovers were covered and put in the fridge, the available space rapidly filling up until they had to start getting creative with how things were arranged. Someone started washing dishes, even though the host protested, and within minutes, there was a full assembly line happening. One person washing one, drying one, putting away, and they were laughing and talking the whole time, the work becoming just another part of the evening's pleasure rather than a chore to get through. The host loved this part, maybe loved it even more than the meal itself, because anyone can sit at a table and eat. But this rolling up of sleeves and jumping in to help, this staying to clean up the mess together, this was what family did. This was what it meant to care for each other, to share not just the good parts, but the less glamorous parts too, to say with your actions that we are in this together, all of it, the cooking and the eating and the cleaning up. By the time the kitchen was mostly restored to order, the pies were out on the counter, ready to be sliced. But nobody was quite ready yet. Stomachs needed time to settle. Bodies needed time to move and digest. And so, as if by unspoken agreement, everyone drifted toward the living room, toward the comfortable furniture and the soft blankets, and the promise of just sitting for a while, of letting the evening settle into something even quieter and more intimate. The living room welcomed them with its soft lighting and comfortable disorder. Someone immediately claimed the armchair, curling up in it with their feet tucked under them. Two people squeezed onto the love seat, fitting together like puzzle pieces. Others arranged themselves on the floor, leaning against the couch or stretching out on the soft rug. The host brought in extra pillows from the bedroom, tossing them to whoever needed them, and someone else grabbed the throw blankets and started distributing them, because even though the apartment was warm, there was something about being wrapped in a blanket that made everything feel cozier. Someone had queued up a playlist of mellow music, and it filled the room with soft sound, not intrusive but comforting, like a gentle presence. The candles from the dining room had been brought in and placed on the coffee table, and their flickering light was the only illumination beyond the one small lamp in the corner. The effect was almost magical, turning the ordinary living room into a cocoon of warmth and safety. For a while, nobody talked much. They just sat there, full and content, occasionally shifting to get more comfortable, or reaching for a glass of water, or making small sounds of satisfaction. It was the comfortable silence of people who did not need to fill every moment with noise, who were secure enough in their connection that quiet was okay, that it was even welcome. The host found themselves on the couch, wedged between two friends, and it was a little too warm and slightly cramped, but also absolutely perfect. Someone's head was on their shoulder, and they could feel the steady rise and fall of their friend's breathing, could feel them relaxing into sleep or near sleep. On their other side, another friend was scrolling absently through their phone, but not really looking at it, just occupying their hands while their mind was somewhere else, probably in that pleasant fuzzy place that comes from good food and good wine and good company. "This is nice," someone said from the floor, their voice drowsy and content. "This is really nice." "Mm-hmm," someone else agreed, and that was all the conversation needed. It was nice. It was more than nice. It was exactly what they all needed, had been needing without maybe fully realizing it until this moment. This permission to just be, to just exist in a space with people who loved you and whom you loved back, with no expectations or demands, just presence. The host felt their eyes growing heavy, felt their body sinking deeper into the couch cushions. Around them, their friends were in various states of repose, some alert, some drowsy, all comfortable. Someone had put on a nature documentary, the volume low, and the soothing voice of the narrator was talking about migration patterns or seasonal changes or something that required no real attention, but was pleasant to have on in the background. Time slipped by, measured not in minutes but in breaths, in the occasional shift of position, in the gradual deepening of shadows as the candles burned lower. At some point, the host could not have said exactly when, someone got up and went to make coffee, and the sound of the coffee maker gurgling and hissing was comforting in its domesticity. Soon the smell of fresh coffee was mixing with the lingering sense of dinner, and people were rousing themselves enough to accept mugs, wrapping their hands around the warm ceramic and breathing in the steam. "Okay," said the friend who had made the coffee, settling back into their spot on the floor with their own mug. "I think I am ready for pie now. Who is with me?" There was a general murmur of agreement, and the host leveraged themselves up off the couch with effort, their body protesting the movement after so long in one position. They made their way to the kitchen, flipping on the light and squinting against the brightness, and started cutting the pies into generous slices. The pumpkin pie first, its filling smooth and spiced. Then the apple pie, the lattice crust golden brown and flaky. And finally, the pecan pie, its top shiny with sugar and studded with nuts. People wandered in to claim their slices, and there was a brief negotiation about who wanted which pie, and several people wanted a little of each, which meant cutting more slices until the pies were a patchwork of missing pieces. Someone found a can of whipped cream in the fridge and started spraying it directly into mouths, which devolved into laughter and mild chaos until the host took it away with mock severity and distributed it properly with generous dollops on top of each slice. Back in the living room, the pie was consumed with reverent attention. This was dessert, but it was also tradition, also comfort, also the sweet conclusion to a meal that had nourished more than just bodies. The pumpkin pie was smooth and creamy, tasting of cinnamon and nutmeg, and all the warmth of autumn condensed into a single bite. The apple pie was tart and sweet at once, the apples still holding their shape, the crust buttery and perfect. And the pecan pie was rich and almost overwhelming in its sweetness, the kind of thing you could only eat a few bites of before needing to set it aside, satisfied. Someone declared the pumpkin pie the best they had ever had, and the host felt a flush of pleasure and pride, thinking of their grandmother and that faded recipe card, and the way some things, when made with care and love, could transcend being just food and become something closer to memory, to connection, to love itself made tangible. Plates were balanced on knees and on the arms of chairs, forks scraped against ceramic. Someone made a sound that was almost obscene in its satisfaction, and everyone laughed. The coffee was strong and hot, cutting through the sweetness of the pie, and the combination was perfect, was exactly what was needed. "I cannot believe I ate all of that," someone groaned, setting their empty plate on the coffee table with a clatter. "Why do I do this to myself every year?" "Because it is worth it," someone else replied immediately. "Because this is what Thanksgiving is for, excessive eating and no regrets." "Speak for yourself on the no regrets part," the first person said. But they were smiling, their hand resting on their full stomach in a gesture that looked like contentment despite their words. The host gathered up the empty plates, making another trip to the kitchen. The dishwasher was already full from the first round of cleaning, so these would have to wait. But that was fine. Everything did not have to be done tonight. Some of it could wait until tomorrow, until the morning light and a new day and the pleasant task of putting a home back together after it had been used for its best purpose, gathering people you loved. When they returned to the living room, the energy had shifted again, had settled into something even quieter, even more peaceful. The documentary had ended, and someone had put on music again, something acoustic and gentle, a voice and a guitar and not much else. One person was lying on the floor, staring up at the ceiling, their hands folded on their stomach. Two others were having a quiet conversation in the corner, their heads close together, their voices low enough that they were not disturbing anyone else but sharing something that seemed important, intimate. The friend who had been leaning on the host earlier was now fully asleep, their breathing deep and even, their face peaceful in the way that only comes with true relaxation, with feeling safe enough to let go completely. The host adjusted the blanket over them carefully, tucking it around their shoulders, and felt a wave of tenderness so strong it was almost painful. This person, who worked too hard and worried too much and carried the weight of the world on their shoulders more often than not, was resting, was letting themselves be cared for. And that felt like a gift, like a privilege. The host settled back into their spot, careful not to disturb anyone, and let their gaze wander around the room. These faces, these beautiful, familiar faces, each one had its own story, its own struggles and triumphs and complications. Each one had chosen to be here, had carved out time from their busy lives to create this moment together. And that choice, that commitment to showing up for each other, that was what made this family real.
Because blood did not make family, not really. Blood was just biology. Family was who you called when things fell apart. Family was who showed up at 2 in the morning because you needed them. Family was who you could be completely yourself with, flaws and fears and all, and know that you would be accepted, would be loved anyway, would be held in all your imperfection and humanity. Family was who you built, piece by piece, through trust and time, and the accumulation of small kindnesses and big gestures and everything in between. The host thought back over the years, tracing in their mind the threads that had brought all of these people together. Some friendships had started in college, those late-night conversations in dorm rooms that had revealed depths and vulnerabilities and created bonds that had somehow withstood the test of time and distance. Some had started at work, connections forged over shared projects and coffee breaks and the particular intimacy that comes from being in the trenches together. Some had started in more random ways, at a party, through a mutual friend, in a chance encounter that had turned into something more. But however they had started, they had all been sustained by intention. By the choice to keep reaching out, to keep making time, to keep showing up even when it was inconvenient or uncomfortable, even when it would have been easier to let the connection fade. And now, years later, here they all were, woven together into something that felt unbreakable, or at least resilient enough to weather whatever storms came. Someone shifted on the floor, murmuring something in their half-sleep, and someone else reached out to adjust their pillow, an unconscious gesture of care. The person who had been scrolling on their phone set it down, screen dark, and closed their eyes, their head tilting back against the couch cushion. The quiet conversation in the corner had trailed off, and now those two were just sitting in comfortable silence, shoulder to shoulder, present to each other in a way that needed no words. The host felt something swelling in their chest, something that was too big and too complex to name easily, but that felt like gratitude and love and contentment and sorrow all mixed together. Gratitude for this moment, for these people. Love that was almost overwhelming in its intensity. Contentment with the life they had built, with the choices they had made that had led them here. And sorrow because they knew, with the certainty that comes from being alive long enough to know how things work, that this would not last forever. That people would move, would change, would drift away despite best intentions. That someday this configuration of people in this room would never happen again. That everything, even the best things, was temporary. But maybe that was what made it precious. Maybe the impermanence was not something to mourn, but something to honor, something that made each moment more valuable because it could not be taken for granted, could not be assumed to repeat. Maybe the awareness that this was fleeting was what made it matter, what made them all show up with intention and presence, what made them hold these moments close and careful like the treasures they were. The candles on the coffee table were burning low now, the wax pooled and the flames small and steady. The host watched them flicker, mesmerized by the dance of light and shadow, by the way something so simple could be so beautiful. There was a metaphor there, something about light and darkness, about how a small flame could hold back the night. But they were too full and too tired to articulate it fully. They just felt it, felt the truth of it in their body, in their bones. The music shifted to a new song, something slow and lovely, and someone hummed along with it, the sound barely audible, but adding another layer to the soundscape of the room. Outside, night had fully fallen. The windows were dark mirrors reflecting the warm interior of the apartment back at them. Somewhere in the building, someone else was probably having their own Thanksgiving, their own gathering of family or friends or both. And out in the city, thousands of people were sitting down to their own tables, creating their own memories, building their own traditions. But in this room, in this moment, there was only this particular constellation of people, this specific warmth, this exact quality of peace and belonging. And it was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The host felt their eyes growing heavy again, felt their body relaxing into the couch in that boneless way that comes right before sleep. Around them, their friends were in similar states, some sleeping, some resting, all comfortable, all safe. The apartment held them all like a gentle hand, the walls containing not just bodies, but also all the intangible things that made this space sacred.
The laughter and stories, the shared history, the love that had been built and maintained through intention and effort and grace. Someone murmured something about needing to head home soon, but their voice lacked conviction, and nobody moved. It was that particular time of evening when leaving feels impossible, when the warmth and comfort are too strong to break away from, when 5 more minutes turns into 15 turns into half an hour and nobody minds. Nobody is counting. The host thought about suggesting that people could stay over, that there were couches and sleeping bags and plenty of space, and they probably would suggest it eventually when people actually started to stir and gather their things. But for now, they just let everyone be, let the evening wind down at its own pace, unhurried and natural. A phone buzzed somewhere, the sound intrusive in the quiet, and its owner reached for it, checked it with squinted eyes, and then set it back down, clearly deciding that whatever the notification was could wait. The host loved that in this space, the outside world could be temporarily held at bay, that whatever demands and responsibilities waited out there could be set aside for just a little longer in favor of this, of being present to this moment and these people. This was perfect, someone said into the quiet, their voice soft and slightly rough with emotion. Thank you for doing this, for bringing us all together. I needed this more than I knew. The host felt their throat tighten again, felt tears prick at the corners of their eyes even though they were smiling. Thank you for coming, they said, and their voice was equally soft, equally full. Thank you for being my family. There was a murmur of agreement from around the room, a general sense of acknowledgement that yes, this was special, this mattered, this was worth recognizing and naming. And then the quiet settled back in, but it was a different quality of quiet now, charged with emotion and recognition, with the weight of things said and unsaid. The host let their eyes close, just for a moment. They were not sleeping, just resting, just letting themselves feel the fullness of the moment. They could hear the gentle sounds of breathing around them, the occasional rustle of fabric as someone adjusted their position, the barely audible music still playing from the speaker. They could feel the warmth of the people on either side of them, the solid reality of their presence. They could smell the lingering scents of dinner and pie and coffee, all mixed together into something that smelled like home, like comfort, like love. And they thought about all the Thanksgivings that had come before this one, the years of gathering and eating and laughing together, building this tradition piece by piece. They thought about the first time they had all gotten together like this, how nervous they had been, how uncertain whether people would come or whether the food would be good, or whether the whole thing would be awkward and forced. But it had not been. It had been easy and natural and right from the very beginning. And it had only gotten better with each passing year, each gathering building on the last, each shared meal deepening the bonds between them. They thought about the Thanksgivings to come, the ones they hoped they would have together, all of them, for years and years. They knew it would probably change, that people might move away, or have families of their own, or get too busy. But they hoped that they would find ways to keep coming back to each other, to keep creating these moments of connection and warmth. Because this was too precious to let go of, too important to allow to fade. But they also knew that you could not hold on too tightly to anything, that the trying to preserve things exactly as they were was a kind of death, that life required change and growth and evolution. So they made a different kind of promise to themselves and to their friends, even though nobody else could hear it. The promise was simply this: to keep showing up, to keep reaching out, to keep making the effort to maintain these connections, even when it was hard, even when life got complicated, even when it would be easier to let things slide. To keep building this family, day by day, choice by choice, moment by moment. Someone's phone buzzed again, and this time the person sat up, blinking sleep from their eyes. I should probably go, they said reluctantly, and the words seemed to break the spell, to signal that the evening was winding toward its close. Others began to stir, stretching and yawning and reaching for their phones to check the time. It was later than anyone had realized, the hours having slipped away in that particular way that happens when you are exactly where you want to be, doing exactly what you want to be doing. There were groans about early mornings and long drives and the reality of the work week that would start in just a few days. But the movement was slow, reluctant. People gathered their things but did not rush. There were long hugs at the door, the kind that lasted and lasted, bodies pressed together in affection and gratitude. There were promises to text when they got home safe, plans already being made for the next gathering, for coffee next week or dinner next month or just seeing each other soon, however that might work out. The host walked each person to the door, helped them find their coats in the pile on the bed, made sure they had all their dishes and containers. Some people were taking leftovers, the host pressing Tupperware into their hands over their protests, insisting that they wanted people to have food to take home, to have something to remember the evening by when they woke up tomorrow. "Drive safe," the host said to each person, and "Thank you for coming," and "I love you." And each person said it back, some easily and naturally, some with a slight hesitation that spoke of people not used to saying such things out loud, but meaning them just as fiercely. And then, gradually, the apartment emptied. The friend who had fallen asleep on the couch was the last to leave, roused gently and sent home in a rideshare because they were too tired to drive. And then it was just the host, alone in the apartment that still held the warmth and energy of all the people who had filled it just moments before. The silence was profound after so much sound and activity. The host stood in the living room, looking at the evidence of the evening, the empty coffee mugs and rumpled blankets, the candles burned down to almost nothing, the plates still waiting to be washed in the kitchen. Part of them wanted to start cleaning, to restore order and cleanliness, but a larger part wanted to leave it, to preserve the beautiful mess for just a little longer, to not quite let go of the evening yet. They compromised by blowing out the candles and gathering up the mugs, taking them to the kitchen and setting them in the sink, but not washing them. The leftovers were already put away, the kitchen mostly in order from the earlier cleaning. It could all wait until morning. It would still be there, and they would take care of it then, and it would be fine. The host turned off most of the lights, leaving just one lamp burning in the living room, and settled back onto the couch. They pulled one of the blankets around their shoulders, the fabric still holding the warmth of whoever had been using it, and let themselves sink into the cushions. Their body was tired, pleasantly so, the kind of tired that comes from a day well spent. Their heart was full, almost to overflowing, with gratitude and love, and a deep sense of rightness with the world. They thought about each person who had been here tonight, calling up their faces in their mind one by one. The one who always made everyone laugh, the one who listened with such careful attention, the one who brought the most delicious food, the one who was quiet but whose presence was steady and essential, the one who gave the best hugs, the one who always knew the right thing to say, the one who had become, over the years, like a sibling, like the family they had always wanted but never had. Each person was precious. Each person was irreplaceable. And together, they were something even greater than the sum of their parts. They were a family, chosen and built and maintained through love and effort and the thousand small kindnesses that make up a life shared with others. The host felt their eyes growing heavy again, felt sleep beginning to tug at them insistently. They should get up, should go to their bedroom, should brush their teeth and change into pajamas and go to bed properly. But the couch was so comfortable, and they were so warm and content, and the apartment felt so peaceful in the aftermath of the gathering that they could not quite make themselves move. So they stayed there curled up on the couch with a blanket wrapped around them and let their mind drift in that pleasant way it does right before sleep, thoughts floating by without needing to be grabbed or examined too closely. They thought about gratitude, about how it was not just a feeling but a practice, something you had to choose and cultivate and return to again and again. They thought about family, about how it could mean so many different things, about how the most important families were often the ones you built for yourself. They thought about home, about how it was not really a place but a feeling, a sense of safety and belonging that you could create anywhere as long as you had the right people around you. And they thought about this tradition they had started, this Friendsgiving dinner that had become one of the most important rituals of their year. How it had started small and uncertain and had grown into something solid and dependable,
something they could count on even as everything else in life shifted and changed. How it was a way of saying to themselves and to their friends that they mattered to each other, that they chose each other, that they were committed to building something real and lasting. The host felt sleep beginning to claim them for real now, felt their thoughts becoming less coherent, more dreamlike. The apartment was quiet around them, holding them safe. Outside, the city continued its endless rhythm, but in here, all was peaceful. All was well.
They had done what they set out to do. They had brought people together, had created warmth and connection, had made space for love to flourish, and for gratitude to be expressed. And as they drifted off to sleep right there on the couch, still wrapped in the blanket, still holding the warmth of the evening close, their last conscious thought was this: that they were lucky beyond measure, that they had everything they needed, that they were loved and they loved in return, and that this right here, this feeling of deep contentment and belonging, this was what it meant to be home. This was what it meant to have family. This was what it meant to be alive in the fullest, richest sense of the word. The apartment held them as they slept, the walls containing not just a person but all the love and laughter and connection that had filled those rooms that evening. And if you had looked in through the windows, you would have seen a space transformed by gathering, by the simple act of people choosing to come together and share a meal and create something beautiful together. You would have seen evidence of care and effort and love made tangible in the form of cleaned dishes and leftover food and rumpled blankets. You would have seen a home, not because of the furniture or the decorations or anything material, but because of what had happened there, because of the way people had gathered and connected and belonged to each other. That was what made a home. That was what made a family. Not blood or law or tradition in the old sense, but choice and love and the commitment to keep showing up for each other, day after day, year after year, through all the seasons of a life. And as the night deepened and the city quieted, as the hosts slept peacefully on the couch with a slight smile on their face, as the warmth of the gathering slowly dissipated, but the memory of it remained, one thing was certain: this was a family, a found family, a chosen family. And that made it no less real, no less important, no less sacred than any other kind. In fact, it made it more so. Because it was built on intention and care, and the daily choice to love and be loved. The leftovers in the refrigerator would feed people for days, each meal a small reminder of this evening, of this gathering, of this love. The dishes would be washed and put away, but they would carry with them the invisible traces of the hands that had used them, the food that had been shared. The apartment would be cleaned and restored to its usual order, but it would remember, in whatever way spaces remember, the laughter and stories and warmth that had filled it. And the people who had gathered here would carry the evening with them as they went back to their lives. They would think of it when they were lonely or struggling, would remember that they had this, had these people, had this belonging. They would text each other, checking in, making plans, maintaining the connections that had been strengthened tonight. And they would look forward to the next gathering, whenever and wherever that might be, because they knew now with certainty that this was something worth protecting, worth prioritizing, worth building a life around. This was family. This was home. This was love in its purest, most generous form. The love that says, you are seen and known and accepted exactly as you are. The love that says, I choose you again and again in all your imperfection and humanity. The love that says, we belong to each other, and that belonging is one of the most precious things in this world. And so the host slept, and the apartment was quiet, and the city hummed on around them, and the night held everything gently, the way a mother holds a sleeping child. And if you could have seen into that space, into that moment, you would have understood something essential about what it means to be human. That we are not meant to be alone, that we need each other in ways both simple and profound, that the creation of family and home and belonging is not a luxury but a necessity, not something nice but something essential. The dishes could wait, the cleaning could wait. What mattered had already happened. What mattered was held safe in memory now in the hearts of all the people who had gathered here and shared a meal and created for a few precious hours a small pocket of warmth and love and belonging in a world that so often feels cold and disconnected. This was what Thanksgiving meant, stripped of all its commercial trappings and complicated history. This was the heart of it,
The gathering, the sharing, the gratitude, the acknowledgement of how much we need each other, and how blessed we are when we find our people, however that happens, wherever they come from. And as the host slept on the couch, wrapped in warmth and contentment, as their friends drove home or settled into their own beds, all of them carrying this evening with them, the world continued its endless turning. But for this one moment, for this one evening, a group of people had stopped the rushing forward and had simply been together, had simply loved each other, had simply created, through intention and care, something beautiful and real and true. And that was enough. That was everything. That was the whole point. If this story resonated with you, if it reminded you of the families you have built, and the tables you have gathered around and the love you have shared, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May you sleep deeply, held safe by the knowledge that you too are loved, that you too belong, that you too have people who choose you again and again in all your beautiful, imperfect humanity.
Rest well, dear friend. Rest well.
Baking a spiced apple pie from scratch. A soothing autumn baking story. The October afternoon light slants through the kitchen window in that particular golden way that only happens in autumn, painting everything in warm amber tones that make even the most ordinary objects, the ceramic flour canister, the wooden spoon holder, the copper measuring cups, look like they belong in an oil painting. You stand in this kitchen, in this light, feeling the pull of something ancient and essential calling you toward creation, toward making something beautiful and nourishing with your own two hands. It's been one of those weeks, the kind where stress accumulates like dishes in a sink, where anxiety hums constantly in the background, like a refrigerator's compressor, where you move through days without quite feeling present in any of them. Work deadlines, family obligations, the endless scroll of news and notifications, the weight of modern life pressing down until you can barely remember what it feels like to just be, to exist in a moment without fractured attention, without the constant pull of a dozen competing demands. But today, this afternoon, something in you said enough, said stop, said you need to do something different, something with your hands, something that requires your full attention and gives back more than it takes. And so you thought of your grandmother's apple pie, the one she made every autumn without fail, the one that filled her house with such an intoxicating aroma that neighbors would knock on the door just to say hello and hope for an invitation to stay for dessert. You have her recipe card. It's tucked in your recipe box, a 3x5 index card yellowed with age. Her handwriting in blue ballpoint pen, slightly faded but still legible. Flower fingerprints along the edges where she touched it with dusty hands. You haven't attempted it before. It seemed too daunting, too much work, too easy to just buy a pie from the bakery section of the grocery store. But today, somehow, the work is the point. The process is what you need, not just the result. So you've decided. This afternoon, you're going to bake an apple pie from scratch. Every part of it, no shortcuts, no store-bought crust or pre-sliced apples. From nothing to something, from raw ingredients to finished masterpiece, using nothing but your hands and your grandmother's guidance from across the years. And already, just having made the decision, you feel something in your chest begin to loosen, some knot of tension starting to unwind. Baking, you've read, is therapeutic. The psychologists say so. Something about the repetitive motions, the precise measuring, the sensory engagement, the tangible result. It requires enough focus to quiet the anxious mind, but follows enough structure that you're not overwhelmed by decisions. It's creative, but not chaotic. It's productive, but not pressured. And at the end, you have something real, something you can see and touch and share. Proof that you spent your time making beauty in a world that often feels like it's falling apart. You move through your kitchen now with new purpose, beginning the process of gathering everything you'll need. The kitchen itself is modest but well-loved, a space you've slowly accumulated tools and equipment for over the years. A stand mixer inherited from an aunt. Cast iron skillets from your mother, wooden spoons collected from various kitchen shops and craft fairs, each one slightly different, each one perfect for different tasks. The countertop is old butcher block,
scarred and worn from years of use, but still solid, still beautiful in that way that only well-used things can be. First, the dry ingredients. You retrieve the 5-pound bag of all-purpose flour from the pantry, hefting its weight. There's something satisfying about the substantial heft of flour. The way it settles in the bag, the cloud of fine white powder that puffs up when you fold back the top. Next to it, the white sugar and the brown sugar, both in their respective containers. The brown sugar has hardened slightly, as brown sugar does, but you know the trick. A piece of bread in the container overnight, or a few seconds in the microwave with a damp paper towel. For now, it will work as is. The spices live in a cabinet above the stove, and you open it to reveal your collection. Cinnamon in a large jar because you use so much of it. Nutmeg whole and ready to be grated for maximum freshness. Allspice in a smaller jar, cloves. If you decide to add them, maybe even a hint of cardamom for complexity. Just opening this cabinet releases a waft of scent. All those warm spices mingling together, the aromatic essence of autumn and comfort and home. Butter is in the refrigerator, the good European-style butter with higher fat content that you bought specifically for baking. It needs to stay cold, very cold, until the moment you use it. That's the secret to flaky pie crust. Your grandmother's note on the recipe card reminds you, cold butter, cold water, light touch. 3 rules that separate mediocre crust from exceptional. And finally, the stars of the show, the apples. You selected them carefully 2 days ago at the farmer's market, spending far longer than was probably necessary examining each one, looking for the right size, the right firmness, the right balance of varieties. You bought 6 large apples, 3 Granny Smiths for their tartness and their tendency to hold their shape when baked, 3 Honey Crisps for their sweetness and the lovely texture they bring to a filling. They sit now in a bowl on the counter where you've been admiring them. Their skins perfectly imperfect, red and green and gold, each one a small work of natural art. You lift your grandmother's recipe card from its place in your wooden recipe box, the box itself another inheritance, this one from your mother's mother, hand-carved with a floral pattern by your grandfather in the 1940s. The card is soft with age, the paper fibers loosening, the blue ink bleeding slightly into the pulp, but the words are clear enough. Evelyn's apple pie crust, 2 1/2 cups flour, 1 TSP salt, 1 cup cold butter, 1/4 to 1/2 cup ice water. Filling, 6 large apples, 3 4-cup sugar, 1 4-cup brown sugar, 2 tea flour, 1 TSP cinnamon, 1/4 TSP nutmeg, 1 tea lemon juice, 2 tea butter. Cold butter makes flaky crust. Don't overwork dough. Apples should heap high. They'll cook down. And at the bottom, in slightly different ink as if added years later, made with love always. You run your finger gently over those words, feeling the slight indent where the pen pressed into the paper. Made with love, always. That's what you're doing here today, you think. Making something with love. Making love tangible through the alchemy of baking, the transformation of raw materials into nourishment and comfort and beauty. The afternoon stretches ahead of you, hours of unscheduled time, and for once the emptiness of your calendar feels like luxury rather than lack. No meetings to attend via video call, no deadlines pressing, no obligations pulling you away from this kitchen, this project, this intentional act of creation. Just you and flour and butter and apples and time. All the time you need to do this right, to do it slowly, to be fully present with each step rather than rushing toward the finish. You wash your hands thoroughly at the sink, soaping them twice, rinsing in water that runs almost too hot, then drying them on the clean kitchen towel that hangs from the oven door handle. The ritual of hand washing feels significant somehow, like you're preparing yourself not just physically but mentally and emotionally for what comes next. You're washing away the stress of the week, the anxiety of the news cycle, the fractured attention of modern life. When your hands are clean and dry, you're ready to begin. The wooden cutting board comes out, the large one with a slight hollow in the center from decades of knife work. The measuring cups and spoons arranged in order of size on the counter. The pastry cutter with its curved blade and wooden handle, smooth from years of use. The rolling pin, marble, heavy and cold. The pie plate, ceramic with a scalloped edge, cream-colored and beautiful. Each tool has its purpose, its place in the process, and laying them out feels like setting a stage before a performance. You're going to start with the crust because it needs time to rest in the refrigerator, and while it rests, you can prepare the filling. This is the rhythm of baking. Certain steps must come first, must be completed before others can begin, creating a structure that's almost meditative in its insistence on sequence and patience. You can't rush. You can't skip ahead. You have to trust the process and follow it step by careful step. The afternoon light continues to slant through the window, and somewhere outside a neighbor is raking leaves, the rhythmic scraping sound drifting in through the window you cracked open to let in the October air. The temperature is perfect, cool enough that your kitchen won't overheat from the oven later, warm enough that you're comfortable in just a sweater. Perfect pie baking weather, your grandmother would have said. She believed weather mattered for baking, that humidity and temperature affected how dough behaved, and you found she was right about that, as she was right about so many things. You take a deep breath, centering yourself, and reach for the flour canister. It's time to begin. Time to transform these separate ingredients into something unified and delicious. Time to bake a pie from scratch, to engage in this ancient human practice of taking raw materials and turning them into comfort and nourishment. Time to quiet your anxious mind through the focused work of your hands. The kitchen is ready. The ingredients are assembled. Your grandmother's wisdom waits on that yellowed index card, and you, standing in the golden October light, are ready to create. Ready to focus, ready to find peace in the simple, profound act of baking an apple pie from scratch. Let's begin. The measuring cup in your hand is a solid, reassuring weight, stainless steel, the kind with a long handle and clear markings on the side. You dip it into the flour canister, the fine white powder parting and rising around the cup's edges like water around a boat's prow. The flour has a faint, pleasant smell, earthy and clean. The scent of wheat and milling and ancient grain turned to powder. 2.5 cups, the recipe calls for. You measure carefully, overfilling each cup and then using a butter knife to level it off, scraping the excess back into the canister. This precision matters in baking in a way it doesn't in cooking. Baking is chemistry, your grandmother always said, and chemistry requires exact proportions. Too much flour and your crust will be tough and dry. Too little and it won't hold together. The measurements matter. You dump each measured cup into your largest mixing bowl, the ceramic one with the blue stripe around the rim, and watch as the flour forms soft peaks and valleys in the bowl's curve. After 2.5 cups, you add a teaspoon of salt. Not table salt, but kosher salt, the kind with larger flakes that distribute more evenly. The salt disappears into the flour, invisible but essential, the element that will bring out all the other flavors, that will make the butter taste more buttery and the apples more appley. You stir the flour and salt together with a fork, making sure they're evenly distributed, and already the simple act of stirring is beginning to work its magic on your mind. The repetitive motion, the gentle scraping of fork tines against ceramic, the visual satisfaction of watching the mixture become uniform. It's calming in a way that's hard to explain but easy to feel. Your breathing slows, your shoulders drop. The constant mental chatter that's been your companion all week begins to quiet. Now for the butter. You take the wrapped package from the refrigerator, and even through its paper covering, you can feel how cold it is, how firm. This is crucial. The butter must be cold, almost but not quite frozen, because cold butter creates steam pockets when it bakes, and those steam pockets are what make the crust flaky and tender rather than dense and tough. You unwrap the butter and place it on your cutting board, then use a sharp knife to cut it into small cubes, maybe half-inch squares. The butter is hard enough that cutting requires real pressure, the knife making a slight squeaking sound as it passes through. You work methodically, cutting the pound into tablespoon-sized pieces first, then cutting each piece into smaller cubes, until you have a small mountain of yellow butter cubes, each one glistening slightly in the afternoon light. These butter cubes go into the bowl with the flour and salt, and you use your fingers to toss them gently, coating each piece with flour. This helps keep them from sticking together and ensures they'll distribute evenly through the dough. The butter is so cold that your fingertips begin to ache slightly from touching it, and you work quickly, not wanting your hand heat to soften the butter before you're ready. Now comes the part that requires both patience and attention, cutting the butter into the flour. You pick up your pastry cutter, a tool that looks a bit like a potato masher, but with 5 or 6 curved blades instead of a flat plate. It's designed specifically for this task, for working fat into flour, and your grandmother's pastry cutter, which you're using now, has been doing this job for probably 60 years. You press the pastry cutter down into the flour and butter mixture, the blades catching butter cubes and pressing them flat, breaking them into smaller pieces, distributing them through the flour. Then lift and press again in a different spot. Lift and press. Lift and press. The motion is repetitive but not monotonous. You have to pay attention, have to work methodically around the bowl, have to keep going until the butter is cut down to the right size. The right size, according to your grandmother's note, is pea-sized pieces. This is the goal you're working toward. Butter chunks no bigger than a pea, with some larger pieces the size of lima beans scattered throughout for extra flakiness, all coated in flour, distributed evenly through the mixture. It takes time. Your arm begins to feel the work, the pressing down and lifting up over and over. But the physical effort is satisfying, the same satisfaction that comes from kneading bread or chopping vegetables. The simple pleasure of using your body to accomplish something concrete. And as you work, you watch the mixture transform. At first, it's obviously flour with obvious butter chunks. But gradually, as you continue cutting, the butter breaks down smaller and smaller, becoming integrated with the flour, turning the white powder slightly yellow, creating something that looks like coarse meal or very thick, clumpy sand. Some pieces of butter remain distinct, those pea-sized and lima bean-sized chunks that will create flakiness. But overall, the butter and flour are becoming unified. This process probably takes 10 minutes, maybe more. You're not rushing. You're focused entirely on this single task, cutting butter into flour until the mixture reaches the right consistency. And in this focus, you find something that's been absent from your life lately: presence. You're not thinking about work deadlines or family obligations or political anxieties or anything else beyond this bowl, this pastry cutter, this gradual transformation of separate ingredients into something unified. This is mindfulness, you realize. Not the formal meditation kind where you sit cross-legged focusing on your breath, though that has its place, but the everyday kind, the practical kind, the kind that happens when you're so absorbed in a task that everything else falls away. The psychologists call it flow state, this sense of being completely present in what you're doing. Bakers have known about it for centuries, maybe millennia, this trance that comes from repetitive handwork, this peace that emerges from focused creation. Finally, the mixture looks right. Mostly fine and powdery, but with those pea-sized and lima bean-sized pieces of butter scattered throughout, each one coated with flour, looking like small yellow gems in a matrix of white. You set down the pastry cutter and use your hands to gently toss the mixture, checking that the butter is evenly distributed, breaking up any extra large chunks you find, satisfied with the texture you feel between your fingers. Now comes the water. This is the step that transforms the mixture from something that looks like coarse meal into actual dough, and it requires careful attention and a light touch. Too much water and the dough will be tough. Too little and it won't hold together. You need just enough, just barely enough, to make the flour and butter cohere into a workable dough. You've prepared your ice water ahead of time, a measuring cup filled with water and ice cubes, sitting on the counter getting colder while you work the butter into the flour. Now you fish out the ice cubes and begin to drizzle the water into the flour mixture, 1 tablespoon at a time, stirring gently with a fork after each addition. The first tablespoon disappears into the mixture, absorbed so quickly it seems like it wasn't even there. The second tablespoon does the same, but with the third, you begin to see small clumps forming, flour particles clinging together in little clusters. Fourth tablespoon, more clumps. Fifth tablespoon, larger clumps. The mixture is beginning to look less like meal and more like dough, though it's still quite shaggy and loose. You add a 6th tablespoon, stirring gently, and now the mixture is starting to come together in earnest. Large clumps form, and when you press them with your fingers, they hold together instead of crumbling apart.
This is the turning point, the moment when separate ingredients become unified dough, and it feels almost magical, even though you know it's just chemistry, just water hydrating proteins and starches, creating structure through the simple interaction of H2O with flour. One more tablespoon, perhaps, stirring gently, watching carefully. The dough is now holding together in one large, shaggy mass, though there are still dry flour patches in the bottom of the bowl. This is right. This is what you want. If you added more water to eliminate those dry patches completely, you'd end up with too much water overall, and the dough would be tough. Instead, you dump the entire shaggy mass out onto your clean counter and use your hands to gently press it together, incorporating those last dry bits of flour, forming the mass into something cohesive. The dough feels cool against your palms, slightly sticky but not wet, with a tender give when you press on it. You work it just enough to bring it together, maybe 10 to 15 gentle kneads, pressing it flat and folding it over, pressing and folding, and then stop. Overworking pie dough develops gluten, and gluten makes crust tough instead of tender and flaky. The dough is ready. You divide it into 2 portions, making one slightly larger than the other. The larger piece will be your bottom crust, the smaller piece your top. You form each portion into a flat disc about 1 inch thick, which will make rolling easier later, and wrap each disc tightly in plastic wrap. The plastic clings to the dough's surface, sealing it away from air that would dry it out. These wrapped discs go into the refrigerator, onto the middle shelf where they'll chill for at least an hour, ideally longer. This chilling serves multiple purposes. It allows the gluten that did develop to relax, making the dough easier to roll. It firms up the butter again after your hands warmed it slightly, and it gives the flour time to fully hydrate, distributing moisture evenly throughout the dough. Patience is essential in baking. Some steps simply cannot be rushed, and chilling is one of them. You close the refrigerator door and stand for a moment, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The crust is made. The foundation of your pie exists now, wrapped and chilling, and in an hour it will be ready to roll. For now, you can turn your attention to the filling, to those beautiful apples waiting in their bowl, to the spices and sugar, and the transformation they'll undergo together. But first, you wash your hands again, scrubbing away flour and butter, rinsing under warm water, drying thoroughly. You wipe down your work surface, gathering the small amount of flour that's scattered across the counter during the dough-making process. You put away the pastry cutter and the measuring cups, rinse out the mixing bowl. A clean workspace for the next phase of work. This too is part of the ritual, the care and attention you bring to each step. The kitchen smells faintly of butter now, that rich, dairy-sweet scent that's one of the foundational aromas of baking. It mingles with the afternoon air coming through the cracked window, autumn cool and carrying hints of wood smoke from someone's fireplace and the earthy scent of fallen leaves. October is a feast for the senses, and your kitchen is becoming a cathedral of scent and sensation, a space consecrated to creation and comfort. You turn your attention now to the apples. 6 of them, carefully selected, waiting to be transformed. They sit in a white ceramic bowl, a study in color and form, the Granny Smith's green with occasional red blush, the Honeycrisp's red with golden undertones, all of them round and smooth and perfect. You lift one, a Granny Smith, feeling its weight in your palm, the cool smoothness of its skin, the firm density that promises it will hold its shape when baked. Apples have been feeding humans for thousands of years. They've traveled across continents, been cultivated and selected and bred into hundreds of varieties, inspired myths and stories and songs. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. American as apple pie. These fruits are woven through our cultural consciousness, symbols of health and temptation and home and tradition all at once. You run the apple under cool water at the sink, washing away any residue or wax, drying it with a clean kitchen towel. Then you pick up your vegetable peeler, a simple Y-shaped peeler with a ceramic blade, and position the apple in your left hand while your right hand holds the peeler. You place the blade against the apple's skin near the stem and draw it downward in a smooth motion. The skin parts easily beneath the sharp blade, curling away in a long ribbon of green-red peel, revealing the pale cream flesh beneath. There's resistance at first. The slightest catch as the blade encounters the waxy skin, but then it yields, and the peel comes away cleanly. You rotate the apple slightly and make another downward stroke, another ribbon of peel curling away, and another, and another. The motion becomes rhythmic, almost meditative. Hold, position, peel. Rotate slightly. Hold, position, peel. Your hands learn the movement, the pressure, the angle, and soon you're working without conscious thought. Your mind quiet while your hands do what they have been designed to do for millennia. Prepare food, process what nature provides, transform the raw into the edible. This first apple takes maybe 3 minutes to peel completely. The pile of peel grows in the sink, long ribbons coiled on themselves like apple-scented confetti. The naked apple in your hand looks vulnerable without its protective skin, its flesh pale and already beginning to oxidize slightly, taking on the faintest golden tinge. You set it aside and pick up the second apple, and so you continue. Second apple, third apple, each one requiring the same focused attention, the same repetitive motion. Your right arm begins to feel the work, the small muscles in your forearm engaging over and over. But it's a good feeling, the physical satisfaction of work being done. You're not sitting at a computer moving a mouse. You're not swiping at a phone screen. You're using your body to accomplish something tangible, something you can see and touch and soon taste. By the time you finish the sixth apple, 15 or 20 minutes have passed. Time that existed outside of clock-watching time, measured only by the completion of each apple, by the growing pile of peels in the sink, by the row of 6 naked apples lined up on your cutting board. Your hands smell like apple now, that fresh, slightly sweet, almost perfume-like scent that's unlike any other fruit. It's the smell of orchards in autumn and crisp October mornings, and it makes you smile. You rinse the peels down the garbage disposal and wash your hands once more, then turn to the next task, slicing these peeled apples into the pieces that will become your filling. You select your sharpest knife, a chef's knife with an 8-inch blade that you keep properly sharpened because dull knives are dangerous knives, as your grandmother always said. A sharp knife cuts where you want it to. A dull knife slips and cuts where it wants to. You take the first peeled apple and use the knife to cut it in half from stem to bottom, straight through the core. The knife slices cleanly through the firm flesh with a satisfying crunch, and the two halves fall apart to reveal the star pattern of the seed chamber at the center. 5 points holding 5 seeds, brown and glossy, the potential for future trees locked inside them. It's beautiful, this hidden geometry inside every apple, this reminder that fruit exists to spread seeds, to perpetuate life. You cut a V-shaped wedge from each half, removing the tough core and the seeds. These pieces go into a small bowl for the compost. Then you place each half-cut side down on the cutting board and slice it into thin pieces, maybe a 1/4 inch thick, working carefully to keep them uniform. Uniform slices cook evenly. Thicker pieces would still be firm when thinner pieces have turned to mush. This attention to consistency, this care in the details, is what separates good pies from great ones. The knife makes a rhythmic sound against the cutting board. Thock, 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 thock. Each slice falls away from the previous one, and soon you have a small pile of apple slices, all approximately the same thickness, curved and graceful. These go into a large bowl, your largest bowl, because 6 apples create a surprising volume of slices, and you'll need room to toss them with sugar and spices. You repeat this process with each apple. Halve, core, slice, transfer to bowl. Halve, core, slice, transfer to bowl. The rhythm is soothing, the repetitive motion creating a kind of moving meditation. Your mind is quiet. Your body is engaged. The afternoon light has shifted slightly, grown more golden as the sun drops lower, and the kitchen glows with that particular October warmth that feels both energizing and peaceful at once. By the time all 6 apples are sliced, the bowl is heaping full. The slices are already beginning to brown slightly where they are exposed to air, the natural oxidation that happens when polyphenol oxidase enzymes react with oxygen. It's nothing to worry about. The lemon juice you'll add will slow this process. And once the pie is baked, any browning will be invisible beneath the cinnamon sugar coating. You step back and look at what you've accomplished so far. The dough chilling in the refrigerator, the apples peeled and sliced and ready, the kitchen warm and smelling of butter and apple. You're perhaps halfway through the process and you feel good, calm, centered. The stress that brought you to the kitchen has dissolved somewhere in the work of the past hour, replaced by this sense of purpose and presence. Your hands are busy, and therefore your mind is quiet. This is the magic of baking, the therapy of creation. Now comes the spice blending, and this is where the pie will find its soul, its character, its distinctive flavor that will make people close their eyes when they taste it and murmur with pleasure. Spices are powerful things, concentrated plant compounds that have traveled across oceans and shaped history, that have been traded as currency and fought over in wars, that can transform the ordinary into the extraordinary with just a teaspoon or two. You open your spice cabinet and begin to gather what you need. First, the cinnamon. Your jar is large because you go through cinnamon quickly. It's your favorite spice, warm and sweet and complex, with its hints of woody spiciness and almost caramel-like sweetness. You twist off the lid and bring the jar to your nose, inhaling deeply. The scent is immediate and powerful, hitting the olfactory receptors in your nose and triggering an instant response in your brain's limbic system, the part that processes emotion and memory. Suddenly you're 7 years old in your grandmother's kitchen, standing on a step stool beside her while she makes apple pie, and she's letting you sprinkle the cinnamon over the apples, warning you not to use too much because cinnamon is powerful and a little goes a long way. You can see her hands, older hands spotted with age but still strong and capable, and you can hear her voice, and for a moment the years collapse, and she's here with you now, not dead, but present in memory, so vivid it's almost real. This is what scent does. It bypasses the brain's rational centers and goes straight to memory and emotion. Cinnamon means comfort and safety and home. It means holidays and baking and love made tangible through food. And as you measure out a full teaspoon, leveling it carefully with a butter knife, you feel connected not just to your grandmother, but to all the grandmothers and great-grandmothers who came before, all the women and men who have stood in kitchens measuring cinnamon for apple pies, carrying forward this tradition, this delicious ritual. Next, nutmeg. You have whole nutmeg, brown, oval nuts about the size of acorns, and a small grater specifically designed for grating them. Whole nutmeg is far superior to pre-ground. The essential oils that carry nutmeg's complex flavor are volatile and dissipate quickly once the nut is ground. But when you grate it fresh, you get the full force of its warm, slightly sweet, deeply aromatic flavor, with hints of spice and a subtle earthiness. You select a whole nutmeg and hold it against the fine holes of your grater, drawing it downward with firm pressure. The nut resists at first, then begins to release its aromatic powder, reddish-brown and fragrant beyond belief. The scent is nothing like cinnamon. Where cinnamon is straightforward and warming, nutmeg is complex and mysterious, with layers upon layers of flavor and aroma. You continue grating, watching the pile of fresh nutmeg grow, until you have a quarter teaspoon. Any more would overpower the pie. Nutmeg is potent and must be used with restraint. You consider allspice, you have it, and it would add another dimension, but decide against it. Sometimes less is more. Sometimes simplicity is more elegant than complexity. Cinnamon and nutmeg will be enough, will be perfect, letting the apples shine while the spices provide supporting harmony. Now for the sugar. The recipe calls for 3/4 of a cup of white granulated sugar and a 1/4 cup of brown sugar. The white sugar provides sweetness and helps create the syrupy juice that will thicken into filling. The brown sugar adds complexity. It's white sugar with molasses, which brings hints of caramel and a deeper, richer sweetness than white sugar alone. You measure each carefully and pour them into a smaller bowl with the cinnamon and nutmeg, then use a fork to stir everything together. The sugar and spice mixture is beautiful, the white sugar spotted with brown sugar and cinnamon and nutmeg, creating a complex pattern of colors and textures. You bring the bowl to your nose and inhale deeply. The scent is incredible, sweet and spicy and warm, the essence of autumn condensed into a bowl of sugar. This is what your kitchen will smell like in a few hours, but magnified 100-fold, baked and caramelized and released into the air by the oven's heat. 2 more ingredients for the filling.
flour, and lemon juice. The flour, just 2 tablespoons, will help thicken the abundant juices the apples release as they bake. Without it, you'd have a soup instead of a proper filling, with liquid pooling in the bottom of the pie instead of clinging to the apples in a glossy, syrupy coating. The lemon juice, just 1 tablespoon, will brighten all the flavors, add a slight tang that balances the sweetness, and slow the oxidation that turns cut apples brown. You measure the flour and add it to your sugar spice mixture, stirring to distribute it evenly. Then you squeeze a fresh lemon, straining out the seeds until you have a tablespoon of juice. The lemon scent is sharp and clean, cutting through the warm sweetness of the spices, adding its own note to the developing symphony of aromas in your kitchen. Now comes the moment of transformation, when all these separate elements become filling. You pour the sugar spice flour mixture over the bowl of apple slices, then drizzle the lemon juice over top. For a moment, nothing changes. The mixture just sits there on the surface of the apples. But then, you plunge your hands into the bowl and begin to toss everything together. The tactile pleasure of this is extraordinary. The cool, crisp apple slices slide past your fingers. The sugar is grainy and slightly abrasive against your skin. The spices' aromatic oils begin to warm and release from contact with your hands. You lift and toss, turning the apples over and over, ensuring every slice gets coated with the sugar spice mixture, watching as the white and brown sugar begins to dissolve slightly in the apple's juice, creating the beginning of the syrup that will intensify during baking. Your hands become sticky with juice and sugar. The apples are transforming before your eyes. Where they were pale and plain before, now they're coated in cinnamon brown sugar, glistening with juice and lemon, looking already delicious even in their raw state. The scent rising from the bowl is intoxicating. Apple and cinnamon and nutmeg and lemon all mingling together. The perfume of pie filling, the promise of what's to come. You continue tossing and mixing, using your hands rather than a spoon because hands are gentler and won't break the apple slices. You want some pieces to break down during baking, creating that wonderful saucy texture, but others should maintain their integrity, giving the filling structure and pleasant texture variation. After several minutes of tossing, you're satisfied that every slice is properly coated, that the spices are evenly distributed, that the filling is ready. You set the bowl aside and wash your hands yet again. Your hands are getting so much washing today, but that's part of baking, part of the ritual. Clean hands, clean workspace, careful attention to each step. You dry your hands thoroughly and check the clock. An hour has passed since you put the dough in the refrigerator. It's ready to roll. The anticipation builds as you retrieve the larger disc of dough from the refrigerator, unwrapping it carefully, setting it on your freshly floured countertop. The dough is cold and firm but not rock hard. Perfect rolling consistency. You flour your rolling pin, dust flour over the dough's surface, and position yourself comfortably in front of your workspace. This is the step that separates those who bake from those who merely assemble. Rolling pie dough requires patience, attention, and a light touch. But done properly, it's deeply satisfying, almost meditative. You place your rolling pin in the center of the dough disc and roll forward, away from your body, applying firm but not aggressive pressure. The dough resists at first, then begins to yield, to thin, to spread. You lift the rolling pin, return it to center, and roll backward toward yourself. Then rotate the dough a quarter turn and repeat. Roll forward, roll back, rotate. Roll forward, roll back, rotate. This is the rhythm of rolling dough, alternating forward and back rolls with quarter turns to ensure the dough spreads evenly into a circle rather than becoming oval or irregular. Each roll lengthens the dough in one direction. The rotation ensures you're lengthening equally in all directions. It's geometry and physics combined with the ancient art of dough working. As you roll, you can feel the dough transforming under the pin. What started as a thick disc becomes gradually thinner, more pliable, larger. You add flour as needed, a light dusting under the dough if it's sticking to the counter, a light dusting on top if it's sticking to the rolling pin. Too much flour would make the crust tough, so you use only as much as necessary, just enough to prevent sticking. The dough is changing texture too, warming slightly from the rolling, from contact with your slightly warm hands, from friction with the counter. This is why you started with very cold dough. You're working against the clock now, trying to roll the dough before it warms enough to become difficult to work with. Your movements are efficient, practiced, the rolling pin moving with purpose. After several minutes of steady rolling, the dough has spread into a rough circle, maybe 12 inches in diameter. It's beautifully thin, you can almost see through it if you hold it up to the light, but still strong, not torn or cracked. The edges are irregular, which is fine. You'll trim them later. What matters is that you have a circle large enough to line your 9-inch pie plate with some overhang for crimping the edges. Now comes the slightly nerve-wracking part, transferring this delicate sheet of dough from counter to pie plate without tearing it. There are several ways to do this, but the method you prefer, the method your grandmother taught you, is to fold the dough in half, then in half again, creating a quarter circle that's much easier to lift and maneuver. You work quickly now, before the dough can warm further. With floured hands, you gently fold the circle in half, bringing one side over to meet the other. The dough drapes smoothly, folding without cracking. Then you fold this half circle in half again, creating a triangular quarter circle that's 4 layers thick. This you can easily lift without the dough tearing or stretching. Holding this folded quarter circle carefully, you position it over your pie plate so that the point is at the plate's center. Then, gently and carefully, you unfold it. Once, revealing the half circle, then again, revealing the full circle. The dough drapes beautifully into the pie plate, settling into its curves and angles, conforming to the plate's shape with just a little coaxing from your fingers. You work around the edge, pressing the dough gently into the angle where the plate's bottom meets its sides, ensuring good contact, no air bubbles, smooth conformity. The dough is cold enough that it doesn't want to stretch or slump. It holds its shape well. You can feel the satisfaction building. This is going to be a good crust, you can already tell. The dough looks right, feels right. Using your kitchen scissors, you trim the excess dough, leaving about 1 inch of overhang all the way around. This overhang will be folded under and crimped to create the decorative edge, so it needs to be substantial enough to work with, but not so much that it's bulky or awkward. You work your way around the plate, snipping away excess, letting the scraps fall onto the floured counter to be gathered later. The lined pie plate now sits before you, ready to receive its filling. But first, you should dock the bottom. Use a fork to prick several holes in the dough covering the plate's bottom. These holes will allow steam to escape during baking, preventing the bottom crust from puffing up and creating air pockets. You take a fork and gently but firmly press the tines into the dough, creating neat rows of perforations. The dough is cold enough that the fork marks stay clean and precise. Now, finally, you can fill the pie. You take your bowl of spiced sugared apples. They've been sitting for 30 minutes or so now, and they've begun to macerate, releasing juice that mingles with the sugar to create a light syrup, and begin spooning them into the crust-lined plate. You work carefully, arranging the slices to fit together efficiently, packing them in snugly but not so tightly that they can't settle during baking. The apples pile high, much higher than the rim of the pie plate. This seems impossible. Surely they'll overflow when you put the top crust on. But you remember your grandmother's note on the recipe card. Apples should heap high. They'll cook down. And it's true. Apples release water as they bake, and that water cooks away as steam, and the solid apple flesh that remains is much more compact than the raw slices. What seems like too many apples now will cook down to exactly the right amount. You continue layering apples until you've transferred the entire bowl into the pie. The filling dome several inches above the plate's rim, a mountain of cinnamon sugar-coated apple slices glistening with juice and spice. It looks beautiful, rustic and generous and promising. You scrape the last bits of sugar-spice mixture from the bottom of the bowl and sprinkle them over the top of the filling, ensuring every bit of flavor makes it into the pie. The recipe calls for dotting the filling with butter, small pieces scattered across the top that will melt during baking, enriching the filling, and helping create that glossy, cohesive texture you want in a great apple pie. You cut 2 tablespoons of butter into small pieces, maybe 8 or 10 little cubes, and distribute them across the top of the apple mound, tucking them down between slices so they won't simply roll off. Your bottom crust is filled and ready. Now you need to make the top crust, and you've decided to make a lattice top rather than a solid piece of dough. Lattice takes more time and requires more skill, but it's so beautiful when done well, and it allows steam to escape easily, preventing a soggy top crust. Plus, there's something deeply satisfying about weaving strips of dough over and under each other, creating that classic basket weave pattern. You retrieve the second disc of dough from the refrigerator, unwrap it, and place it on your floured counter. The rolling process is the same as before. Roll forward, roll back, rotate, forward, back, rotate. The dough spreads and thins, becoming a circle slightly larger than what you'd need for a solid top, because you need enough dough to cut into strips and have those strips reach across the pie's diameter. When the dough is rolled to about 12 inches in diameter and uniformly thin, you're ready to cut strips. Using a ruler and a sharp knife, or a pizza cutter, which works beautifully for this, you cut the dough into strips about 3/4 of an inch wide. You work carefully, keeping the strips parallel, making them as uniform as possible. Uneven strips would create an uneven lattice, and while perfection isn't the goal, consistency certainly helps. You end up with 14 strips, each about 8 inches long and 3/4 of an inch wide. These you arrange on a floured baking sheet or piece of parchment paper, keeping them separated so they don't stick together. Some bakers chill the strips at this point to keep them firm for weaving, but you're working quickly enough in a cool kitchen that they should be fine. Now comes the weaving, and this requires patience and a gentle touch. You start by laying 7 strips vertically across the filled pie, spacing them evenly, letting the ends drape over the pie plate's rim. These are your base strips, and everything else will weave through them. Then you fold back every other strip, the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th, folding them back toward the center, exposing the 2nd, 4th, and 6th strips. Across these exposed strips, you lay your first horizontal strip, positioning it near the edge of the pie. Then you unfold the strips you'd folded back, so now they're lying over the horizontal strip you just placed. Next, you fold back the opposite strips, the 2nd, 4th, and 6th, and lay your second horizontal strip parallel to the first. Unfold those strips. The pattern is beginning to emerge. Over, under, the classic weave. You continue this process, alternating which strips you fold back, placing a horizontal strip, unfolding, moving to the next horizontal strip. Fold, place, unfold, fold, place, unfold. It's meditative work, requiring focus but not stress, attention but not anxiety. Your hands learn the rhythm, and soon you're weaving almost without thinking about it, watching the lattice pattern emerge like magic under your fingers. The dough strips cross and recross, creating diamonds of negative space through which the cinnamon sugar apples are visible. When all 7 horizontal strips are woven through the vertical strips, you step back to admire your work. The lattice is beautiful, not machine perfect, but handmade perfect, with the slight irregularities that prove human hands created it. The weave is even, the diamonds are roughly consistent, and the overall effect is rustic and charming, exactly what a homemade pie should be. Now you need to seal and crimp the edge. Working your way around the pie, you trim the lattice strips so they overhang the plate's rim by about the same amount as the bottom crust. Then you fold the bottom crust's overhang up and over the lattice strip's ends, sealing them together and creating a thick ridge of dough all around the pie's perimeter. This ridge is what you'll crimp to create the decorative edge, and there are dozens of ways to crimp pie crust, using fork tines, using your knuckles, using special tools. But you prefer the classic method, using your index finger on one hand and your thumb and index finger on the other hand to create a rope-like or fluted edge. You place your right index finger against the inside of the dough ridge and use your left thumb and index finger to press the dough from the outside, creating a V-shape with your right finger at the point. Move an inch and repeat, and again, all the way around the pie. The crimping takes time. You work your way slowly around the entire circumference, creating uniform indentations, building the decorative edge that will turn golden brown and flaky in the oven. Your fingers are getting tired, but you're nearly done, nearly ready to slide this pie into the oven and begin the final transformation. When the crimping is complete, you stand back and really look at what you've created. It's beautiful. The lattice top is woven precisely, the crimped edge is neat and attractive, and through the diamonds of the lattice,
You can see the cinnamon sugar apples piled high, promising deliciousness. This pie you've made with your own hands, from scratch, following your grandmother's guidance from across the years. You feel proud. You feel accomplished. You feel connected to something larger than yourself. To tradition, to family, to the long line of human beings who have stood in kitchens making pies, transforming apples and flour and butter into comfort and nourishment. But the pie isn't quite ready for the oven yet. One more step, the egg wash. This is what will give the crust its beautiful golden brown color and appealing shine. You crack an egg into a small bowl, add a tablespoon of water, and whisk it together with a fork until it's uniformly yellow and slightly foamy. Then you dip a pastry brush into the egg wash and gently, carefully, paint it across all the visible crust. The lattice strips and the crimped edge covering every bit of dough with a thin, even coat. The transformation is immediate. Where the dough was matte and pale before, now it glistens, the egg wash catching the light. In the oven, the proteins in the egg will brown beautifully, creating that appetizing golden color that makes people's mouths water before they've even tasted the pie. As a final touch, you sprinkle coarse sugar over the egg-washed crust, turbinado sugar or sanding sugar, with its large crystals that won't melt away completely in the oven's heat. This will create a slight crunch and sparkle on the baked crust, adding textural interest and visual appeal. The sugar crystals catch the light like tiny diamonds, and you distribute them generously across the lattice and the crimped edge. Now the pie is truly ready. All the preparation is complete, all the components assembled, all the details attended to. What remains is to surrender it to heat and time, to trust the oven to work its magic, to transform these raw ingredients into something transcendent. You preheat your oven to 425 degrees Fahrenheit. Pies need to start at high heat to set the crust quickly, then reduce to lower heat to allow the filling to cook through without burning the crust. While the oven heats, you prepare a baking sheet, lining it with parchment paper or foil to catch any drips from the pie as it bakes. Fruit pies always bubble over slightly, releasing their juices, and these can burn onto your oven's bottom if you don't take precautions. You also create a foil collar for your pie's edge, taking a long strip of aluminum foil and folding it into a ring that will shield the crimped edge from direct heat during the early, high-temperature part of baking. This prevents the edge from browning too quickly and potentially burning before the rest of the pie is done. You'll remove this foil collar partway through baking, allowing the edge to brown in the later stages. The oven beeps, signaling it's reached temperature. Your heart rate picks up slightly. This is it, the moment of commitment. You slide the rimmed baking sheet onto the oven's center rack. Then carefully, reverently, you place your beautiful pie on the baking sheet. The foil collar goes around the edge and you gently close the oven door. Through the oven's window, you can see your pie sitting there, looking raw and pale and unfinished. But you know what's coming. You know what heat will do to flour and butter and sugar and apples. You've set in motion a series of chemical and physical transformations that will take the next hour and a half, and at the end of it, you'll have a masterpiece. You set your timer for 25 minutes. That's when you'll reduce the temperature from 425 to 375 degrees. Then you'll bake for another hour or so, until the crust is deep golden brown and the filling is visibly bubbling through the lattice. Total baking time will be close to 90 minutes, and there's nothing to do now but wait and trust the process. The first 20 minutes pass quietly. You clean your workspace, washing bowls and utensils, wiping down counters, putting away ingredients. The kitchen returns to order, all evidence of the work erased except for the oven's presence, its heat gradually warming the entire room, and the beginning of scent. Faint still, but present, the first hints of butter and apple and cinnamon beginning to perfume the air. By 30 minutes, the scent is unmistakable. You can smell cinnamon distinctly now, that warm, sweet, almost spicy aroma that's one of the most comforting scents humans know. It's joined by butter, by apple, by the toasty smell of flour browning in heat. The kitchen is beginning to smell like a bakery, like autumn, like home and comfort and love made tangible through baking. You reduce the oven temperature to 375 degrees as planned, and you remove the foil collar from the pie's edge. Through the oven window, you can see the crust is beginning to color, taking on the faintest golden tinge, the egg wash doing its job.
The filling hasn't started bubbling yet. It's still too early, but you can see that the apples have already begun to settle, the mountain of filling slightly less high than when you put it in the oven. The scent continues to build, becoming more complex, more layered, more intense. The cinnamon is joined by nutmeg now, that mysteriously complex spice adding its earthy warmth to the aromatic symphony. The apples are releasing their fruity sweetness, and the sugar is beginning to caramelize, creating new aromatic compounds that smell of butterscotch and toffee and autumn harvest. You find yourself drawn to the oven, checking on the pie more often than necessary, watching its progress through the window. This is part of the joy of baking, witnessing the transformation, seeing raw dough become golden crust, seeing pale filling become bubbling, glossy, perfectly cooked fruit. It's magic, even though you know it's science. It's miraculous, even though you know it's just heat and time and chemical reactions. By 45 minutes in, the crust has taken on a lovely light golden color, and you can see the first signs of bubbling in the filling. A few bursts of juice appearing through the lattice diamonds, thick and syrupy and cinnamon brown. This is the sign that the filling is cooking, that the apples are breaking down and releasing their juice, that the flour is thickening everything into that perfect consistency between solid and liquid. The scent has become overwhelming now in the best possible way. Your entire house smells like apple pie. Every room, every corner, every breath you take is perfumed with cinnamon and nutmeg and baked apples and buttery crust. If you could bottle this scent and sell it, you'd make a fortune. It's the scent of comfort, of safety, of home, of love. It's the scent that makes people stop whatever they're doing and follow their noses to the kitchen, drawn irresistibly to the source. And the psychological effects are real. That scent is working on your brain right now, triggering memories and emotions, releasing feel-good neurotransmitters, creating a sense of well-being and contentment. The stress you felt this morning, the anxiety that's been your constant companion all week, it's gone, dissolved in the alchemy of baking, replaced by this deep satisfaction, this sense of having created something meaningful and beautiful. You continue your vigil, checking the pie every 10 or 15 minutes, watching the crust darken from light gold to deeper gold to the perfect burnished bronze that signals doneness. The filling is bubbling vigorously now, thick juices erupting through all the lattice openings, bubbling and hissing and releasing fragrant steam. The apples have cooked down substantially. That impossible mountain of filling has settled into the pie plate, condensed by heat and the evaporation of water, becoming exactly the right amount. At the 70-minute mark, you begin checking more carefully, looking for the signs that the pie is done. The crust should be deep golden brown, not pale, not burnt, but that perfect bronzed color that promises flaky, buttery deliciousness. The filling should be bubbling vigorously throughout, not just in one or two spots, but across the entire surface visible through the lattice. The juices should look thick and syrupy rather than thin and watery, indicating that the flour has done its job of thickening. At 85 minutes, everything looks perfect. The crust is gorgeously golden, darker at the edges where it crimped, lighter but still beautifully colored across the lattice. The filling is bubbling enthusiastically, thick juice rising through every diamond of the lattice, and you can see chunks of apple tender and translucent beneath the syrup. The coarse sugar you sprinkled on top has caramelized slightly, creating a sparkly, crunchy coating on the crust that catches the light. This is it. This is done. You turn off the oven and open the door carefully. A wave of heat and apple cinnamon-scented steam rolls out, washing over you like a warm embrace. Using your oven mitts, thick quilted ones that protect your hands from the intense heat, you carefully slide the baking sheet with the pie toward you. Lift it with both hands, supporting it from underneath, and transfer it to the cooling rack you've set up on your counter. The pie sits there, still bubbling, still hissing softly, radiating heat and aroma. It's magnificent. The lattice crust is woven perfectly, golden brown and flaky looking even now. The crimped edge is picture perfect, each indentation distinct and beautiful. Through the lattice diamonds, you can see the filling, thick and glossy and studded with tender apple pieces, cinnamon brown and glistening. A few spots where the juices bubbled over have caramelized on the crust or dripped onto the parchment paper, creating small puddles of apple-flavored candy that smell incredible. You step back and just look at it. This pie you've made from scratch, from nothing but raw ingredients in your own 2 hands and your grandmother's guidance. Pride wells up in your chest, almost overwhelming in its intensity. You made this. You, who started this afternoon feeling stressed and anxious and disconnected, you transformed flour and butter and apples and spices into this beautiful thing, this work of edible art, this piece of tradition carried forward into the present. The pie needs to cool for at least 2 hours before you can cut into it. If you cut too soon, the filling will be too liquid and will run everywhere rather than holding its shape in neat slices. This waiting is torture, especially with the pie sitting right there smelling absolutely incredible, but it's necessary. The filling needs time to set, for the flour to fully do its thickening work as the pie cools, for everything to firm up enough to be sliceable. So you exercise patience, the same patience you've been practicing all afternoon, the patience that baking demands and rewards in equal measure. You leave the pie on its cooling rack and move away, giving yourself something else to focus on. You make yourself a cup of tea, something simple and complimentary, maybe chamomile or a light black tea, nothing that will compete with the apple pie when you eventually eat it. While the tea steeps, you clean the last few dishes, wipe down the oven, sweep the floor. The kitchen has been your workspace for hours now, and it shows. There's flour dusted across counters, cinnamon scattered near where you mixed the filling, apple peels that escaped the garbage disposal and ended up in the sink. You attend to each mess with the same care and attention you brought to the baking itself, returning the kitchen to order, honoring the space that held your afternoon's work. The pie continues to cool, the bubbling gradually subsiding, the juices settling, the crust contracting slightly as it loses heat. The aroma continues to permeate your home, though it's subtly different now. Less of the sharp cinnamon bite that filled the air while baking more of a mellow, rounded fragrance where all the elements have blended together into one complex, beautiful scent. You take your tea to the living room and settle into your favorite chair, the one by the window where the October afternoon light still streams in, though it's lower now, softer, the day moving toward evening. You can see your kitchen from here, can see the pie on its cooling rack, steam still rising from it in faint wisps, the lattice crust golden and perfect. And you reflect on the afternoon you've spent, on what baking this pie has meant beyond just creating dessert. You think about how your hands were occupied for hours, measuring, mixing, peeling, slicing, rolling, crimping, and how that physical engagement quieted your anxious mind in ways that passive activities never could. You think about the focus required at each step, the attention to detail, the mindfulness of being fully present with flour and butter and apples rather than spinning in worry about past or future. This is what the psychologists mean when they talk about baking as therapy, you realize. It's not just metaphor or pleasant theory, it's real. The repetitive motions, the sensory engagement, the creative expression, the tangible result, all of it works on your nervous system, your brain chemistry, your emotional state. Baking releases endorphins, the research says. It activates the brain's reward centers. It creates a state of flow where time disappears and anxiety dissolves. And beyond the individual psychological benefits, there's the cultural and historical weight of what you've done. You've participated in a tradition that stretches back centuries, millennia, even if you count all forms of baking. You've connected yourself to your grandmother and all the grandmothers before her, to the long line of people who have stood in kitchens, transforming raw ingredients into nourishment and comfort. You've created something that can be shared, that can bring joy to others, that can feed both body and soul. Apple pie itself carries such symbolic weight in American culture. It's the dessert that supposedly defines us, though it actually came from Europe with the colonists. As American as apple pie, we say, and what we mean is wholesome, traditional, comforting home. Apple pie represents harvest and abundance, autumn and Thanksgiving, family gatherings and childhood memories. To bake an apple pie is to participate in something larger than oneself, to take your place in a tradition, to pass forward something valuable from past to present to future. Your tea grows cool as you sit with these thoughts, watching the afternoon light fade, listening to the house settle around you. The pie sits in the kitchen, cooling, settling, becoming itself. And you sit in your chair, also settling, also becoming more yourself, calmer,
more centered, more present than you've been in weeks. Eventually, enough time has passed. The pie has cooled for 2.5 hours now. The filling set. The crust no longer too hot to touch. You rise from your chair and move to the kitchen, drawn by anticipation and the lingering scent of cinnamon and apple. The pie waits for you, beautiful in its rustic imperfection, the lattice slightly irregular, the crimped edge varying a bit in size and shape, all the small markers of human hands rather than machines. You select a knife, a long, thin blade, and wipe it clean to ensure the first cut is perfect. The challenge with pie is that the first slice often falls apart or pulls away messy, but subsequent slices come out clean. You position the knife at what you judge to be roughly the 6 o'clock position of the pie, and press down gently but firmly, cutting through the flaky lattice top, through the tender apple filling, through the bottom crust all the way to the pie plate. The knife slides through more easily than you expected. The crust is tender, the filling is soft but not liquid. You make your second cut, creating a wedge of approximately 1/6 of the whole pie. Then comes the moment of truth, lifting that first slice out. You slide a pie server under the wedge, wiggling it slightly to loosen the bottom crust from the plate, and lift. The slice comes out beautifully. Yes, a few apple pieces tumble out, and yes, some of the filling drips back into the pan. But overall, the slice holds together remarkably well. The layers are visible in cross-section. The golden brown bottom crust, the thick layer of cinnamon sugar apple filling studded with tender fruit, the lattice top crust with its flaky, buttery layers. It's exactly what a slice of apple pie should be, and you feel a surge of pride and satisfaction as you transfer it to a plate. The pie is still slightly warm, not hot, but warm enough that when you add a scoop of vanilla ice cream to the plate beside the slice, the ice cream begins to melt, immediately pooling around the pie slice. Creamy white, contrasting beautifully with cinnamon brown. The visual alone is enough to make your mouth water, but the scent is even more compelling. Warm pie and cold ice cream, cinnamon and vanilla, apple and cream. You carry your plate to the table and sit down. For a moment, you just look at it, appreciating the beauty of this simple dessert, this thing you've created. Then you lift your fork, cut through the tip of the slice where crust and filling and ice cream all converge, and bring the bite to your mouth. The first taste is a revelation. The crust is perfectly flaky, buttery and tender, and shattering into delicate layers as you bite into it. The filling is sweet but not cloying, the apples tender but not mushy, providing textural contrast between the softer cooked-down pieces and the firmer slices that held their shape. The cinnamon is present but not overwhelming, warming rather than spicy, complemented by the subtle complexity of nutmeg. The ice cream melts over your tongue, cream and vanilla cooling and contrasting with the warm pie, creating that perfect hot and cold sensation that makes pie a la mode so beloved. You close your eyes, savoring, and you're flooded with memories. Your grandmother's kitchen, autumn Sundays, the whole family gathered around the table, your grandmother bringing out her famous apple pie still warm from the oven, the anticipation as she cut slices, the pleasure of that first bite, the conversation and laughter and connection that happened around the shared experience of eating something made with love. And now you've made that same pie, followed that same recipe, carried forward that tradition. Your grandmother has been gone for 5 years now, but in this moment, eating this pie you made from her recipe, she feels present. Not in any supernatural sense, but in the very real way that traditions carry forward the presence of those who came before us. She lives on in this recipe, in your hands that learned from watching her, in the taste memory you carry and have now recreated. You take another bite and another, savoring each one. The pie is delicious, genuinely, objectively delicious, not just sentimental. You've made a good pie, a great pie even, and you're allowed to be proud of that. The crust is flaky and tender, the filling is perfectly balanced between sweet and tart. The spices are just right. The apples have the ideal texture. You didn't just follow instructions, you created something excellent. As you eat, you think about what this afternoon has meant, what this pie represents beyond just dessert. It represents time given to creation rather than consumption. It represents attention focused rather than fragmented. It represents the choice to do something difficult and time-consuming
because the process itself is valuable, not despite the work, but because of it. It represents connection to tradition, to family, to the long history of humans making food with their hands. And it represents something else too, a form of self-care that goes deeper than bubble baths or face masks or any of the other surface-level things that get labeled self-care. This was self-care that required effort and attention, that asked something of you rather than just providing passive comfort. It was active rather than passive, creative rather than consumptive, generative rather than merely restorative. And perhaps that's the kind of self-care we need most, the kind that engages our hands and minds and senses, the kind that produces something tangible and beautiful and shareable. The pie's scent still fills your kitchen, will continue to fill it for hours yet. Tomorrow you'll have leftover pie for breakfast, a secret pleasure. Pie first thing in the morning when no one's watching. You'll share some with neighbors or co-workers, spreading the joy of homemade pie, maybe even inspiring someone else to try baking from scratch. The physical pie will be consumed over the next few days, but the experience of making it, the peace and presence and satisfaction it created, that will last much longer. You finish your slice and consider having another, but decide to save it. One slice is perfect, is enough, is satisfying, without being excessive. The remaining pie sits on the counter, covered now with a clean kitchen towel, protected but still breathing, cooling completely to room temperature. The October evening has arrived fully now, the light gone from your windows, darkness settling in. Your kitchen is tidy again, the dishes washed, the counters cleaned. Only the lingering scent of cinnamon and apples remains as evidence of the afternoon's work. That and the pie itself, golden and beautiful, a testament to patience and care and the simple magic of transforming flour and butter and apples into something that feeds not just the body but the soul. You feel different than you did when you started this afternoon. Calmer, certainly. More centered, more grounded, more present. The anxiety that drove you to the kitchen has dissolved completely, replaced by satisfaction and contentment and a deep sense of having done something worthwhile. Your hands smell faintly of cinnamon still, even after washing. Your kitchen smells like a bakery. Your heart feels lighter. This is the gift of baking, you think. Not just the pie itself, though that's certainly a gift, but the process, the transformation that happens in the baker as much as in the dough. The way that focusing your attention on something physical and creative quiets the anxious mind. The way that working with your hands connects you to your body and the present moment. The way that following a recipe from someone you loved keeps them present even in their absence. The way that creating something beautiful from simple ingredients reminds you of your own capability, your own creativity, your own worth. You turn off the kitchen lights, leaving just one small lamp burning, and the pie sits in that gentle glow, the lattice crust casting intricate shadows, the crimped edge catching the light. It looks like something from a magazine, but better because it's real, because you made it, because it's imperfect in all the ways that prove human hands shaped it. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and stresses. That's the nature of modern life, and one afternoon of baking doesn't permanently solve anxiety or worry. But you have this evening, this moment, this sense of peace. And you have the knowledge that when stress builds again, when anxiety threatens to overwhelm, you have this tool, this practice, this refuge. You can return to your kitchen, pull out your grandmother's recipe card, and begin again the meditative process of measuring flour, cutting butter, peeling apples. The ritual will be there, waiting. The transformation will occur again, in the dough, in the filling, in you. The kitchen will fill with the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg, and that scent will work its magic on your nervous system, triggering memory and comfort and home. You'll roll out dough and arrange apple slices and weave a lattice top, and in doing so you'll weave yourself back together. Piece by piece, gentle pressure and patient attention making something whole and beautiful from what felt scattered and anxious. This is what baking offers. Not escape, but engagement. Not distraction, but deep attention. Not avoidance of difficulty, but transformation through it. The apples must be peeled, all 6 of them, one at a time, patient and methodical. The butter must be cut into flour until it reaches the right consistency. The dough must chill and rest. The lattice must be woven carefully, over and under, creating pattern from chaos. Nothing can be rushed. Nothing can be skipped. The process demands your full presence, and in return, it gives you peace. You stand in your darkened kitchen, looking at the pie one more time before going to prepare for bed. The lamplight catches the sugar crystals on the crust, making them sparkle like stars. The lattice weaving is visible even in this low light, over, under, the pattern your hands created. And through those diamond openings, you can see the filling, dark and glossy, promising sweetness and spice and satisfaction. It's just a pie. Flour and butter and apples and sugar and spices, combined and baked. And yet it's so much more than that. It's an afternoon of mindfulness. It's a connection to your grandmother and to tradition. It's proof that your hands can create beauty. It's evidence that slow, patient work yields results that rushing never could. It's a remedy for anxiety, a balm for stress, a pathway to presence and peace. The kitchen will smell like apple pie for days, the scent clinging to curtains and towels and permeating throughout your home. And every time you catch that scent, you'll remember this afternoon. This choice to create rather than consume. This act of care for yourself that took the form of caring for each ingredient, each step, each moment of the process. You reach out and gently touch the pie's crimped edge. It's cool now, firm, perfectly baked. Your fingers come away with a few grains of sugar, and you taste them without thinking, sweet and slightly spiced from their time on the cinnamon-dusted crust. It's delicious. Everything about this pie is delicious. Not just the taste, but the experience of making it. The afternoon spent in purposeful creation, the peace found in patient attention to detail. Tomorrow, when someone asks what you did today, you'll say, "I baked a pie." And that will be true, but incomplete. What you really did was practice mindfulness through repetitive motion. You connected to tradition and family across time. You engaged all your senses in the work of creation. You transformed anxiety into accomplishment through the alchemy of baking. You remembered that your hands can make beautiful things, that simple ingredients can become extraordinary. That slow and patient work yields results that matter. You baked a pie. And in doing so, you found peace. You found presence. You found yourself. The pie sits on the counter, cooling completely now, the filling fully set, ready to be sliced and shared and savored. And you, standing in your kitchen in the gentle lamplight, you too have cooled and settled and become more fully yourself, calmer, more centered, more present. The afternoon's work has transformed you both, pie and baker, each becoming what you were meant to be, through the simple magic of flour and butter and apples and heat and time and patient, loving attention. And that, perhaps, is the deepest gift of baking. Not just the pie that results, wonderful though it is, but the transformation of the person who makes it, the peace that comes from focused creation, the reminder that in a world of chaos and anxiety and constant demand, we can still find moments of presence and purpose in the simplest of acts. We can still make beauty with our own two hands. We can still follow recipes passed down through generations, connecting past to present through the eternal ritual of turning raw ingredients into nourishment and comfort and love. The evening deepens. Your house smells of cinnamon and home. A beautiful pie sits on your counter, lattice crust golden in the lamplight. And you are ready for sleep. Not the anxious, fitful sleep of someone whose mind won't quiet, but the deep, peaceful sleep of someone who has spent the afternoon in purposeful creation, who has practiced mindfulness through baking, who is connected to tradition and family and the simple joy of making something beautiful from nothing but flour and butter and apples and love. If this story brought you peace tonight, if it reminded you of the meditative power of creation and the comfort of simple rituals, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May you sleep deeply, wrapped in the imagined scent of cinnamon and baked apples. And may you wake tomorrow knowing that peace can be found in the simplest of acts, that your hands can create beauty, and that sometimes the best remedy for an anxious mind is flour and butter and patient loving attention. Good night, and sweet dreams of warm pie and cool vanilla ice cream, of lattice crusts woven with care, and of kitchens that smell like home and comfort and autumn and love.